Nityanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasyaadilakshyam Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Satgurum Tam Namami. Welcome to Nityananda Yoga, where we transcend the limits of conventional practice and dive deep into the source of our being, drawing from the original source of yoga itself. Today, we're embarking on a journey of a simple 308 asanas, the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama. But it's not just about contorting the body or mastering complex postures. It is about connecting in oneness with the cosmos. Your body will be like wax, moldable and pliable. Today, as we embark on this journey, shed the notion of limitations. Forget the boundaries imposed by your bone and flesh. Instead, recognize yourself as the very source material of the cosmos, the consciousness from where we all come from. With each movement, you will not just be stretching muscles, you will be reaching into the depths of your consciousness. Visualize yourself as a sculptor, crafting your form with intention and precision. Want to grow 4 inches taller by the end of this session? Believe it, for your body is a wax waiting to be molded as per your intention. There is only one enemy towards this that we have built within each one of us, that is the parasites of negativity. Every muscle you have built in the moment of anger, of anxiety, of pain, of incompletion becomes the boundary of your consciousness. Today, we embark on a journey to detoxify ourselves, make us experience our original nature as divine. So as we go through these 12 components, which is so unique to Nityananda Yoga, from the original source, the way Nityanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam. With each movement, you will not just be stretching muscles, you will be reaching into the depths of your consciousness. Visualize yourself as a sculptor, crafting your form with intention and precision. Want to grow 4 inches taller by the end of this session? Believe it, for your body is a wax waiting to be molded as per your intention. There is only one enemy towards this that we have built within each one of us. That is the parasites of negativity. Every muscle you have built in the moment of anger, of anxiety, of pain, of incompletion becomes the boundary of your consciousness. Today, we embark on a journey to detoxify ourselves, make us experience our original nature as divine. So as we go through these 12 components, which is so unique to Nityananda Yoga, from the original source, the Vedas and Agamas, remember, you are not bound by limitations. You are the creator of your reality. Embrace your true nature. Let us sculpt our beings into an epitome of strength, flexibility, and bliss. Welcome to a transformative experience like no other, Nityananda Yoga. There are 12 different components that consist Nityananda Yoga. One is the asanas, which we traditionally know of. The various body postures revealed by Paramashiva to align the physical geometry of our body, the physical geography of our body, to the cosmic geometry, the cosmic geography. As Paramashiva says, sthiram sukham asanam, that body posture which is steady, comfortable, because it's in its original nature of Paramashivatva. The second are the pranayamas, the various systematic breathing techniques that Paramashiva has revealed for each one of us, that connect us to the higher dimensions of the cosmos and increase the life energy within us. The fourth are the bandhas, the different internal locks of the body. The third are the mudras, the various hand gestures and body movements to seal that life energy within ourselves. The very word mudra means seals. You will be able to seal the space of oneness within you with Paramashiva. The fourth are the bandhas, the various internal locks of the body to awaken the Kundalini Shakti, our latent potential energy, and make us conducive for the ultimate experience. The fifth are the Karanas, the beautiful dance movements of the body, revealed by Paramashiva to put you in the space of ultimate bliss, and which engage all the different parts of your body. The next are the visualizations. As Swamiji says, the intention with which you move your body manifests as your reality. As you hold the visualization within you of the various gods and goddesses of Kailasa, of the various beings of this universe, you manifest the powers of those beings within you. The next are the japas, the various powerful energy vibrations of the cosmos that you will be subtly repeating in your throat center that will cause your very DNA to be bound to the cosmos, to your consciousness with the highest frequency possible. The next are the pramanas, the chanting of the sacred mantras, the original source scripture of Hinduism that reveal the science of Nityananda Yoga, of yoga, because as Swamiji says, yoga has a source and it is Hinduism. These original verses will manifest the vision Paramashiva had when he created yoga in each and every one of us. There are weights, which is an optional component, helps us to enhance our experience of Nityananda Yoga as revealed from the source scriptures of Hinduism. The next are the mandalas, the cosmic geometrical representation. The Shri Chakra, the Shri Yantra, which is the direct geometrical representation of the cosmos. When you keep that in front of you and gaze at it throughout your Nityananda Yoga, your body will fluidly just align itself to the cosmos. We have the Abharana, the Rudraksha, which we keep on our body, which acts as an energy battery, sucking in, storing the energy that we produce during this Nityananda Yoga and releasing it to us throughout the day to fuel our entire day with consciousness. The last but not the least are the aushadas, the various sacred herbs that you can apply to which can be infused with the thought current of Paramashivatva to manifest it within you. With this understanding, let us get right into the practice of Nityananda Yoga, which starts with invoking the presence of Paramashiva himself, the very being of Paramashiva, to witness our Nityananda Yoga today, with the chanting of the Shiva Mula Mantra.
Let us now chant the Shiva Mula Mantra 11 times internally. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. 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 Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha.
The next step of this ritual of yoga, as Swamiji reveals, yoga is a ritual, a methodology to connect yourself with the divine. As every ritual in Hinduism goes, we cleanse the three elements of our body, of the world, and of the ultimate with the Tattvachamanam.
The next is the Tattvachamanam. So now I request all the participants to have the Panchapatram and the Uddharani, the traditional cup and the spoon filled with some fresh water. Now, keeping your right hand in the shape of a cow's ear, the Gokarna Mudra, pour an Uddharani of water from the Panchapatram and chanting each of the following mantras internally, drink the water that flows through the base of the palm. Om Atmatattvam Shodayami Svadha. Om Vidyatattvam Shodayami Svadha. Om Shivatattvam Shodayami Svadha. Wash your right hand with water from the Panchapatram. Now, chanting the following mantra internally, wipe the upper and lower lips twice using the base of the right hand thumb, moving the hand from right to the left of the lips. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Wash your right hand with water from the Panchapatram. Now, with the tips of right hand index, middle and ring finger, touch above the upper lips and below the lower lips. Wash your right hand with water from the Panchapatram. Now, with the tips of right hand index finger and thumb joined together, touch your right nostril, left nostril. With the tips of right hand ring finger and thumb joined together, touch your right eye, right ear, left ear. Wash your right hand with water from the Panchapatram. Now, with the base of the right hand thumb and little finger, touch the navel, right chest, left chest. With the right hand, fingertips together, touch the top of the head, right shoulder, left shoulder, and your heart center.
With that, we have the Sankalpa. The Sankalpa, the manifestation of our conscious intention. What is it today each one of us want to manifest through Nityananda Yoga? Hold that in your inner space. Through this conscious intention, which directly happens with the blessings, with the grace of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Shri Nityananda Paramashivam, you will just see your intention manifesting as reality.
The next is the Sankalpa, the conscious resolution. So now I request all participants now to, with your right hand, cover your left palm, which is the Sankalpa Mudra, and keep both the hands on the right thigh. Continue to keep this mudra till the end of the Sankalpa. Om ममोपात समस्त दुरिताक्षयद्वारा भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रीत्यर्थम श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव प्रीत्यर्थम च शुभे शोभने मुहूर्ते अद्य ब्रह्मणः द्वितीय परार्धे श्री श्वेतवराह कल्पे वैवस्वतमन्वन्तरे अष्टाविंशतितमे नित्ययुगे प्रथमे पादे जम्बूद्वीपे भारतवर्षे भरतखण्डे मेरोः दक्षिणे पार्श्वे शखाब्दे अस्मिन् वर्तमाने व्यवहारिके प्रभवादीनां षष्ट्याः संवत्सराणां मध्ये शुभनाम संवत्सरे शुभायने शुभऋतौ शुभमासे शुभपक्षे शुभतिथौ शुभवासरयुक्तायां शुभनक्षत्र शुभयोग शुभकरण एवं गुणविशेषण विशिष्टायाम् अस्यां शुभदितौ श्री कैलासोन्नत द्वादशांत श्यामला पीठारूढ़ श्री मीनाक्षी सुंदरेश्वरा भिन्न स्वरूप परशिव पुत्र रत्न कुमार गुरुमन्य तुल्यावतार श्री पार्वती स्तन्यपान लब्ध दिव्य ज्ञान विश्रुत सकल निगमागम सारभूत द्राविड वेद प्रवक्त्रे श्रीमत् परमशिव करुणा समधिगत मुक्तामय चतुरश्रयान गीयमान छत्र चामर श्री चिन्ह काहलादि समस्त बिरदावल्यलंकृत ज्ञान विज्ञान चक्रवर्ती सर्वजन संग सद्यो निर्वाण दीक्षा व्याप वर्ग वर्ष विश्रान जीमूत परमत कलभ केसरी शैव सिद्धांत स्थापनाचार्य श्री राजाधिराज पांड्य महाराज गुरु क्षपन शाक्यादि महांधकार निवारण ज्ञान भानु वीक्षण नरहार ध्वजोच्छेदन पूर्वक श्रीमद वृषभध्वज स्थापक शैव समय कर्त्रे सर्वज्ञ पीठारूढ़ श्री जगद्गुरु श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक स्वामी वागीश सुंदर माणिक्य वाचक स्वामी नाम अवतार भूत श्री ज्ञान संबंध स्वामी पुनरुद्धृत श्यामला पीत सर्वज्ञ पीत तृणवद्युत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान अरुणगिरि योगीश्वर परंपरागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञ पीठ गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत कांची कैलास सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्य मंगल नित्य कल्याण नित्य रजित कैलास परंपरागत आदि कैलास नित्यानंद पीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासन पीठ कर्त्रे साक्षात् श्री परम शिव समुद्भूत कैलास परंपरागत वैवस्वत मनीक्ष्वाकु हरिश्चंद्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचंद्र सूरसेन इत्यादि अनवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ती परंपरागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मंदिता चतुष्षष्टि संप्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्म शासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञ पीत सुरांगी साम्राज्य मूधाभिषिक्त चूदामणे साक्षात् श्री परम शिव समुद्भूत कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणि पीत अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामंडलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परम शिव समुद्भूत श्री महागणपति समारंभ अनवच्छिन्न पीताधीश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अतल पीता अष्टोत्तर सहस्रतम अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अतल पीताधीश्वर धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्गपुर स्वर्ण पीता त्रयोविंश गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ जगद्गुरु श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमत् परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य वर्य सच्चिदानंद प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठ श्रीमद् जगद्गुरु श्रील श्री भगवत श्री नित्यानंद परम शिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिनां प्रीत्यर्थम तेषां पादारविन्दयोः भक्ति सिद्ध्यर्थम गुरु कृपा कटाक्ष सिद्ध्यर्थम क्षेम स्थैर्य वीर विजय आयुरारोग्य ऐश्वर्यानां अभिवृद्ध्यर्थम धर्मार्थ काम मोक्ष चतुर्विध फल पुरुषार्थ सिद्ध्यर्थम समस्त दुरितोपशांत्यर्थम समस्त मंगलावाप्यर्थम भगवत श्री नित्यानंद परम शिव प्रसादेन सकुटुंबस्य ज्ञान वैराग्य जीवन मुक्ति प्राप्त्यर्थम भगवत श्री नित्यानंद परम शिव कृपा कटाक्षेण पूर्ण आरोग्य युक्त दृढ़गात्र यौगिक शरीर सिद्ध्यर्थम परम शिव शक्ति आविष्करणार्थम नित्यानंद योगाभ्यासं करिष्ये. Now wash your right hand with water from the Panchapatram. Om Apaupasprisya.
Now, let's get started with the asanas. Okay? Sit first in a cross-legged position on the ground in Sukhasana. Bring your hands into the Bindu Mudra with your thumbs and index fingers touching each other. Place it on top of your knees. Here we have the Kumbhaka, the pranayama of Samana Kumbhaka. As you inhale and exhale, visualize flames licking up your spine. Do the bandhas, the locks, the Mahamudra Bandha, all three of the bandhas, where you are doing the Jalandhara Bandha, tucking in your chin to your chest, the Udyana Bandha, sucking in your stomach, and the Moola Bandha, clenching your perineum. For the first set of asanas, we have the japa Soham, which you'll be repeating in your throat center. As you do Sukhasana, visualize Lord Shiva in your inner space. The next asana is Parvatasana. Now, from the seated position, bring both your feet to the opposite thighs. Clasp your hands together in front of your heart center in the Anjali Mudra and raise it above your head. Keep your hands as straight as you can. Continue the Samana Kumbhaka and the Japa of Soham. Remain with all the three bandhas, the chin to your chest in Jalandhara Bandha, the stomach tucked in Udyana Bandha, and the clenched perineum in Moola Bandha. Here, visualize yourself as Mount Kailash. The next asana is Halipavasana. Now slowly bring your feet together in front of your body as you stretch it out a little further away. Now bring your hands behind your back and clasp the left hand by your right. Lean forward, placing your forehead on the ground as you continue to engage all the three bandhas. Here, gaze at your nose. Visualize Swamiji, the supreme point of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now, in a similar position from Halipavasana, just release your hands, slightly get up and bring your hands in front of your body. Place them on the ground, cupping your hands, making a hollow in Nagi Pavasana. Visualize yourself as a snake, gazing at your nose. Continue the japa, the pranayama, and all three bandhas engaged. Now, raise up. This is Kokilasana. Hold your big toes with your index and middle finger in the Prana Mudra. Stretch your legs straight out and upwards. Cross it into Padmasana. Bring it to your opposite thighs. Lean forward and down onto your elbows. Again, tuck your chin into your chest, suck in your stomach, and clench the perineum in the Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize yourself as a bird in Kokilasana. The next is Nityananda. Now, raise up again. Bring one ankle to the top of the opposite knee. Hold the elbows with your hands. Hold the respective elbows with the opposite hands. Again, engage all the three bandhas and rotate your arms in a circular motion. Keep the spine completely straight and gaze towards your nose. Visualize Swamiji, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Next is Gajasana. Press your hands onto the ground. You can bring your feet a little back as you raise yourself up, your hips up high. Lower your head and then chest, scooping your body forward again and again. Here, engage the Udyana Bandha, where you suck in your stomach along with the Mula Bandha, clenching the perineum. Visualize yourself as an elephant. Gajasana. Now stop the movement slowly. In another dynamic asana, which is Rikshasana, you will start alternatively pressing the heel of one foot onto the ground while lifting the other heel up. Repeat this again and again. The next is Vaishyasana. Now slowly come to a standing position. Stand tall on the tips of just your big toes. Keep your head neck straight line. And bring the middle, index and ring fingers to your heart in the Hridaya Mudra. Continue engaging the Udyana Bandha. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Here we have a very interesting movement, which is the Karanas, the dance movements. So the first Karana is Urdhva Janu Karana, which literally means the raised knee. So now stand in the Aramandi position, which is your heels touching together, the toes facing outwards, almost at a 45-degree angle. Bend your knees low and keep both your hands at your chest, elbows parallel to the ground. Twist one knee towards the center of your body. Raise it up, back across the body back to the original position. Simultaneously with the leg movement, follow it with your respective hand, up and across the body. Repeat this alternatively on both sides. Now, in Balalingasana, come back to a standing position straight and interlace your fingers from outside in. This is the Sarvavashankari Mudra. Hold on to your knee, pulling it up towards your chest. Pull it tight. Continue to keep your spine straight. Engage all the three bandhas, the Jalandhara Bandha, the Udyana Bandha and the Mula Bandha. As you are holding your knee, visualize yourself holding, caressing a baby. Balalingasana. The next asana is Pada Pidanasana. Now the same foot which is raised, clasp it with your hands and pull it behind towards your body, holding it with both your hands. Again, engage all the three bandhas, standing tall. Visualize Swamiji, the supreme point of Hinduism, in your inner space. From here, let's enter into Natarajasana. Now, the same foot you're already holding behind your back, twist the same hand of that leg inwards and pull the leg back. Extend the opposite hand forward with the index and thumbs together, again in the Bindu Mudra. Now, pull the foot back and up while leaning forward in Natarajasana. Hold your balance here. Here you will be engaging only the Mula Bandha, visualizing yourself as Lord Nataraja, the Lord of Dance. Now again let's repeat Balalingasana on the other side with the other leg. Pull it up towards your chest with the hands in the Sarva Vashankari Mudra. Engage all the three bandhas as you visualize yourself holding and caressing a baby. Now pull your foot back into Padapidanasana on the other side. Remain with all the three bandhas engaged. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. And lean forward. Now, hands stretched in the Bindu Mudra into Natarajasana. Balance there as you visualize yourself as Lord Nataraja. Now, come back to a standing position. Release your leg. Gain your balance. As we enter into the Ardharechita Karana. Now again, bring yourself to the Aramandi position. Heels together, toes pointed outwards and knees bent. Now from this position, bring your right foot onto the tips of the toes behind the left heel. The heel should be up. Bring your left hand towards your chest, parallel to the ground again, and extend the right arm out and wide like a pendulum. Bring it back towards your chest. Now while your arm is swinging, remember to move your fingers one by one inwards towards the palm and then outwards. Now, place the right hand over the nose. Uncross your ankles. Let's do this on the other side also. Cross the left ankle behind and stretch the left hand out like a pendulum. Bring it to your nose. Uncross the ankles. Now let us enter into the skeleton dance. It's a very powerful meditation. It cleanses the muscle memory. Any patterns which are there within your muscle memory can be completely wiped out through this skeleton dance. Just 2 simple steps. Now stand straight. Visualize yourself as a skeleton. You can close your eyes. Just visualize yourself as pure bones. There are no muscles, no veins, no nerves, tissues, organs, nothing. Just bones, a skeleton form. And shake your body intensely. As a skeleton, you are moving yourself wildly, intensely. Just shake it all out. Move your hands, move your legs, your head. Let there be no bone in your body untouched. Just move it. Move wildly, shake. Literally feel yourself throwing all the patterns out of your system with the intensity of your shaking. Now slowly calm down. Take a few steps, gain your breath back. That's a powerful meditation we did. Let us do the next Karana. Again, come back to a standing position. Do the Aramandi. Your toes outwards, knees bent with your feet together. Now here, raise your hands above your head. Keep your palms completely straight and cross the wrists with the palms facing forward and the back of the hands outward. Now from the crossed wrists, uncross the wrists, spreading your arms out wide while you turn your hip towards the side. Turn by the waist sideways. Bring your hands back over the head and turn on the other side. Repeat this on the other side. Do it again. Let's twist out. Come back to the middle. and twist out again. This is the Kati China Karana. Now stand tall. Raise your hands above your head. Bring yourself to the top of the tip of your toes. Let your hands face each other parallel to the ears. You're tall, pushing yourself, stretching yourself. Again, engage all the three bandhas. Tucking in your chin to the chest, sucking in your stomach and clenching your perineum. Visualize yourself as a palm tree. We have the japa changing over here, where you'll be repeating Shivoham in your throat center. Tadasana. Now, as we enter into Uttanasana, relax and lean forward, bringing your hands on by the ground next to your feet. Keep your palms flat on the ground. Try your best. Engage all the three bandhas. Remain with all the three bandhas engaged as you visualize Swamiji, the supreme point of Hinduism himself, in your inner space. Now jump your feet back into Tarakshvasana, coming to a plank position. Keep your hands shoulder width apart. Be steady there. Chuck in your chin to your chest in the Jalandhara Bandha as well as engaging the Moola Bandha. Now rotate your head while in the Jalandhara Bandha from shoulder to shoulder, side to side. This is Tarakshvasana. Visualize Swamiji, the supreme point of Hinduism, in your inner space. Yes. Now lay flat onto the ground in Bhujangasana. Lower your entire body down. Now point your toes backwards. Keep your hands by the side of your chest and push yourself off the ground. Remember to use the strength of your lower back to hold yourself up. Open your mouth wide. Inhale through the hollow of your throat and exhale through your nose. This is the Bhujangani Mudra. In Bhujangasana, you will visualize yourself as a cobra. Now come back into a plank position. So you can tuck in your toes and come back into a plank position. In Shavasana, alternate bringing one knee towards your chest, back and forth. So you'll bring one knee front, push it back and bring the other knee. Repeat this again and again. Do the Sahaja Kumbhaka. Simple breathing in, breathing out. Engage the Moola Bandha, clenching your perineum. Visualize Swamiji, the supreme point of Hinduism. Okay. Now place your legs back into the plank position as we enter into Rathasana. Again, bring one foot between your hands and alternate jumping one foot back and bringing the other foot forward simultaneously. Again and again. Continue the Sahaja Kumbhaka and the Moola Bandha engaged as you visualize yourself as a chariot, a Ratha, in Rathasana. Now, into Veerabhadrasana. Remain one leg in between your hands. So as you jump, one leg comes between your hands. Stop in that position. One leg stretched back. And raise yourself up into a standing position. So the front foot will be pointing forwards and bent at a 90-degree angle. The knee will be bent at a 90-degree angle. The other leg, which is extended back, the foot will be pointed sideways at a 45-degree angle. Now raise your palms, hands up, parallel beside your ears. Do the Uddiyana Bandha along with the Moola Bandha, pulling in your stomach in. Gaze towards your third eye as you visualize yourself as Lord Veerabhadra. Now relax down, switch your legs around and let us do Veerabhadrasana on the other side. Stretch your hands up, gaze towards your third eye, suck in your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha and visualize yourself as Lord Veerabhadra. Okay, bring your feet together now. Let us move into Vrikshasana. Now stand tall, gain your balance here slowly. Bring one foot towards the inner thigh. Bring your palms together, raise them up above your head in the Anjali Mudra. Keep your elbows as straight as you can. Again, continue the Uddiyana Bandha, sucking in your stomach. Gaze forward, hold your balance, visualize yourself as a tree, the stability of a tree in Vrikshasana. Now, slowly bring your hands down. Now the foot which is in your inner thigh, bring it towards the opposite, to the root of the opposite thigh. Bring your hands in the Namaskar Mudra in front of your heart center together and visualize yourself here as Lord Garuda, just engaging the Moola Bandha alone here. This is Garudasana. Now let us repeat Vrikshasana on the other side. Slowly put your foot down. Bring the other foot to the inner thigh. Raise your hands above your head. Suck in your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha and visualize yourself as a tree. Let's repeat Garudasana on the other side. Slowly bring the foot to the opposite thigh and lower your hands to be in front of your heart center. Release the Uddiyana Bandha, just engaging the Moola Bandha, clenching your perineum. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda, the eagle vehicle of Lord Mahavishnu. Okay, bring both your feet to the ground now and spread them far apart from each other. Now keep one leg toes pointing forward and the other set of toes pointing sideways. Straighten your arms out parallel towards the ground. Bring your front arm down towards the front foot, beside your foot, while the other arm extends towards the sky. Visualize yourself as a triangle in Trikonasana. Now raise up and let's repeat Trikonasana on the other side. Switch the position of your legs around and go forward. The other arm raised towards the sky. Visualize yourself as a triangle. Now come back to a standing position. Bring your feet together. We are having another Karana, the Nikuttaka Karana. Bring yourself to the Aramandi position. Feet together, knees out wide. Here now bring your hands towards your chest, but keep both your palms parallel towards each other. Bring your right foot onto the toes with the heels up. And simultaneously bringing the right hand towards the top. Now drop the right foot, simultaneously lifting the left foot onto the toes and switch the hands position. Now the left hand is on the top and the right hand is on the bottom. Repeat and let us do this repeatedly. Okay, relax now, come back to a straight position and sit down onto your toes. Sit on your heels with your toes on the ground, knees raised up off the ground, together in front of you in Angushtasana. Bring your hands together in the Namaskara Mudra in front of your heart center. We have a very interesting pranayama over here, which is the Bhramari Kumbhaka, where you will be subtly buzzing like a bee as you do this asana. The japa we'll be entering into is Sadashivoham. In Angushtasana, engage the Moola Bandha as you visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now in the same position, slowly bring your hands to the ground. Balance yourself as you stretch one foot forward, sitting on the heel of one foot and the other foot stretched forward, toes pointed upwards. Bring your hands to the Vara Mudra, just the tips of the finger on the ground while the palm faces forward, both your hands. Continue to engage the the Moola Bandha, clenching the perineum as you visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now, stretch, the leg is stretched forward, right? Stretch the same hand, the respective hand forward and clasp onto the big toe of that foot in the Prana Mudra with your index and middle fingers. The other hand, bring it to the back of the respective heel in Vidhunanasana as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Okay, bring your 2 feet back together as we repeat Saurasana on the other side. Stretch your left leg forward now. Palms in the Vara Mudra on the ground. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. And lean forward into Vidhunanasana on the other leg. Clasp your toes. Bring the other hand to the back heel. Continue to visualize Swamiji. Now bring your 2 feet back together as you continue to sit on the heels, getting a nice toe workout here. Balance on your toes, bring your knees together in front of you. Now place your palms on top of the respective knees with the hands facing upwards, the palms facing upwards. Leave a slight gap between your palms and knees. As you gaze forward, engage the Jalandhara Bandha, tucking in your chin to your chest, and look between the gap between your hands. Brahma Jurankushasana. The next is Kapilasana. Now spread your knees wide and place them onto the ground. Keep your hands on the respective knees. Pull your stomach in and up in the Uddiyana Bandha. Gaze towards your nose as you visualize yourself as Maha Kapila Muni, the first man that ever started thinking. In the same position, just release that Uddiyana Bandha. Release the lock of the stomach, but continue to clench your perineum in Mula Bandha. As you switch your gaze to your third eye. So from your nose, switch your gaze to the third eye. Visualize Swamiji, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Bhadra Gorakshasana. Next is Suryasana. Now, your toes are tucked. Just lift your knees off the ground, wide apart. Bring your hands together in the Padma Mudra with the little fingers and thumbs joined together. Engage the Uddiyana Bandha, suck in your stomach and raise your hands up tall above your head. Slightly lean back as you look towards the gap between your hands. Visualize Lord Surya in your inner space. Now relax, slowly bring your hands to the ground. Sit on top of your heels, the toes flat. Here, keep your hands on top of your knees and lift your tongue up against the roof of your mouth in the Manduki Mudra. Do the Sahaja Kumbhaka, simple breathing in and out. Engage the Mula Bandha, clenching your perineum. With the Japa Sadashivoham, repeating in your inner space, here you will visualize yourself as a frog in Mandukasana. Your tongue pressed against the upper palate. Is your frog-like tongue catching the nectar of immortality dripping from your Sahasrara Chakra? Gaze towards your third eye in Mandukasana. Now from here itself, moving into Uttana Mandukasana. Just bring your hands to the opposite shoulders, remaining in the same seated position. Continue with the Uddiyana Bandha engaged, gazing at your third eye. The Manduki Mudra, tongue pressed against the top of your palate, visualizing yourself as a frog in Uttana Mandukasana. Slowly bring your hands out from behind your back. Now slightly raise up and cross your ankles behind you. Sit on top of your crossed ankles. Keep your knees wide and your fingers spread on the top of your knees, both your hands. Open your mouth wide and stick out your tongue, exhaling forcefully. Gaze at the tip of your nose. Repeat this several times because you're visualizing yourself as a lion in Simhasana. The next asana is Bhadrasana. Now you can release yourself and uncross your ankles. Just keep your toes crossed behind you. Again, sit on top of your heels, keeping your knees wide apart. Cross your hands behind your back, hold on to the big toes in the Prana Mudra with your index and middle fingers. Apply the Jalandhara Bandha, tuck in your chin to your chest along with the Mula Bandha, sucking in your perineum. As you gaze towards your nose, here, resume the Brahmari Kumbhaka, buzzing like a bee subtly in your inner space as you visualize Swamiji, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now, bring your hands out from behind you. As you bring yourself to a squatting position. Keep your feet flat onto the ground as close together as possible, but your knees opened wide. Bring your body in between your knees, your torso in between your knees, and take your arms in and around your knees towards the back, clasping your fingers, interlacing your fingers behind you in the Parashu Mudra. Gaze towards your nose. Visualize yourself as a crow in Kakabhusandhi Asana. The next asana is Kani Pavasana. Unclasp your hands and place them flat onto the floor. Keep them shoulder width apart for good balance. Now, slowly bring your knees to the back of your arms, above the elbows. Lean your chin forward and down. Keep your gaze steady as you lift your feet off the ground. In Kanipavasana, visualize Swamiji, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now in the same position, slowly lower your head to the ground and stretch your legs up high, forming a tripod between your two hands and your head in Kapali Asana. Gaze at your nose, continue the Brahmari Kumbhaka, continue engaging the Mula Bandha and the Japa of Sadashivoham. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next asana is Parshva Mayurasana. Slowly bring your feet down. Yes, relax. And now squat on your toes with your knees together and twist your body. Place both the hands to one side of your knees. Now bring one of your elbows to the knee and the other of your elbows towards the hip. Lean onto your arms, balance, extending your legs out to the side. Gaze towards your third eye, visualizing yourself as a peacock. In Parshva Mayurasana, as you do the pranayama, the Rechaka Kumbhaka, let your exhalations be prolonged and your inhalations be slightly shorter. Now relax, bring your feet to the ground and bring your body to the other side of your knees. As you repeat Parshva Mayurasana on the other side, lean forward, stretch your legs, gaze at your third eye, visualize yourself as a peacock. Now let's do Bhairaganathasana. Now come again to a plank position. Place your hands down, stretch your legs back and bring one foot around your shoulder to be placed in between both your palms. Gaze at your third eye. Just engage the Mula Bandha, clenching your perineum. Here, this is Bhairaganathasana. Visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava. Slowly bring your foot out and bring the other foot in between your palms, remaining in the plank position. Continue to visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava in Bhairaganathasana on the other side. The next asana is Unmukha Pithasana. Now from the same plank position, bring your forearms onto the ground. Be steady as you walk your feet closer towards yourself, forming like a slight mountain. In Unmukha Pithasana, gaze at your third eye. Continue the Rechaka Kumbhaka. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next asana is Vashishthasana. Now, just raise yourself onto one of your hands. So, release your forearms off the ground and raise yourself onto your right arm. And keep your body completely parallel to the ground as you raise your left arm straight above your head. Visualize yourself as Rishi Vashishta as you do the Vashishthasana. Gaze towards the hand on the top. Now slowly bring that hand down. As you switch the hands, bringing your right hand up towards the sky. Balance there, completely straight on your toes. As you visualize yourself as Rishi Vashishta, the Guru of Bhagavan Sri Rama. Now, bring your feet forward into Anjani Asana. So here you will be sitting on your hips with your legs pointed forward and sit on top of your hands. So keep your palms facing upwards and sit on both your palms as you tuck your elbows into your body. Do the Rechaka Kumbhaka, continue the Rechaka Kumbhaka. Engage the Jalandhara Bandha, tucking in your chin to your chest, gaze at your nose, visualize yourself as Lord Hanuman in Anjani Asana. Now, slowly release your hands from under your body as you lean forward into Paschimottanasana. Clasp your respective toes with your index and middle finger. Lean forward and down, bring your elbows to the ground, your forehead towards your knees. Engage all the three bandhas, the Mahamudra Bandha, as you visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in your inner space, with a new japa, Mahasadashivoham, starting here. The next is Ugrasana. Now, you can raise up and clasp your hands behind your neck in the Parashamudra. Interlace both your fingers Lean forward and down, bringing your forehead to your knees and your elbows onto the ground. Again, engage all the three bandhas in the Mahamudra Bandha as you visualize Devi Kali in your inner space in Ugrasana. The next is Marichi Asana. So raise up and keep one leg pointed forward while you bring the other leg towards the groin, the knee pointed upwards. Place the foot flat on the ground. Now lean forward. Bring both your hands, wrap your arms around the raised knee, clasping your hands behind the back together. Bring your chest to the thigh with your head towards the knee. Here engage just the Moola Bandha, sucking in your perineum, as you visualize yourself as Rishi Marichi in Marichi Asana. The next asana is Mahamudrasana. Now slowly raise up and the raised knee, let it rest by your side with your leg towards the inner thigh of the opposite leg. Now again reach down, hold your foot, bring your elbows to the ground, your forehead to your knees. Engage all the three bandhas in the Mahamudra Bandha. Gaze at your nose, visualize Swamiji himself in your inner space. Raise up. Let's repeat Marichi Asana on the other side. Bring the other foot straight while the other foot comes into the groin. Knee up. Lean forward, clasping your hands behind your back. Visualize yourself as Sage Marichi. Now from here, raise up, engage all the three bandhas as you let your knee fall to the side. Lean forward, clasping the foot. Gaze at your nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Mahamudrasana on the other side. Now, bring yourself to a seated position. Sit and bring the soles of your feet together. Bend your knees and keep your heels as close towards you as possible. While try to touch your knees to the ground. Clasp your feet together with both your hands. Maintain a straight spine. Gaze towards your nose in Bhadrasana 2. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. The next asana is Gwali Pavasana. Now, keeping your feet together, just bring your hands towards the respective knees. Just lightly place them there. Tuck your chin to your chest in the Jalandhara Bandha, continuing to engage the Moola Bandha, clenching your perineum. As you gaze at your nose, visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now, push your soles slightly further away from you. The joined feet, push it further away from your body. And lean forward, keeping both your hands, the fingers inside of the feet. Hold the soles of your feet. Lean forward and down. Bring your forehead to the ground. Gaze at your nose. Visualize the Yoni Mandala in your inner space. In Joni Asana. The next is Midiki Pavasana. Raise up. Stretch your arms out wide beside your body as you lean forward, your arms going over your knees. Bring your forehead to your feet. Continue to gaze at your nose. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now, in Siddha Samadhi Asana, raise yourself up. Now, put your forearms underneath the calves of the respective legs. Let your palms face up towards the sky as you bring your head down to your feet. Gaze at your nose as you visualize Lord Surya in your inner space in Siddha Samadhi Asana. The next asana is Chiniki Pavasana. Raise up now. Bring both your feet together in front of you. Bring your feet back close to your body. Now place your hands underneath both the feet and pull your feet open like a book facing towards the sky. Both your feet. Press your elbows onto your thighs near the knees and gaze towards your nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space in Chiniki Pavasana. Giving yourself a nice stretch. Now release your feet and bring your hands to the respective knees. Gently push down on your knees, pushing it towards the ground. Suck in your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha. Gaze at your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. This is Charapata Chokasana. The next asana is Bhairavasana. Now, continuing to remain with your feet together, you can use the help of your hands to bring your toes onto the ground with your heels pointed upwards. Just push yourself and try to do it. Continue to remain with the Uddiyana Bandha engaged, your stomach sucked in. Bring your hands to the Bindu Mudra with the index and thumbs together on top of the knees. Gaze at your third eye. Visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava in Bhairavasana. The next asana is Samanasana. So slowly you can bring your feet out from underneath. Take now one foot towards your chest, holding with both your hands as the other foot rests by the perineum. Pull the sole onto your chest. Gaze at your third eye. Visualize yourself holding the breath in the Mooladhara Chakra, the Chaturdala, the 4-petal lotus of your body. Gaze at your third eye. Visualize Swamiji, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space in Samanasana. From here, let's move into Apanasana. Now, the foot that you have towards your chest, just bring it over your shoulder and place both your palms onto the ground beside you. As you lift the leg by your perineum, stretch it out and lift it up high into the sky in Apanasana. Gaze at your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Let's repeat Samanasana on the other side. Bring your foot down. Clasp the other foot towards your chest. Gaze at your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. And bring the foot onto your shoulder as we repeat Apanasana on the other side. Stretch your leg out straight in front of you, up high towards the sky, gazing at the third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Okay, relax slowly. Let's move into Gomukhasana. Now, sitting in a seated position, cross one leg over the other, like over, and align the knees together at the center of your body and the feet by the opposite hips. Place both your hands on top of the stacked knees. Gaze at your nose. Here we have a beautiful pranayama, very cooling pranayama, which is the Sheetkari pranayama, where you will be inhaling through your clenched teeth with your tongue pressed against behind your teeth and exhaling through your nose, creating a hissing sound. The japa will be for the next sequence of asanas. Om Nityanandoham. Visualize the face of a cow in Gomukhasana. Now, keep your knees crossed. From the knees, bring your hands towards the respective toes on the side of the body. Clasp the big toe in Pranamudra. Suck in your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya in Anasuyasana. Now in Anusuyasana 2, just bring your hands behind your back, clasp together, interlaced fingers in the Parashamudra. Lean forward and down. Try to bring your nose to touch the ground in front of you. Just visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya and gaze at your nose. Anusuyasana 2. Raise yourself up now. Now bring one foot towards the perineum, knee resting on the ground. Raise your other foot with the foot in front of the lying down foot, knees pointed upwards towards your chest. Place your hands on the respective knees. Keep your spine tall, chest out. Gaze at your nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda, the eagle vehicle of Bhagavan Mahavishnu. Garudasana 2. From here, moving into Naradasana. Now, keep both your hands, bring both your hands behind your neck and clasp them in the Parashamudra. Interlace your fingers behind your neck. Twist outward of the raised knee. Just keep your whole body outside of the raised knee. Gaze towards your third eye, visualizing yourself as Devarishi Narada in your inner space. From Naradasana, let's enter into Matsya Pithakasana. Place one foot on the top of the opposite thigh. Wrap your respective arm across the knee, holding on to the opposite shin. Extend the opposite hand straight. Hold on to the respective toe with the index and middle fingers in Prana Mudra. Gaze towards your nose. Visualize Matsyavatara, the fish form of Bhagavan Mahavishnu in your inner space in Matsya Pitakasana. From there, let's repeat the Gomukhasana and the rest of the asanas on the other side too. So slowly you can cross your knees over to the other side in Gomukhasana. Keep your hands on the top of your knees. Gaze at your nose as you visualize the face of a cow in Gomukhasana. Continuing into Anusuyasana on the other side, bring your hands to your toes. Suck in your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha. Gaze at your nose, visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya. And lean forward, bringing your hands behind your back in Anusuyasana 2. Interlace your fingers in the Parashamudra. Continue to gaze at your nose, visualizing yourself as Rishika Anasuya. As you relax the Uddiyana Bandha, just clenching the Mula Bandha alone. Raise up, bring your feet together in front of you as we enter into Garudasana 2. Place your hands on the respective knees. Stay straight. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda as you gaze towards your nose. And twist your body out of the raised knee, hands clasped in the Parashamudra behind your neck. Gaze at the third eye, visualizing yourself as Devarishi Narada. And bring the foot to the opposite thigh as we enter into Matsya Pitakasana on the other side. Clasp your toe in Prana Mudra. Gaze at your nose, visualizing Matsyavatara, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu in your inner space. Now let's enter into Matsyendrasana. Remaining in the same position with one foot on the opposite thigh, place the other foot on the ground on the far side of the other thigh. Twist. Bring your elbow outside the raised knee. Keep the raised arm by your neck. Turn backwards. Gaze towards your third eye, the other hand straight out. Visualize Matsyendranatha, the great Rishi and master of Hatha Yoga in your inner space. Just switch your hands around. Straighten the hand that was originally bent and bend the other hand towards your neck. As we enter into Kubhasana, visualize yourself as a camel. Continue to gaze at your third eye. Now, straighten out both your hands straight out in the same position. Continue to gaze at your third eye, visualizing Matsyendranatha, the master of Hatha Yoga in your inner space. Now slowly, take your foot off from the thigh. As we enter into Matsyendrasana on the other side, bring the other foot to the thigh. Place the other foot on the far side. Twist, bringing your elbows outside of the raised knee, hands on the head. The other hand stretched out back. Twist, gazing at your third eye. Visualize Matsyendranatha in your inner space. Switch the hands around as we enter into Kubhasana on the other side. Remember to visualize yourself as a camel. Now stretch both your hands out in Matsyendrasana 2 on the other side. Visualize Matsyendranatha in your inner space. Now, with one leg on the thigh, bring the other foot too to the opposite thigh in Padmasana. Place your palms on the respective knees. Engage all the three bandhas in the Mahamudra Bandha, tucking your chin to your chest, sucking in your stomach and clenching your perineum. We have a new pranayama here, which is the Shitali Kumbhaka, where you will continue to inhale through the teeth without creating the hissing sound and exhale through your nose. A new japa of Om Nityananda Sadashivoham starts here. Gaze at your nose in Padmasana, visualizing yourself as Bhagavan Paramashiva. Now, keeping your legs in the same position, just cross your hands over each other, clasping onto the toes with your index and middle fingers in the Prana Mudra. Gaze at your nose, visualize yourself as Devi Parvati, the consort of Lord Paramashiva in Padmasana 2. Now, uncross your hands. Take your hands and insert it into the gap between your thighs and your calves. Put both your hands within and pull it out on the other side. As you balance on your hands, lifting your whole body off the ground, visualize yourself as a rooster in Kukkutasana. Now relax. Take your hands out from inside your feet as we enter into Baddha Keki Asana. Place your hand onto the ground as you raise up on your knees. Place your palms on the ground, fingers pointing towards the legs. Now keep your elbows together, pressed against your navel. Slowly lean forward, balancing, and extend your knees off the ground, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. In the same position, stretch your legs out behind you. In Mayurasana, visualize yourself as a peacock. Hold your balance. Relax now. Yes, relax flat onto the ground into Makarasana. Lay down completely flat. Keep your feet pointing outwards, far away from each other. Place your forehead on the mat. Interlace your fingers behind your neck in the Parashumudra. Just relax, visualizing yourself as a crocodile as we go back to the Sahaja Kumbhaka, the simple breathing in, breathing out. Just keep the Mula Bandha alone engaged. The next asana is Shalabhasana. Now lay on your stomach and place your hands on the ground beside the chest. From the laying position, raise your legs up. Use your core strength to bring your thighs off the ground. Visualizing yourself as a locust in Shalabhasana. Relax your feet down and bring your hands to your feet, pulling your feet down towards the ground beside your hips. In Ushtrasana, visualize yourself as a camel. Now slowly kick your legs back. Rise your hand is clasping your feet. Pull your feet towards the sky, lifting your chest and thighs off the ground. In Dhanurasana, gaze at your third eye. Visualize yourself as Paramashiva's bow. Relax slowly and come up to a sitting position. In Bhagasana, sit on both your knees with your head, neck and spine straight. Clench your perineum in the Mula Bandha. Place your hands on top of your knees. Gaze towards your third eye, visualizing Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. From here, we enter into Gohyasana. We have a couple of headstand postures here, so get yourself ready. Now, place your forearms on the ground with your fingers interlocked. Ensure your elbows are at shoulder width for the best balance. Place the top of your head on the ground, holding your head with your hands. Slowly walk your toes forward until your hips are in a straight line with your shoulders, and just kick your feet up slightly. Make sure not to lose your balance. Keep your knees bent together at your chest. Toes pointed upwards. Gaze to your nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. From here, stretch your legs out into Shirasasana, continuing to hold the balance there as you continue to gaze at your nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Bring your feet to the ground. Relax slowly. The next asana is Podhyasana. So come to a seated position. Bring your hands behind your calves, stretching your legs up and your forehead to your knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Here we have a new Kumbhaka, which is the Bhastrika Kumbhaka, where you will be exhaling forcefully, making the sound of a bellows. Podhyasana. The japa for this next series is Om Nityananda Paramashivoham, the Mahavakya. Relax yourself. Continuing to remain balanced with your legs up, just bring your hands to the opposite shoulders. In Parighasana, visualize yourself as a mace as you gaze towards your third eye. Now relax. Keep your elbows and palms onto the ground as your legs are raised. Visualize yourself as a boat in Naukasana. Continuing to gaze towards your third eye, remember to continue the Bhastrika Kumbhaka. Forceful exhalation. Now, continuing to keep your balance, just bring your hands to your feet and
Scoop your hands underneath the heels, pull it towards the chest. Keep your spine upright, gaze towards your nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Rudra in Rudrasana, the most ferocious form of Paramashiva. Now lay on your back. So you can remove your hands from underneath your feet and lay on your back. With your feet flat on the ground, knees pointed upwards. Now place your palms down. Just let your fingers touch the back of your heel. Do not clasp your feet. Lift your hips up high, pressing the feet onto the ground. Chin tucked to the chest in the Jalandhara Bandha automatically. Gaze at your nose, visualizing Swamiji in Unmukha Pithasana 2. Now lay onto the ground in Shavasana. Just lay completely flat with your palms facing upwards by the side of your body. Just unclutch from any movement happening within you. Visualize your body is dead. The supreme point for Hinduism, Swamiji is just liberating you. Just let your awareness, your energy completely pervade your body in the Shakti Chalan Mudra as you continue to vibrate with the Mahavakya. Roll over to one side and come to a seated position. Feel the life entering your body back. In a seated position, let us get continued with the sequence. We have 200 asanas more to go, starting with Yatha Sanishtasana. In Yatha Sanishtasana, sit in any posture you are completely comfortable in, bringing your hands into the Bindu Mudra with the thumbs and index touching. Start off with the Samana Kumbhaka. As you're inhaling and exhaling, feel flames licking up your spine. Clench your perineum in the Moola Bandha with the japa Om Nityananda Paramashivoham for the remaining of the sequence. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. From here, moving into Samasana, where you bring your feet to a cross-legged position. Keep your hands on your knees with the thumbs and index touching in the Bindu Mudra. Just inhale and exhale as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next is Muktasana. Press your left foot against your genital region. Place the right foot on top of your left. Keep your hands facing downwards on top of your knees. Sit straight, gazing towards your nose. Visualize yourself as a sage liberated by Swamiji himself. Now, continue to remain in the same position as we go into Siddhasana, where your gaze will be switching from the nose to your third eye. Continuing to visualize Swamiji in your inner space, ensure the Moola Bandha, the perineum, is locked. In Siddhyasana now, continuing the same position. Engage all the three bandhas, sucking in your stomach, bringing your chin to your chest in the Mahamudra Bandha. Switch the gaze to the ground in front of you from your third eye. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Now, relax the Uddiyana Bandha and Jalandhara Bandha. Just keep the Moola Bandha, the perineum alone clenched, as we enter Rudrasana 2, where your legs will remain in the same position, just your hands alone, from resting on your knees, will turn around to the Bindu Mudra, the thumbs and index touching. Gaze towards the third eye, visualize yourself as Lord Rudra, the fierce dimension of Paramashiva. The next is Santadhunasana. Keep your hands in the Bindu Mudra, your legs crossed in the same position. As you switch your gaze from your third eye to your nose, visualizing Swamiji, his tranquility, unshakable nature. Now, relax the Bindu Mudra, keep your legs in the same position, and bring your hands to your navel, cupping one palm over the other in the Samputa Mudra. It looks sort of like a lotus bud. Continue to visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Siddhasana 2. The next asana is Bandha Yoni Asana. Maintaining one heel over the other in the same position of the legs,
Bring your hands to your face in the Shanmukhi Mudra. So just listen carefully now. Bring your little fingers beneath the bottom lip of both hands. Your ring fingers above your upper lip. Your middle fingers closing your nose, your nostrils. Your index finger covering your eyes. And your thumbs pressed into your ears. This is Bandha Yoni Asana, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. The next asana is Virasana. Now, you can remove your hands from your face and bring one foot onto the thigh, onto the opposite thigh, and the other foot underneath the thigh. Keep your hands in the Bindu Mudra, thumb and index fingers together on the top of your knees as you embody the space and state of bravery, Veera, in Virasana. Now, changing the leg position again as we enter into Valmikasana. Keep your left heel on the right side of the generative organ, toes under the thigh. Keep your right foot on top of the left leg, toes by the knee. Again, bring your hands into the Bindu Mudra on top of the knees. Gaze towards your third eye. Visualize Rishi Valmiki, the poet, the first poet and author of Ramayanam. The next asana is Joni Mudrasana. So you're going to remain here as you switch your gaze to your nose, visualizing the Yoni Mandala, a beautiful formation, divine cosmic geometry, representing Devi, Shakti, a symbol of the creative energy of the universe in Joni Mudrasana. In the same position, switch your gaze to your third eye, continuing to visualize the Yoni Mandala in your inner space. Now, let's move into Bhadrasana 3. So bring your feet, the soles of your feet together, uncross them and bring them together in front of your body. Hold it with both your hands, pulling it against you. Push your knees down towards the ground. As you gaze at your nose, suck your stomach in the Udyana Bandha. Visualize Lord Veerabhadra in your inner space. Bhadrasana 3. In the same position, we are entering into Aghorasana, where your left hand will rest on top of the left knee, while your right hand comes towards your face. Now, do the Khechari Mudra, where you are bringing your tongue towards the upper palate, gazing towards your third eye. Now, with your right hand, cover your mouth, close the left nostril with your index finger, inhale through the right nostril. Close both the nostrils, hold your breath and exhale through the left nostril in the Abhyantara Kumbhaka. Repeat this on the other side. Visualize yourself as an Aghori, completely dedicated to Paramashiva in Aghorasana. The next asana is Kaneri Pavasana. So you can distance your feet a little away from your body. As you lean forward, place your elbows onto the soles of your feet and rest your chin on your palms. Gaze at your nose, suck your stomach in Udyana Bandha. Here, continuing with the Rechaka Kumbhaka, where your exhalations are prolonged than your inhalations, visualizing yourself as a female elephant drinking water in Kaneri Pavasana. The next asana is Parasana. So now, come to a seated position, raise yourself up and keep your knees raised. Bring your hands underneath your knees, between your calves and thighs, and clasp them together. Interlace your fingers in the Parashamudra in front of your navel. Lift your feet off the mat. Visualize Swamiji, the supreme point of Hinduism, in your inner space as you gaze at your nose in Parasana. The next asana we'll be moving into is Gopi Chandasana. Now, take your hands out from in between the feet as you let your feet rest on the ground. Take your hands out from underneath your calves. Interlace your fingers around the feet with the soles of the feet together and raise it up towards your chest. Rest your knee on top of your feet. Gaze at your nose. Embody the state and space of a king in Gopi Chandasana. The next asana is Udarasana. So now just Quickly release your legs, bring your hands underneath your calves and hold on to your feet again from inside out. Both your feet together. Bring your feet up to your chin, resting your chin on top of the interlaced fingers. Bring your feet to your chest, gaze at your nose, visualizing your body, the supreme point of Hinduism, free from any defects in Udarasana. Now, in the same position, just lift your legs up towards your head. Let the top of your hands come towards the top of your head, your forehead. And this is Vishishtasana. Visualize yourself excelling in everything in this posture. Now, slowly relax. Keep your hands underneath your shins as you take your hands up to the shoulder, pulling your hand and interlacing your fingers behind your neck. In Bhujasana, visualize yourself as a cobra. The next asana is Kalyanasana. So in the same seated posture, bring your hands around from behind your neck, remove them and put them around your back, interlacing the fingers behind you. Gaze at your nose. Visualize yourself as a beautiful, auspicious goddess in Kalyanasana. The next posture is Sankatasana. So now, uncross your hands from behind you. Release yourself completely onto the ground. Place your left knee on the mat and the left foot flat. Sit on top of your left foot, knee pointed forward. Raise your right leg on top of the left, bringing the right heel to the left hip. Place your hands on the opposite knees. Here, do the Ujjayi Pranayama. As you inhale and exhale, make the sound of an ocean. Visualize yourself as a swan, a beautiful swan in Sankatasana. The next is Dhenukasana. Just in the same position, slide your left heel to the left hip. Keep your right knee on top of the left. Place both your hands on your right thigh. Visualize a cow in your inner space as you suck your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha, Dhenukasana. Now slowly uncross your legs as we move into Matsyendrasana. Place the right foot on the left thigh, the left foot on the right knee. Bring your left hand behind your back, hold the right thigh. Twist a little bit. Place your right hand on your left thigh. Twist your body, gaze towards your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. The next asana, Matsyendrasana 2, just untwist your body. As you clasp the respective toes of both your feet with your hands, lean forward and down, bringing your forehead to the ground in front of your feet. Visualize Swamiji, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Raise up now. Keep your legs in the same position. We have the Guru Asana. Interlace your fingers together and place it over the topmost knee. Suck in your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha, clench your perineum in the Moola Bandha, tuck your chin to your chest in the Jalandhara Bandha. As you engage all three bandhas, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Let us now repeat Sankatasana on the other side. So, you can release your hands, your legs as you cross the other leg over. Visualizing yourself as a swan, remember to put your hands on the opposite knees. The next asana, Dhenukasana, repeating it on the other side. Slide your leg out, bring both your hands to the topmost knee. Suck your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize a cow in your inner space. Matsyendrasana again, repeating it on the other side. Bring your legs to the cross-leg position. Twist your body around as you gaze at your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Untwist as we enter into Matsyendrasana 2 on the other side. Hold on to your feet, bring your forehead to the ground, continuing to visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Slowly raise up and let us do Guru Asana on the other side. Engage all the three bandhas in the Mahamudra Bandha. Interlace your fingers, place it on top of your knee. Continue to visualize Swamiji, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, as we do Guru Asana. Now, slowly uncross your feet and place them flat on the ground, knees towards the chest in Pashasana. Keep your hands holding the opposite knees, thighs together, and keep your spine completely erect. Continue the Khechari Mudra, where your tongue is pressed against the roof of your mouth. As you gaze at your third eye, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Continue the Ujjayi Kumbhaka. As you breathe in and out, make the sound like an ocean. Now in the same position, just bring your chin towards your knees in Bodha Shokasana. Lean forward, gazing at your nose, and visualize Swamiji, the abode of bliss in your inner space. Now raise up and bring your hands, uncross your hands, bring your hands underneath your knees, clasping the opposite elbows in Kurakatasana. Gaze at your nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Now, in the same position as Kurakatasana, just cross your ankles into Sumati Asana. Toes pointed upwards. Gaze at the nose. Visualize the great sage and Maharishi Sumati in your inner space. The next asana is Dandasana. Extend your feet out straight in front of you. Keep your arms straight above your head. Interlace the fingers from inside out. Let your wrists point outwards. Engage the Mahamudra Bandha, all the three bandhas. As you gaze at your nose in Dandasana, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next is Arambhasana. Now keeping your legs straight, release the Jalandhara Bandha and the Udyana Bandha, keeping your perineum clenched in Mula Bandha. Lean forward and down. Hold your big toes in the Prana Mudra with your index and middle fingers. Head to your knees. Do here the Nadi Shodhana Pranayama. Inhale through the left nostril, hold and exhale through the right. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next is Bhidokasana. So slightly raise your body up and bring your hands underneath your knees, extending your knees slightly up. Keep your heels a bit apart from each other and clasp your feet. Bring your shoulders down, wrapping your hands around your legs. Gaze towards your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. So from here, let's enter into Jalandhari Pavasana. So you can actually remain in the same position with your hands underneath your calves and just bring the soles of your feet together. You might want to bring your body closer. Place your head on top of your feet with the palms facing upwards on the ground. Gaze at your nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Now slowly bring your hands out from underneath and come to a seated position. Stretch your legs out as we enter into Urdhva Paschimottanasana. Here we have a new Kumbhaka, the Pratyahara Kumbhaka, where you will feel your breath coming from your Mooladhara Chakra up to the Brahmarandra above the Sahasrara. This is the Pratyahara Kumbhaka. In Urdhva Paschimottanasana, extend your legs out, lift one foot behind your neck and lean forward and down towards your foot, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Now, slowly, keeping your leg behind your neck, lay onto your back as we enter into Anantasana. Hold the foot from the top of the opposite hand. Visualize yourself as infinite, endless, eternal. Gaze at your nose in Anantasana. Just now, in the same position, roll onto your elbow of the hand holding the foot. Gaze at your nose, feeling in complete control like Swamiji in Ankushasana. Slowly remove the leg from behind your neck. Take a moment to stretch, relax. Lay on your back. Bring your knees towards your chest. Bring your hands around, encircling the thighs and the calves with your arms. Roll to the left and right in Drishasana, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. The next asana is Urdhva Paschimottanasana. On the other side, let us repeat it. Raise up to a sitting position and bring the other foot behind your neck. Lean forward and down, clasping your foot. Repeating Anantasana on the other side, lay on your back, bring the opposite hand to the foot, gaze at your nose, and continuing to gaze at your nose, roll onto the elbow as we repeat Ankushasana on the other side. Now, you can release your foot and try to remain in the same position without removing the leg from behind your neck as you bring the other leg too to cross behind your neck with both your legs behind your head. Laying on your back, bring both your hands to clasp behind your back. Gaze to your nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space in Yoga Nidrasana. As we enter into Atmaramasana, in the same position you can uncross your hands from behind your back. Bring it up, continuing to keep it underneath the legs. Just clasp it behind your neck. So you can bring your legs out from behind your neck. Just let your hands interlace behind your neck, gazing to your nose, visualizing the Atma Rama, Bhagavan Mahavishnu within you as your soul blessing you, as you gaze at your nose in Atma Ramasana. Now, you can release your hands and legs. Continue to lay on your back as we enter into Kochikasana. Bring your knees to your chest with the soles facing upwards. Extend your arms sideways as you gaze towards your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Now, from Kochikasana, keep your arms reached out to the sides at shoulder level. As we enter into Jatara Parivriti 1, keep one knee bent, twist it and bring it to the ground on the opposite side with the other leg extended straight. In Jatara Parivriti 2, keep both the knees bent to one side. And in Jatara Parivriti 3, keep both the legs straight to one side. Throughout this, keep your head looking in the opposite direction. And let us repeat this on the other side. You can bring your knees back to your chest. Let your legs out, go to the other side and do Jatara Parivriti 1, 2 and 3. The next asana is Dvipada Pitham. So now, from Jatara Parivriti, you can bring your feet down, lay on your back with your knees pointed upwards, feet flat on the ground. Extend your hands, holding your ankles. And lift your hips up. Engage the Jalandhara Bandha automatically as you raise your hips up. Gaze at your nose, visualizing yourself as a bridge in Dvipada Pitham. Now in Paryankasana, so you can lay back onto the ground and place your feet flat. Bring your arms over your head, placing the hands flat near your shoulders with the fingers pointing towards the feet. Lift your entire body up and off the ground in Paryankasana as you visualize yourself as sturdy as stone furniture. Lay back down slowly as you bring your hands out. Keep your knees to your chest here and your hands on the shoulders as we enter into Svottanasana. Visualize you're laying on your back as a playful dog. Move your hips in the circular motion. Do the Sahaja Kumbhaka. Now let us enter into Viparita Karani. First, bringing your arms out from behind your shoulders. Let your arms be extended by the side of your body. Use the strength of your arms, palms flat on the ground, to push your body, your upper body, your lower body off the mat. And keep your legs straight above you, extended. Move your legs around and around in Viparita Karani. Automatically the Jalandhara Bandha is engaged. Breathing during the Jalandhara Bandha is the Murcha Kumbhaka. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next is Viparita Karani 2. In the same position, just stop the rotational movement of your legs. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Now, as we enter into Langalasana, just let your feet from the top rest onto the ground above your head. Interlace your fingers in the Parashu Mudra behind your body. Visualize yourself as a plow in Langalasana, continuing to engage the Jalandhara Bandha.
भूमिं कर्षयेत् लङ्घलासनं भवति.
Now, in Shaita Paschimottanasana, bring your hands out from behind your body and hold on to the toes above your head. Keep your legs and hands completely straight. Visualize Paramashiva as Shaita Paschimottanasana is one of the 84 different asanas directly revealed by Paramashiva himself. Continue to do the Murcha Kumbhaka, inhaling and exhaling with the Jalandhara Bandha. Clasping your toes now, spread your feet wide apart from each other in Supta Konasana. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Bring your feet back together as we enter into Chakrasana. Clasp your ankles, keeping your legs and hands completely straight above your head. Visualize yourself as a chakra, a wheel in Chakorasana. Now slowly rest your back onto the ground. Keep your legs raised up in Supta Prasarita Padangushtasana. Clasp the respective toes in the Prana Mudra with your index and middle fingers and spread your legs out wide apart from each other. Visualizing Swamiji in your inner space, restart the Ujjayi Kumbhaka where you're inhaling and exhaling, making the sound of an ocean. Bring your feet together in Supta Padangushtasana in the same position, continuing to visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Now, release your feet and bring them into Padmasana. As you lay flat on your back in Matsyasana, hold the opposite elbows over your head, gazing at your nose. Visualize Matsyavatara, the fish form of Bhagavan Mahavishnu. Now in the same position, put one hand over the other, extended straight above your head. As you visualize Lord Rama in your inner space, continue to gaze at your nose. Now, slowly bring your hands to your hips as we enter into Sarvangasana. Lift your hips and legs up into the sky, crossing your legs in Padmasana. Let your hands support you, your elbows on the floor. Do the Jalandhara Bandha as you gaze at your nose in Sarvangasana. Now, bring your hips back onto the ground in Vrishchikasana. So, in the Padmasana, just remove one foot alone. Keep one foot on the opposite knee as you pull the knee towards your face. Let your hands stretch out above your head, hooking forward as you raise your upper back off the ground, visualizing yourself as a scorpion in Vrishchikasana, gazing at your third eye. Do the Jalandhara Bandha, tucking in your chin to the chest. Now just switch your legs around as we repeat Vrishchikasana on the other side. Continuing to visualize yourself as a scorpion, gaze at your third eye. The next asana is Vrishapada Kshepasana. So come now to a complete flat position on your mat. Come down to a complete lying down position and interlace your fingers around your neck. Now raise both your feet off the ground. Extend one leg straight and the other knee to the chest in a bicycle motion. Alternate between extending and raising the knee again and again, bringing your opposite elbows to the respective knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Breathe in and out in the Sahaja. From Vrishapada Kshepasana, now lay flat onto the ground with your hands by your side as we enter into Marottanasana, where you will be lifting your legs one by one, touching the ears with your knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next asana is Vrikasana. Now what you'll be doing is laying on your back. Bring the soles of your feet flat onto the ground. Stand up completely and lay back down. Visualize yourself as a wolf in Vrikasana. Now, come back to a seated position as we enter into Luthasana, where you are going to be quickly throwing your legs above your head as you roll over completely, finishing in a prone position. Do this a couple of times. Come forward, roll over. Come forward and roll over again. Visualize Swamiji, the supreme point of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now, take a moment to relax. Lay on your belly with your toes extended in Sarathasana. Keep your hands onto the ground by your shoulders. Now here, contract your lips and make a sound like a flute, whistling while inhaling. Visualize yourself as a ratha, as a chariot carrying warriors into battle for dharma on your back. Now from Sarathasana, let us enter into Dehal Ullanghanasana. So place your palms on the ground and bring yourself to a plank position. Jump your leg forward and back between your arms, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Jump forward now. When your legs are between your hands, stand tall. Holding your toes with your hands, walk back and forth. Visualize yourself as a wise 60-year-old elephant in Jatyasana. Now come to a standing position. The next is a beautiful Karana, the Lolitika Karana. So keep your knees bent, feet pointing outwards again in the Aramandi position. Bend your elbows, keeping your hands at the chest level. Now swiftly move your arms across the body, bringing it back to the center and tilt your head back. Opening your chest up towards the sky, move your head in all the directions. Now stand back straight as we enter into Sarpasana. So stand erect like a rod with your arms by your side, hands touching the thighs. Visualize Devi, Kundalini, raising up and curling upwards around your body in Sarpasana. The next asana is Ushtrasadanasana. Lean forward and down, standing on top of your palms. Begin to move and walk like a camel, visualizing yourself as a camel. In the same position, continuing to walk around, switch your visualization to visualizing yourself as a horse as you start to walk around like a horse in Ashvasana. Now raise up tall as we enter into Kapota Nitakasana. Interlace your fingers behind the back, pulling them down towards your calves. Open up your chest. Keep your hands in the Parashamudra. Visualize yourself as a soaring bird diving down in Kapota Nitakasana. Now, stand tall as we enter into another Karana here, the Tala Pushpaputam Karana. Bring yourself to the Aramandi with your hands in the Namaskara Mudra. Simultaneously now, open up your palms while raising one heel off the ground, slightly lowering the waist and shoulder of the heel you have raised. Visualize you're offering a bouquet of flowers to Paramashiva as you come back to a standing position and repeat this on the other side. Let's do this a few times, offering flowers to Paramashiva. Now, come to a standing position. Stand straight and bring your hands together in the Namaskara Mudra. Slightly lean forward. Visualize yourself as a rhinoceros. Your hand is the horn as you gaze at your nose in Khadgasana. The next asana is Uttanottanam. So come to a standing position and sit down all the way as low as you can to the ground and stand up. Do this again. Sit down, stand up, and again. Sit down, stand up. As you gaze at your nose throughout this. The next asana is Musalasana. Now come back to a standing position. Raise your hands above your head. Tall as you jump up and down repeatedly. Visualize yourself as a mace. Jump here in Musalasana. The next asana is Uchirshaka. So come back to a standing position. Pull the sole of one foot towards your belly. Now with the other leg, sit down and stand up. Release the leg, pick the other leg up, pull it towards your belly, sit down and stand up in Uchirshaka as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space gazing at your nose. The next is a Karana, which we will be entering into, the Parshvajanu Karana. So again, bringing yourself to the Aramandi position, bend and lift one knee towards your chest, pointing the toes downwards. Keep your arm around the knee, holding it with the hand in a fist. Let the other hand hang down on the thigh, wrist twisted, fingers pointing inwards. This is the Parshvajanu Karana. Now slowly release as we enter into Tandavasana. Stretch one leg out straight in front of you as you alternate between sitting and standing. Visualize yourself fiercely dancing as Paramashiva. Raise the foot to the inner thigh of the opposite side. As we enter into Brahmanasana, let your hand be resting by the sides. Keep your standing leg erect like a rod. Visualize yourself being blessed by Lord Brahma. Now, you can bring the left foot around the right knee and rotate it, tucking the left toes on the other side of the right calf. Simultaneously cross your left arm below the right, bring your palms together in the Namaskara Mudra. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda in Garudasana 3. Now slowly uncross your legs and hands as we enter into Ekapadasana, coming to a standing position. On the right leg, bring your left foot to the opposite thigh with your hands relaxed by the knees. Now take a hold of the raised foot with your hand in the Prana Mudra. Stretch your leg out wide, out to the side and rotate your body quickly on the standing leg. Visualize yourself as the North Pole star in Dhruvasana. From here now, in the foot which is in your hand, just slowly, once you finish the rotating movement, in Trivikramasana, bring it up towards the back of your neck. Stand as tall as you can and alternate between sitting and standing. Visualize Bhagavan Mahavishnu in your inner space. Now you can take the leg out from behind your neck and stand straight. As we repeat the Parshvajanu Karana on the other side, bring your knee up to your chest, clasp your knee in a fist while the other hand comes to the opposite thigh. Hold there for a second and stretch your leg out. In Tandavasana, sit and stand. Visualize yourself fiercely dancing as Paramashiva. Bring the foot to the inner thigh, standing straight like a rod. Get your hands by your sides. Visualize yourself being blessed by Lord Brahma. In Brahmanasana on the other side. Move into Garudasana 3 on the other side as you rotate your leg over, your hand under. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda. And uncross yourself as we move into Ekapadasana on the other side. Bring your foot to the inner thigh, to the root of the thigh and stand straight. Clasp your toes, stretch it out as we go into Dhruvasana on the other side. Visualize yourself as a pole star rotating quickly. Come back to a standing position and bring your foot behind your neck. In Trivikramasana, sit and stand. Visualize Vishnu, Bhagavan Mahavishnu in your inner space. Now, stand tall as we do the Samanakha Karana. Stand with your feet close together, toes slightly pointed outwards. Keep both the hands to the side of the body. Take a moment to breathe in and breathe out and relax. Now, slowly relax and from the standing position, slowly bend forward, bringing both your hands underneath your knees. Now once you have squatted down fully, interlace the fingers together in the Parashamudra. Bring that interlaced fingers in front of your navel. In Ghora Kanjali Asana, Visualize the great sage Gorakhnatha, the founder of the Natha Yoga Hindu Sampradaya. As you do the Jiva Chala Kumbhaka, engage the Moola Bandha. The next asana is Kanchyasana. So now just slowly unwind your hands from each other, from your navel, and now bring your hands from the opposite side inwards underneath your calves and wrap your hands around your back. Hold them together in the Paramashivoham. Keep your body, your upper body, upright, visualizing the supreme point of Hinduism in your inner space. The next is Bhairu Asana. So slowly unclench your hands and bring them out from underneath your legs. Keep your feet and knees together and in a squatting position, bring your hands behind your back, clasping them together, remaining in the Paramashivoham. As you gaze at your navel center, visualize Bhagavan Kala Bhairava, the Lord of Time, in your inner space. The next asana is Varahasana. Now to gain your balance, you can lightly spread your legs apart and bring your hands to the back of your behind you in the Anjali Mudra, palms together. Visualize a boar, one of the 10 incarnations, the Varaha Avatara of Mahavishnu, gazing at your nose. Now slowly relax, bring your hands out from behind you as we move into Pripithasana. With your hands in the Prana Mudra, with your index and middle fingers, clasp the respective big toes and come to a half squatting position where your hips are at your knee level. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you do this asana, Pripithasana. Slowly let go of your feet and place your palms flat on the ground in front of you with the fingers wide for balance. We're going to be balancing here in Bakasana. Place your knees on the back of your arms. Focus your eyes on one spot as you raise your feet off the ground, balancing here. Visualize yourself as a crow. The next asana is Shushtanga Kapali Asana. So now come to a kneeling position. So from there itself, you can directly put your head onto the ground, or else come to a kneeling position and place your head onto the ground. Palms spread for support. Raise your body onto your head, bringing your legs into the Padmasana. Gaze at your nose. Visualize Swamiji himself in your inner space. Come down now, uncrossing your legs as you come down. Sit onto your knees, keeping the toes flat. Now, let your heels come outside of the hips. Keep your hands on your knees in Guptasana, sit straight. Keep your gaze on your nose. Visualize you're sitting in the sacred secret seat with Paramashiva and your Guru, Swamiji himself. Now we are going to be kicking up into a handstand. So get ready, place your palms on the ground, fingers wide for support. Do take support of a wall if you need it. And lift your body up straight above your hands. Visualize you are a tree in Vrikshasana 2 with deep roots into the ground. Breathe in and breathe out slowly. In the same position as we move into Shibhu Asana, switch your gaze to the third eye. Hold it there for a few seconds and relax. Bring your feet back to the ground. Now lay flat onto the ground in a plank position and slowly lower your body towards the ground and push yourself up again. In Matsyasana 2, go down and come up, visualizing yourself as a fish. The next asana is Sarpasana 2. So here you're going to lay prone, completely flat now. You can lower yourself to the ground. Bring your hands to the hips. Extend your legs together and point your toes backwards. Lift your chest up and move left to right. You're moving like a snake while visualizing yourself as a snake in Sarpasana 2. Relax slowly, bringing your chest back to the ground. Now, keep your feet together, pointing backwards. As you bring your elbows onto the ground, rest your upper body on your elbows. Bring your hands together in the Padma Mudra with your little fingers and thumbs together and rest your chin on your hands. Niralambanasana, where feeling yourself completely supported, knowing that Swamiji is there in your life. Now, slowly relax, place your palms on the ground beside your chest and push yourself up, your hands straight up completely. As you bend your knees, bringing your feet to touch the top of your head. Lean your neck back, touching your head with your tip of your toes. See yourself, visualize yourself as an umbrella, protecting your Guru from the sun's rays in Chhatrasana. Slowly relax, you can bring your feet down. As we move into Vajrasana, just push your body back and sit on top of your knees, on your knees with the heels flat on the ground. Now stretch your arms in front of you with the palms facing downwards. Place your forehead on the mat. Visualize you are the weapon of Indra, the Vajra, symbolizing indestructibility as you gaze at your nose. As we enter into Meshasana, raise yourself into the same Gajasana position on your hands and legs with your hips pointed upwards and alternate striking the ground with the opposite hands. Experience yourself, visualize yourself as a powerful ram as you alternate striking the ground in Meshasana. Now stop striking the ground, bring your palms down again. As we move into Ajasana, kick your legs off the ground and lower your forehead to the mat. Let's do it again. Kick your legs off the mat. Lower your forehead to the ground. You are unborn, existing for all of eternity in Ajasana. Now, come to a seated position as we move into Dhanantara Asana. Sit on your heel with your legs together. Pull your toes underneath you. As you bring your hands top of the knees, gaze at your nose, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Here, do the Ujjayi Pranayama, inhaling and exhaling like an ocean, Dhanantara Asana. From Dhanantara Asana, now interlace your fingers in front of you and then behind you. Stretch your arms towards all the sides, backwards, forwards. Giving a massage to the various different joints and muscles in your body. Lean forward, get up again. Continuing to visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Relax your hands and now take your respective heels and point them outwards, outside the side of your hips. Keep your hands on your knees with your thighs and knees resting on the ground, spine straight. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda in Garudasana 4. You have Mahavishnu and Mahalakshmi on your back as you are flying. The next asana is Ananda Mandirasana. Now you can continue to remain in the same position. You can bring your feet pointing inwards. Use your hands to clasp underneath your ankle. Make sure your knees are spread out wide. Gaze at the third eye. Visualize residing in the blissful space of a temple. You are in a temple in Ananda Mandirasana. Now, as we move into Mandukasana, keep your knees wide and sit on top of your ankles. Your hands underneath your knees. Gaze to your nose. Visualize yourself as a frog. Suck in your stomach in the Udyana Bandha and remember to do the Manduki Mudra, your tongue, your frog-like tongue, catching the nectar dripping from the Sahasrara Chakra in Mandukasana 2. Now, as we move into Narasimhasana, tuck your toes in and sit on top of the heels. Place your palms on the ground, spread your fingers wide and spread your knees apart onto the ground too. Gaze towards your nose, stick out your tongue and exhale forcefully, visualizing the Narasimha Avatara, the form of Mahavishnu as a half lion and half man. Now just raise up, bring your hands off the ground. Here we'll be doing a new pranayama, which is the Bhishraka pranayama, as we enter into Bhishrakasana. So continue to keep your knees and feet on the floor. As you bring your hand up to your face, Make a hollow of your palms and place it over the mouth. Keep your thumbs under your teeth and close your lips. Gaze to your nose. Inhale through your left nostril, exhaling through the mouth. Gaze at your nose again. Visualize yourself as Devi, presiding over any and all minuscule fears you may have within you. Now moving back into the Ujjayi Pranayama, let us do Makadasana. So you can take your hands off your face and slowly remaining in the same position, bring it to your armpits. Bring your fingers to your armpits. Imitate as if a monkey is scratching. As you gaze to your third eye, visualize yourself as a playful monkey in Makadasana. From Makadasana, let's move into Vajra Sangharasana. So you can slowly lift your knees off the ground, just balancing on your toes, sitting on the heels. Bring your hands behind your back and clasp the opposite elbows. Gaze to your nose, embody a diamond. Visualize yourself as a diamond-like strength for yourself and your Sangha. The next asana is Khanjanasana. So now you can uncross your hands. Rest on top of the heels with your knees on the ground. Keep the toes down, ankles crossed behind. Place your palms on the mat to your side. Suck your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha as you gaze at your nose in Khanjanasana. Now, you can uncross your ankles and just sit with your toes flat. Keep your knees wide on the floor. Rest your hands on the knees. Just relax the Uddiyana Bandha, just sucking in your perineum in the Mula Bandha. Gaze at your nose, visualize yourself as a turtle with a stable body and mind to live for hundreds of years. And without changing anything in your physical posture, just visualize yourself uniting with Swamiji himself in Yogasana. Now, raise up onto your knees, cross your ankles behind your back until the feet are coming towards the opposite knees. Now, bring your hands behind you and hold on to the calves with the fingers inside, the thumbs outside. Gaze at the third eye as you visualize yourself in a space of oneness with Paramashiva himself as Swamiji. Now you can uncross your ankles, come back to us standing on your knees as we enter into Ushtrasana 2. So now, in a kneeling position, bend backward, hold your ankles with your hands. Keep your arms straight. As you push your hips forward and tilt your head backwards, visualize yourself as a camel in Ushtrasana 2. Slowly, in the same position, lower yourself onto your back in Jatyasana 2. As you are lowering yourself, experience yourself as a blooming lotus. Bring your head, the back of your head onto the mat. Gaze to your nose. Now, let's move into Viratasana. So, try your best to do this without the support of your hands, but you can use your hand support if needed as you raise up from Jatyasana and back down. Raise up and go back down as you gaze at your nose. Raise up and go back down. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Now from Viratasana, raise your hips up higher, bringing your forearms onto the mat behind you in a short back bend posture. Hold the back of your heels in Kapotasana. Visualize yourself as a beautiful dove, a Kapota, in your as we move on from Kapotasana into Varasana. So stand upright on your knees with the toes tucked. Hold your arms with the opposite hands. Gaze at your nose. This is the boon fulfilling posture. Visualize your boon becoming a reality directly from Paramashiva himself in Varasana. Now, keeping your knees together, toes tucked, just lean forward, bringing your head onto the mat, holding your head with your hands. Visualize yourself as a boar, as the Varaha avatar of Bhagavan Mahavishnu in Varaha Asana 2. Now, just kick your legs off the ground as we enter into Mundasana. Raise yourself up into a headstand posture, visualizing yourself as a lopped tree, Gaze at your nose. Breathe in and out in the Sahaja Kumbhaka. Slowly come down now. Relax. Come to a kneeling posture. Sit on your heels. Bring your head down beside your knees. Your elbows adjacent to the knees. Your hands holding your head. Exhale through your mouth as you gaze at your nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space in Andhasana. Now from here, push yourself off the mat as you come lying prone on your belly. Let your arms be extended straight out and together lift your thighs, arms and chest off the ground, stretching your body, balancing there. Visualize yourself as a locust in Viparita Shalabhasana. The next asana is Kapalasana. So slowly lower yourself back to the ground. Now laying on your belly, bring your arms to your side, palms downwards. Keep your forehead on the ground and your chest on the mat. Only lift your legs up into the air. Only your legs are lifting up. Visualize yourself as a skull. You are a mind with purified thoughts, a strong will to attain enlightenment in Kapalasana. The next asana is Akasha Kapotasana. So now, in the same position as you are, let your arms be straight out behind you. As you kick your legs up and over your head, bring your feet slowly to the mat in front of you. Push yourself, balance there. Visualize yourself as a free and open flying dove in Akasha Kapotasana. Bring your legs back out. As you lay flat on the mat, now push yourself onto your knees. Place your forearms on the ground and your chest down such that your navel is touching your knees. Be sturdy, visualizing yourself as a sparrow in Chatakasana. The next asana is Vrishchikasana 2. So your forearms are on the ground. Now slowly raise to your toes and kick your legs off the mat. Slowly lowering your legs to your head. Visualize yourself as a scorpion as you balance in Vrishchikasana 2. Slowly release yourself, coming back to the ground as we enter into Vrishasana. Sit down on top of your right heel and let your left foot remain outside of the hip, the ankle to the side. Place your hands on the mat, visualizing yourself as a bull in Vrishasana. Now, bring both your knees underneath you, sit on both your heels, cross your left leg over top of the right lightly and in Lolasana, push yourself off the ground. Your knees are off the ground, you're just balancing on your hand above the mat. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Lower down now. Bring the left foot now outside. Bring the right foot out and sit on your left heel now. As we do Vrishasana on the other side, visualize yourself as a bull. From here, let us get into a very powerful asana, Balagunasana. So, place your left toes on the ground, sit on the heel of your left foot. Place the right foot flat with the knees raised towards your chest. Maintain your palms on the respective knees. Be upright. Visualize Balagunahai, one of the 84 siddhas in your inner space in Balagunasana. Now come to a squatting position. Let your feet be flat as you bring your elbows under your thighs and calves, wrapping it around your shins. Hold on to your ankles from the outside in Grahasana, visualizing yourself as an entire planet. Now, you can unwrap yourself as you sit on top of the opposite heel in Balagunasana on the other side. Maintain your palms on the respective knees. Visualize Balagunahai, one of the 84 siddhas in your inner space. Now, sit upon both the toes with the heels up and knees off the mat, knees pointing forward. Now, keep your hands downwards on the respective knees. Keep your spine upright as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Utkatasana. The next asana is Vajra Sangharasana. Just spread your knees out wide in Utkatasana. Spread your knees out wide. Clasp the elbows behind your back. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Vajra Sangharasana 2. The next asana is Anilasana. Now, sit with your feet hip width apart. Bring your hands under the soles of your feet from inside. Your palms facing downwards. Step onto your hands. Keep your arms straight, elbows together at the navel. Gaze to your nose. Visualize yourself able to consume and live off of air alone in Anilasana. The next is Padukasana. So from Anilasana, you can release your hands. Place the back of your hands on the mat with your fingers facing upwards. With your fingers facing towards your body, palms upwards. Step your feet on top of your hands and wrap your hands around your feet like a shoe. Walk around. Visualize you're wearing padukas, walking across the length and breadth of the world in Padukasana. Now bring your palms onto the ground. Stop moving around as we move into Kukutodana. Kick your feet up into the air and let them fall back down. Let's go up again and come down. Kick up and go down. Visualize yourself as a rooster in Kukutodana. The next is Viparita Nrityasana. So as you're kicking yourself up, you can go up into a complete handstand posture, which is Viparita Nrityasana. Do take support if needed. And move around on your two hands as if you are dancing in Viparita Nrityasana. Slowly come back down to a standing position. Lean forward and let your feet be slightly apart from each other. Bring one palm down on the mat with the arms straight. Bring the opposite hand to your head and be stable in Kunjarasana. Now just put that hand down as you bring the other hand to your head, repeating Kunjarasana on the other side. Be stable here. Now you can squat back down onto the ground. Keep your feet flat. Hold your respective ankles and lift your feet off the ground in Kadamba Asana. Visualize yourself as a Kadamba tree, a pious tree that promotes a long life. The next asana is Pavana Muktasana. Now sit back down onto the ground. Bring your knees towards your chest. Let your hands wrap around your knees. Hold it close to your body. Visualize all the excess vata, air, just balancing and releasing in your system in Pavana Muktasana. Now, let us move into Chakorasana. So first stretch your legs out in front of you. Bring one leg behind your head. Now place both hands on the ground and lift your body off the ground while lifting the other leg too, up straight. Visualize yourself as a powerful source of energy. Gaze at your third eye in Chakorasana. Slowly relax back down. Now hold your left toes with the left hand, index and middle fingers. Pull the foot to the left ear. We are entering into Dhanurasana 2. Extend your right leg out, keeping straight. Hold the big toe with your right hand. Visualize yourself as a bow in Dhanurasana 2. The next is Ashtavakrasana. So lift your left leg over top of the left shoulder. After releasing your hands, bring the right foot across and hook it on top of the left foot. Lean forward and down. Keep your palms onto the ground. Extend your legs out to the left. Lift your head up and chest. You're completely balancing only on your hands as you visualize yourself as a flying crane in Ashtavakrasana. Now slowly relax down. From here, bring your right foot to the left thigh and your left foot flat onto the ground. Knees raised up. Have your left shoulder underneath the respective leg and place your hands flat on the ground. Gaze towards your third eye. Visualize you are immortal, able to exist solely from prana alone in Pranasana. From here, moving into Parshva Matsyendrasana, place your right foot at the root of the left thigh. Then the left leg by the side of the right knee. Hold the left leg by the right hand. Twist your body out. Remain steady here, gazing at the third eye. Visualize Matsyendranatha, the great Rishi, Yogi, master of Hatha Yoga, in your inner space. Now slowly unwind yourself. As we repeat Chakorasana on the other side, lift the other leg behind your head. Place both your hands on the ground and keep your entire body off the ground straight up. Gaze at your third eye, visualizing yourself as a powerful source of energy. Now relax back onto the ground. Let's repeat Dhanurasana 2 on the other side. Clasp your respective hands with the feet. Pull one foot back, the other foot extended forward, visualizing yourself as a bow. Release your feet as you cross them over each other, over top the shoulder in Ashtavakrasana on the other side. Raise off the ground. Visualize yourself as a flying crane. The next asana, we'll be repeating Pranasana on the other side. Bring the right foot to the left thigh. Bring your hands onto the ground with the knee raised. Gaze at your third eye, visualizing yourself able to live off just prana, just air alone. And relax as we do Parshva Matsyendrasana on the other side. Twist yourself, visualizing Matsyendranatha, gaze towards your third eye. And from there, let us enter into Ardha Paschimottanasana. Keep one leg straight and press your perineum with the other heel. Bring your chest forward and down. Hold your toes and feet and bring your head towards your knees. Here in Ardha Paschimottanasana, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Now raise up, and the foot which was at the inner thigh, now rotate it outside of the hip. Now hold the sole of your other foot and lift your leg up towards your forehead. Try to bring your knee to your forehead as you keep your knee straight. Gaze to the nose in Kraunchasana. Visualize yourself as a crane. Now slowly relax down your leg. Now the leg that is now straight, you can bring it to the inner thigh as you straighten out the other leg. As we repeat, Ardha Paschimottanasana on the other side. Lean forward and down, clasping your foot. Bring your forehead to your knee. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Slowly raise up. Place your right ankle outside of the hip now. Hold the sole of the left foot, lifting the leg up towards your forehead. Stretch yourself there. Gaze at the tip of your nose. Visualize yourself as a crane in Kraunchasana on the other side. Now from here, bring the soles between the thighs and calves. So once you have relaxed yourself, bring your soles between the thighs and calves. Keep your spine straight. Palms resting on your knees. Visualize a swastika, embodying peace, well-being, good fortune and prosperity as you gaze at your nose in Swastikasana. Now without changing anything about your position, just take your hands alone. Cover the respective heels with your hands in Gorakshasana as you tuck your chin to your chest in Jalandhara Bandha. Gaze at your nose. Visualize the great Rishi Gorakhnatha, the founder of the Natha Yoga Hindu order. Now release the Jalandhara Bandha. Continue to keep the Mula Bandha engaged throughout the whole sequence. As you raise one foot to the opposite thigh, bring your hands to your face in the Shanmukhi Mudra, closing your eyes with your index finger, nose with the middle finger, ears with the thumbs. Gaze at your third eye as you meditate on Swamiji himself, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Now release the Shanmukhi Mudra. And in Yogasana 2, bring your legs into the Padmasana position over the opposite thighs. Keep your hands flat onto the ground beside your knees with the palms facing upwards. Sit straight, gaze at your nose. Here we'll be starting the Kakachanchu Kumbhaka, where your inhalation will be through your tongue wrapped like a pipe, and your exhalation will be through your nose. From Yogasana 2, now keeping your palms beside your body, just switch them around to be flat on the ground and push your entire body off the ground, balancing. Visualize yourself as a rooster in Urdhva Kukkutasana. Now relax down, come back to a seated position on the floor, keeping your legs in Padmasana. Insert your hands through your knees and place them on the mat. Remember, do not lift your body up, just stay seated down there. In Siddha Harituliyasana, gaze to your nose, visualize Swamiji himself in your inner space. From there, let's enter into Hamsasana, where you will actually be pushing yourself off the ground. Lift your thighs up high above your shoulder, above your elbows as much as possible. Gaze to your nose, visualizing yourself as an elegant swan in Hamsasana. Now release yourself. Now, do not take your hands out from between your thighs and calves. Just go onto your knees and reach your hands behind your body with your fingers interlaced in the Parashu Mudra. Bring your forehead to the floor as you gaze at your nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Paramashiva's bow in Karmukasana. Now, slowly come back to the seated position as we move into Kurmasana 2. Keeping your hands in between your thighs and calves, bend your elbows and hold your respective shoulders with your hands. Visualize yourself as a turtle, a stable body and mind to live for hundreds of years. Now in the same position, just engage the Jalandhara Bandha, tucking your chin to your chest as we move into Granthi Bhedasana, gazing at your nose. Rejoice, knowing you are in Paramashiva's secret knot posture. And from there, release the Jalandhara Bandha as you roll onto your back. Keep your hands on the shoulders, laying flat on your back. As you visualize yourself as a turtle on its back, playful, gaze at your nose in Uttana Kurmasana. Now rock yourself back to a seated position as we do Pangu Kukkutasana. Now it's the same as your hands between your thighs and the calves, except you will be placing one hand flat on the mat. Hold the wrist with the other hand. Lift your body up and holding only on one hand. Visualize yourself as a rooster in Pangu Kukkutasana. Now release back to the ground. Hold. Let's do Pangu Kukkutasana on the other side. Place the other palm flat and bring the other hand holding the wrist. Push yourself off the ground. Visualize yourself as a rooster. Continue the Kakachanchu Kumbhaka, sucking in your breath through your curled tongue and exhaling through your nose. As you slowly extricate your hands from between your thighs and calves, let's do Girdharasana here. So now, interlace your fingers in the Parashu Mudra as you place your elbows on the feet, remaining your legs in Padmasana. Lean forward and down, resting your chin on your knuckles. Place your thumbs to your throat in Girdharasana. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. From there now, sit straight into Padmasana 3. So with your legs in Padmasana, bring one hand over the other near your navel center. Engage all the three bandhas, suck in your stomach, clench your perineum, tuck your chin to your chest and gaze at your nose in Padmasana 3. Slowly now, As we move into Padmasana 4, bring your hands to the respective knees. Release the Jalandhara Bandha and release the Udyana Bandha, just engaging the Moola Bandha alone. Visualize Paramashiva in your inner space as you gaze at your nose in Padmasana 4. Now we'll be entering into Karmukasana 2. So in the Padmasana position, hook your right hand index and middle finger in the Prana Mudra around the toe. Pull it back while your left hand rests on the knee. Now, as you visualize yourself as Paramashiva's bow, just release your right foot, bring your left hand to the left toe, right toe, and let your right hand be on the right knee. Now from here, let's do Karmukasana 3. So you can release your toes, cross your hands behind your back, continue to keep your legs in Padmasana, and with your respective hands, cross behind your back. Hold on to the toes in the Prana Mudra. Engage all the 3 bandhas, suck in your stomach, clench your perineum, tuck your chin to your chest. Visualize yourself as Paramashiva's bow in Karmukasana 3. Slowly relax the bandhas, just keeping the Moola Bandha. Continue to hold on to your toes. Release the Udyana Bandha and the Jalandhara Bandha. Switch your gaze to the third eye. Visualize you are Paramashiva's third eye itself. Anything you come across, you just rejuvenate it, destroy it in Dridhasana. Now, try to keep your hands at the toes. If not, just keep your hands crossed behind you as you lean onto your back in Padmasana, where you are entering into the Nagrasana position. Lay flat onto the back, visualizing yourself as a snake, gaze at your nose in Nagrasana. Do the Sahaja Kumbhaka, simple breathing, inhaling and exhaling. Now bring your knees to your chest. Let your hands wrap around your knees. Slowly uncross your Padmasana and bring your knees to your chest. Bring your hands to the Parashamudra, the fingers interlocked on top of your knees. As you pull your chin up to your knees, visualize yourself as a ball in Kandukasana. Now relax. Bring your feet onto the ground, the knees pointed upwards in Urdhva Pavanasana. As you interlace your fingers, bring the interlaced fingers behind your head. Laying down, gaze at your nose in Urdhva Pavanasana. The next asana is Marakata Pithasana. Now, from behind your head, take your hands out and clasp onto your feet. Just step lightly onto your palms. As you push your hips up into the sky, automatically engaging the Jalandhara Bandha. Visualize yourself as a powerful alpha ape in Marakata Pithasana. In the same position now, bring your hands to your hips as we enter into Uttanashiki Pitakasana. Let your weight rest on your elbows as you stretch your legs out straight. Gaze at the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. From there, continuing to rest on your elbows, kick your feet up high into the sky in Narakasana. Stretch your palms out behind you, flat on the ground. Balance there. Visualize yourself blissfully traveling through hell unscathed in Narakasana. Bring your hands to your hips now as we move into Tiryanaukasana. Angling your legs down at an angle, visualize yourself as a boat crossing the ocean of samsara in Tiryanaukasana. Now from there, come back straight as we enter into Dhwajasana. Keep your legs up high above your body, your hands stretched out down behind you. As you push yourself up, visualize where Kailasa's flag respected across all nations in Dhwajasana. Hold there for a few seconds and relax now. Flat onto the ground, palms slightly away from your body. Do not move at all in Mritasana. Your body is dead. Visualize that. Visualize the supreme pontiff of Hinduism liberating you. Let your awareness travel to all the parts of your body in the Shakti Chalan Mudra as we do Mritasana. ॐ पूर्णमदः पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः हरिः ॐ तत्सत् सर्वं भगवत् नित्यानन्द परमशिवपादुकार्पणमस्तु ॐ नित्यानन्दम्
नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वदी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. Nityanandam, we welcome all the participants and all the viewers for another new day of the Paramashivoham program, where today all the participants will be entering into the 15th day of the Paramashivoham program. I request all participants now to post your experience. How was the Nityananda Yoga for all of you? Where all of you enjoyed the Nityananda Yoga? Is there any difference? Like, it's been almost like 2 weeks. All participants, all of you are attending the program with us. Request all the participants to post your experience on the Nityananda Yoga. How was it for all of you? And is there any transformation? Is there any experience that all of you would like to share? Request all participants to go ahead and share. And request all participants now to settle down, relax yourself as we entered into as we just came off a very beautiful, powerful session where we need to, Swamiji says very beautifully, when you do intense yoga, your body has an intense tendency to create lots of heat. So it is our responsibility to take care of the body by drinking a lot of water. So request all participants to drink a lot of water. Make sure you're completely hydrated, and also during the sessions also request all participants to hydrate themselves. Because all participants report how was the Nityananda Yoga for all of you. See, understand, yoga is very important for all of us. Even Swamiji says very beautifully that no matter whatever happens in life, never miss Nityananda Yoga. At least you can start off with doing 10 minutes of the yoga or 2-3 hours, how much of time you want to do the Nityananda Yoga. But never miss Nityananda Yoga, no matter what it is. As understand, yoga is important for all of us to do. When we are established, understand, yoga is the only time we're experiencing going beyond body and mind. You're actually each and every single movement which you're doing, it's only aligning you to Paramashivoham. It is only helping you to manifest Paramashivoham inside. So request all participants now. No matter what happens, do not miss Nityananda Yoga. So with that, all the participants, I request all of you now to settle down for the program as we'll be now entering into the power manifestation session. So request all participants now to so now all the participants, let's now listen to the Shastra Pramana, the scriptural reference on how Paramashiva says on manifesting this power. So very beautifully in the Shastra Pramana, Paramashiva reveals the Vijnana Deva Tantra, Sutra 34, Dharana 11, where Paramashiva says very beautifully, Kapalantarmanonyasa Tishtannilitalochanaha Kraminamadasodarthyat Lakshaye Lakshamuttamam. The translation goes, by fixing the mind on the inner space within the crown center and sitting stably without any movement, having the eyes closed in succession. By the stability of the mind and inner space, through the power of the third eye, one directly sees the ultimate goal, Laksham, by having the vision beyond the sight that reveals any object or place, attaining the space of oneness with the source Paramashiva. So very beautifully, Paramashiva was saying that when you fix on the mind on the inner space, basically when you're understanding when you are established in that oneness space with Swamiji, your mind experience awareness. Understand, your mind is in succession. Therefore, you experience a lot of awareness within your system. After you'll see that once you're established in pure space of oneness with Swamiji, with Paramashiva, you'll be able to, through the third eye, you'll be able to see colors, anything, just through the power of third eye, you'll be able to see it. And you're established in that oneness space. Next is the Apta Pramana, where Sri Krishna also speaks about this power. Where Sri Krishna says very beautifully in the Bhagavad Gita, chapter 11, verse 8, where Bhagavan Sri Krishna says that Natumam shakyase drashtum anenaiva swachakshusha divyam dadanite chakshuhu pashyame yogameshwaram. Understand? Sri Krishna, Bhagwan Sri Krishna is saying very beautifully that, but you cannot see my cosmic form with these physical eyes of yours. Therefore, I grant you the divine third eye vision. Behold my cosmic opulence. So, Sri Krishna is saying that to Arjuna, now the eyes which you're having, it is only limited. It does not have the ability. It does not have the ability to see my cosmic form as it is beyond the visible range, as it is beyond your eyesight vision. Therefore, I grant you the third eye, the Divya Chakshu, the third eye. I initiate the third eye so that you can behold my cosmic opulence. Understand? If you have read the Bhagavad Gita, especially the 11th chapter, which is called the Vishwarupa Darshana Yoga, in that, very beautifully, Arjuna describes detailing of Sri Krishna's cosmic form as it is narrated by Arjuna as he sees Sri Krishna through his third eye. The next is the Atma Pramana, Swamiji's own experience on this power, where Swamiji says very beautifully that first I was able to see everything around me, above me, the whole 360-degree visions, 10 directions, everything I was able to see. And not just that, he was able to feel everything as part of it. The skin on which the skin of the stone on which Swamiji is sitting, and skin of this body, in both carried him in equally. In both, Swamiji felt his presence. Swamiji says very beautifully, whether the setting sun or the rising moon, everything, or the temple tower, or the Arunachala hill, shrubs, bush, everything, Swamiji is able to feel, experience all of that as him. Swamiji says that the idea that something is inside of me and outside of me grow as I was established in a pure oneness space. First Swamiji is able to see everything around him. Next moment itself, Swamiji realized he was not just able to see, was able to feel everything as God. With that beautiful understanding you get from the Swamiji's own experience and from the Pramanas, let us now enter into the power manifestation. So I request all participants now. I request all of you now to close your eyes. Tie your eyes with the eye band. So all participants now to close your eyes. Tie your eyes with the eye band. Now I request all participants now to visualize Swamiji in your inner space. That beautiful power Swamiji which you connect us. Connect the Swamiji.
Nityananda Paramashivoham 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 Nityananda
Now request all participants now. Our image is being projected for all of you. Request all participants now to connect the Swamiji as you're chanting the Mahavakya intensely. Ask Swamiji to show you. Understand all the participants because all of you now to ask Swamiji to show you what image is it. And as soon as Swamiji is showing you, start drawing the images on your plate. All participants getting? Because now just connect to Swamiji. Ask Swamiji to reveal what is the image is being projected. As soon as Swamiji is showing you, you are going to be drawing image with Swamiji showing for all of you. Because all participants now to continue chanting the Mahavakya.
Nityananda Paramashivoham 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 Paramashivoham
So all participants will continue chanting the Mahavakya.
Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
So all participants now to slowly open your eyes and post whatever Swamiji is showing to all of you.
Nityananda Paramashivoham.
Whatever Swamiji show you what the drawing is about. Because all participants to post what exactly Swamiji is showing you.
Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham.
So all participants to go ahead and post whatever Swamiji is showing you.
Paramashivoham.
So
Om Nityananda
because all participants, whatever Swamiji is showing, exactly the post in the chat section, that's fine. However Swamiji is showing you, will post it. Or we're able to see like some drawing of a flower, or able to see something related to Hinduism, whatever Swamiji is showing you. So all participants to detail it, just post down in the chat section.
Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
So now let's verify all the answers. So for all the participants, the exact image which I was projecting for all of you to draw is a picture of, it's a simple drawing, a line drawing of Trishul. So you can see that this is the exact picture which I was projecting for all of you. So how many of the participants were able to see some weapon or able to see Paramashiva? Or you're able to see maybe Swamiji holding, you're able to see something sharp. Or all the participants, because it was how many of you were similar, like very close to this? You can post that also in the chat section. So, with that beautiful power manifestation we had, let us now enter into the today's flow. So today for all the participants, today all of you will be entering into a very important in a powerful segment today. Very important and powerful truth today, all of us are going to be expanding on. Where most of the time in life, we always look upon our gender. We always question, why am I a male? If you're a female, why am I a female? And there's too many problems which are happening out there in the world, especially gender-related problems. But today, all the participants, Swami is saying very beautiful, and we are only, as all of us know that, we only have like, let's say, we have only discovered 4 genders. But Swamiji says Hindus themselves very beautifully, they are 11 genders. Your gender does not define, understand? Your gender does not define the body which you are carrying. Swamiji says there are 4 levels in which you need to identify which gender you belong to. It's not just the physical body alone you're carrying, but also the mental state, the emotional state, the physiological state. When all these 4, when we identify which gender are we in all these 4, we actually know which gender we belong to. So today, all the participants, all of you will be understanding on the 11 genders. What are these 11 genders? How do we identify the genders? Are we going to be having a very powerful completion process on completing with the gender identity and ultimately having the darshan of Swamiji in the form of Ardhanarishvara, who is the ultimate and beyond all genders in the world. So the first session, all the participants, you're going to be understanding what is Sayujya Samadhi. All of you will be getting to understand what is Sayujya Samadhi. As Swami says that when you experience intense completion, when you experience intense completion within your gender, you experience Sayujya Samadhi. What exactly is Sayujya Samadhi? As today you're going to be initiated into Sayujya Samadhi directed by Swamiji. Let us listen this truth from Swamiji himself directly.
Life is continuous expansion. If you think it is in length and breadth, depth expansion, you will feel like a universe is becoming bigger and bigger and bigger. So more choices means you are growing more. No. Actual expansion is not in the size shape, but in the frequency of consciousness, depth of existence. Don't think universe is like a egg and slowly becoming like a pumpkin. No. Let me repeat.
I welcome you all with my love and respects. Today is the auspicious day where Mahadeva gave darshan to Adi Shakti and made her as part of himself. Gave oneness to oneness itself. The beautiful day, Devi celebrates her enlightenment and Sayujya Mukti with Mahadeva as Ardhanarishvara. Salokya, Sarupya, Samipya, ultimately Sayujya Mukti with Mahadeva, Mahasadashiva.
There are so many levels of experience. Salokya Mukti,
Samipya Mukti, Sarupya Mukti, Sayujya Mukti. Salogya Mukti means you get to live around the master. It's like you stay in the same space where the master stays. I always tell people, it's like becoming ashramite. You live around me. That is a Salokya Mukti. You enter into his loka. You enter into his world. Salokya Mukti. So, lot of problems will be avoided because you don't have to think for your life. He will think for your life. So many things. Your responsibilities are taken by him. He takes care of you. He takes your responsibilities. The next level, Samibhya Mukti, living closely around him. I compare and tell people, crew members who always travel with me. The Samibhya Mukti, you are 24 hours around him. Third is Sarupya Mukti. Sarupya Mukti is like you take his own form. You are in that same form and do what he does. It's like becoming an acharya, teacher. You do the work of what I am doing. You become a teacher and start taking classes. It's like a Sarupya Mukti. That is why you can see in all the temples, the guardian deities, Dwara Balakas will be almost the same. Whatever that gods are carrying, the same weapons they will also be carrying. The guardians also will be carrying. If the god is wearing Nama, they will also be wearing Nama. The god is wearing the Kunkuma, the Dwarabalaks also will be wearing Kunkuma. It's like a Sarupya Mukti. They achieve the same Swarupa. They are in the same Rupa. Sarupya Mukti. The next, last and ultimate is Sayujya Mukti. You achieve his consciousness. You achieve his consciousness. You become him. You start staying in the same space where he is staying. You achieve the same consciousness.
As Mahadeva declares, the Sayujya Mukti, becoming one with Adi Mula Jyoti, Mahasadashiva. There are some beings, even after enlightenment, request the master not to have one more body, and same way not to disappear into the cosmos. They request to enjoy the master's form by being around him, which is called Samipya Mukti. Those jivas live in a space around the master's form. The master's forms continue to remain in form, Divya Sharira, till his last disciple is enlightened. As per the promises of those masters, decisions of those masters, they continue to reside in Divya Sharira, the divine form. So the disciple who wants to enjoy the form, physical presence, decides to be around him having Samibhya Mukti. An enlightened disciple has a choice of Samibhya Mukti and Sayujya Mukti. Sayujya means becoming one with his formless existence. Samibhya Mukti means enjoying with form his form existence. Each master has their own Videha Loha, the space in the universe where his form continues to reside till his last disciple achieves Sayujya. Till that period, the disciples who want to be around him in Samipya reside in Samipya and enjoy his presence and Leela. Then they disappear into Sayujya. They achieve Sayujya. I had one experience flashing in me, which happened in my life in 1995. I'll narrate the whole thing, listen carefully. After I had the darshan of Shankar Baba in Haridwar, who came and gave me food, medicine, and cured me, I was completely hale and healthy, blissful, running all over the Haridwar, enjoying. Suddenly one day evening I heard the news that one Swami Vairagyananda, Ramakrishna's Dharmapatni, Ardhangini, Sharada Devi's disciple. Sharada Devi should be called as Dharma Samvartini, not Dharmapatni. Dharmapatni is a too small word. Dharma Samvartini. I heard that he is in hospital, really ill and need to be attended. There is a hospital in Kankal. The land was given by Mahanirvani Akkada to Ramakrishna Mission, and Ramakrishna Mission built the hospital and maintaining it. So I ran to the hospital. I had the opportunity of serving him. The best punya this body has ever earned is serving the elderly sadhus, especially when they are sick. Cleaning up their 1, 2, without feeling hesitation or any of the so-called emotions, treating them properly. By the time I went and started attending to him, he was not able to go to restroom. He used to have everything in the bed itself, and I used to clean, take care, and he has developed little bed sores, and I used to attend to that. That is my passionate, what to say that. The best thing I enjoyed in my life is taking care of elderly sadhus. I will always be there when there is elderly sadhus who are not well, who need to be attended. I was attending to him. I had the fortune of attending to him for few days continuously. He was so happy the way I took care of him. And he is a Mahatma. Mahatma means I can see clearly the internal organs are failing, but the beaming joy in his face. Even at that time, he will not lie down flat. He will say, hey, only bogis lie down flat. Never yogis. His internal organs are failing. He may be alive maximum next 24 hours or 48 hours. Not more than 2-digit hours. The voice. Hey, Koka. Koka is the Bengali word to address a kid or a child. He used to call me as Koka Maharaj. Koka. In Tamil it's a bad word, so don't use. Koka Maharaj. Make me sit. I have to drag him a little up so that he is at least in the slanting position.
I'll tell Maharaj, why do you want to sit? Just lie down and relax. Nay, only bogies lie down and lie down. Yogi can never lie down. He used to tell, the royal brand horses can never sit or lie down and sleep. Until the end, the flat lying down was never his lifestyle. And he will sit and stretch the leg. And the moment he closes his eyes, that smile and the joy in his face, the way he radiates, I can touch and feel God in the air he is breathing, in the space he is radiating. So I was serving him, taking care of him. I actually wiped some of the pus formed in his back, the bed sores. He developed little bed sores in the back and the butt. So I cleaned up all that, and one nice thing with Ramakrishna Mission hospitals, the whole thing is service motive. The care was so much, and they provide best things with so much of care. I attended to him, everything. And again he was sitting with a stretched legs. I just had one idea happening. He lived his whole life a great sadhu. A Mahapurusha, Adi Shakti, Parashakti herself came down as Sharada Devi. And Sharada Devi's disciple, Adi Shakti, Parameshwari, her own disciple. What is it? What is it? The essence of his life. What I can learn. I just had only this one flash. What I can learn from him at this situation. What should I learn from him at this situation? The person of this caliber, tapasvi. After he left the body, the only property he left is only small tumbler, glass. Yeah. Brass or copper, glass. It is still with me. It's with us in our archives. That is the only property he has left. Not even a plate. That's all he had. I was just looking at him, what I can learn, understand. Now this line, please listen to this line carefully. I'll just narrate it. This should be your Facebook status on Vakyartha, the subject for all of you today. The moment I had this flow, kind of a thought current, not exactly thought current, kind of a current, he just opened his eyes and, Koka, listen. If you enjoyed only 5 senses related pleasures, when that 5 senses cannot function anymore, you will fall in depression. Because life will feel empty. Then, if you enjoyed only kind of a thinking, the intellectual pleasures, like scientists, mathematicians, logicians, when that logic is failing, the powerful logic is giving way, you will fall into depression. He was narrating beautifully. Listen carefully. First listen. He was telling, if you are all the time hooked on to the TV, when your eyes fail, you will fall into depression. If you are all the time hooked on to the music, if your ears fail, you will fall into the depression. If you are all the time hooked on to the tongue, when your tongues fail, you will fall into depression. If you are all the time hooked on to physical pleasures, when your body fails, you will fall into depression. If you are all the time into these intellectual debates and brain candy, when that fails, you will fall into depression. Even if you have developed only the power of repeating the name of the God Japa, when your logic slowly fails, you will not be able to do that, you will fall into depression. If you have visualized and meditated on God, when your visualization is getting dull, you will fall into depression. You will not be able to hold anything. He was describing step by step. He said, throughout my life, I developed to rest in that pure, unclutching space and my integrity to my Guru. So even though one by one my senses have failed, my intellect is failing, my ability to remember is failing, my visualization is failing, my emotions are failing, all that is failing. But because my whole life I developed the strength of resting in my pure completion and unclutched space or pure questioning, whatever I say, that Advaita Nirvikalpa Samadhi, now I am simply resting into it. Beyond that is my integrity to my Guru, which is holding me from the bottom. So I just know I am relaxing in right space. There is no depression. There is only joy. This is what you can learn from my life as lesson. When he was describing, I can see, understand. This is the most powerful old age insurance, you can do it. Even if you practice just repetition of name, when your logic gets into, actually when the salt intake reduces or creatinine level increases in your blood, your ability to connect and remember will fail. Even the pleasure of repeating the name of the God is the pleasure comes from ability to connect and see. You have to connect that name and the God's form and His quality and all that subtly internally. Even that circuit will fail at one time in you. And even if you visualized all the time Sadashiva's form or even my own form, Guru's form, and meditated, there will be one moment where that visualization ability will collapse in you. The one and only thing you need to develop is your ability to rest in unclutched space. The perpetual completion, Sagaja Samadhi, and even that will collapse. That time, only one thing can hold you, your integrity to your Guru. He said, the only thing I developed in my life is my ability to relax in Nirvikalpa Samadhi. When that gives way, I know I'll just fall into my mother's lap, because I was completely integrated to her. The joy beaming in his face, the best thing you should develop in your system is your ability to be in the space of unclutching, Nirvikalpa Samadhi. the space of Sadashivoham, the space of perpetual completion, space of Sahaja Samadhi, space of Nityanandoham, whatever different words I may use, I mean only that space, which is technically called by Sadashiva as Sayujya Samadhi or Sadashivoham or Nirvikalpa Samadhi by Patanjali, Nirbija Samadhi by Shankara. You should develop only that space, and that space also will give way at one point. Then the space you will fall is the integrity with Guru. Understand? That is the last space you will fall. After that you can't do anything. That hand has to just take you in and digest you. The only teaching I can give you is it cannot be taught. Build the ability to be in Nirvikalpa Samadhi, unclutched space, complete completion, Sahaja Samadhi, perpetual completion. That is the only right spiritual practice you can do. Nothing else. Nothing else.
Anyone wants to have Sayujya Mukti with the ultimate oneness with the ultimate, you have to take human body. Only from the human body that jump is possible. Understand? That is why I boldly declare, human being is the greatest happening not just in the planet Earth but in the whole cosmos itself. Bliss is puja. Bliss is good puja. Upasana is literally Samipya Mukti and Sarupya Mukti merges into Sayujya Mukti. Understand? Intense prayer may start as Visishtadvaita, will evolve as Dvaita and raise to Advaita and manifest as Shuddhadvaita. Whatever level it is, prayer is the most powerful, ultimate way of connecting with Paramashiva. Intense prayer, intense prayer, intense prayer, intense prayer. Connect with Paramashiva.
Shiva doesn't believe in other three levels of muktis. He doesn't believe in Salokya. He doesn't believe in Samibhya. He doesn't believe in Sarubhya. Straight away, he takes us to Sayujya. He gives us the techniques to Sayujya. Beautifully he says, Bhairava Rupata. You achieve the same consciousness in which I am staying. You achieve the same space in which I exist. You achieve the Shiva consciousness. The energy of breath should neither move out nor enter, When the center unfolds by the dissolution of thoughts, be unclutched, then one attains the nature of Bhairava. The key in this whole sutra is be unclutched. Let's enter into the sutra. I request all of you to be totally attentive. Please sit straight so that you won't miss. Here, Shiva is taking us word by word to the deepest experience. I tell you one thing. If you can be aware of next 1 hour, if you don't miss a single word, I promise there is every possibility of liberation. You don't need to practice this meditation, because this meditation doesn't need to be practiced. The very understanding, he leads you step by step into your core. Every word takes you to the next layer, and he is showing you the very nature of your being. The core of your being is trying to express it. And better if you don't close your eyes. Usually when you close your eyes, you may think you are listening, but slowly you will be lost. And moreover, I express more in body language than through words. So when you are listening to audio discourse, you can close your eyes. But when you are listening directly from the master, sit with full awareness. Navrajanna Vishaktir Marutrupa Vikasite Nirvigalpataya Madhye Taya Bhairava Rupata. The energy of breath should neither move out nor enter. When the center unfolds by the dissolution of thoughts, be unclutched, then one attains the nature of Bhairava. Then one attains the Shiva consciousness. You don't even need to practice this technique. All you need to do is just be aware of this technique. There are some techniques which you need to learn and practice, experience. There are some techniques, the very understanding takes you to that level, takes you to that depth. Suddenly you see you are experiencing it. In Vedanta, 3 levels. The first, Shravana, means understanding the technique, listening about it. Manana, meditating on it, contemplating, practicing it. Nididhyasana, expressing the truth, expressing it. You need 3 steps: understanding, practicing, and expressing. Here, with this technique, you don't need the 3 steps. The very understanding simply liberates you, because he is taking us to such a deep level, to the depth of your being. He is showing us to the core. He is taking us to a different space, which I call Zen zone. Zen zone means the zone in which already you are liberated, the zone in which you are unclutched, the zone in which you exist as you are. He is taking us to the zone beautifully without any practice. as far as this technique concerned, the very understanding is enough. You will suddenly wake up, yes, I am in that state. Nothing else needs to be done. He is taking us to that zone. He says the energy of breath should neither move out nor enter when the center unfolds by the dissolution of thoughts. Be unclutched. Let me just explain how you think you are thinking. Shiva is taking us a little further, so I am giving you the close-up view. This is what I call neutral space. Every moment, every kshana, again and again and again you experience this neutral space. Constantly it is happening in you. Whenever your incoming breath takes turn as outgoing breath, or outgoing breath takes turn as incoming breath. Every moment this neutral space is happening in you. Constantly you are changing the gear. Whenever you change a gear, you have to go to the neutral space. Constantly you are changing the gear. Let it be very clear, if you are constantly changing the gear, means constantly you are unclutched. Every moment you are unclutched because you don't feel comfortable with this space. You just fast forward, you jump from here to there. You do not give your attention to this space. You give attention to this space and this space, but not to the neutral space. You give attention to incoming breath, outgoing breath. You don't give attention to neutral space. You just jump. You fast forward, jump the neutral space. That is why you feel this gap is too small and this gap is more. That is why you feel the incoming breath time and outgoing breath time is more than neutral spaces. One important thing you should know, you may think the incoming breath time and the outgoing breath time is more than the neutral space, but in actuality they are not more. The time is same. You need to understand now about time. Please understand, if you can follow, if you can come little deeply with this sutra, Shiva is straight away showing you the ultimate truth or your very nature. Shiva doesn't believe in changing your activities. He believes in changing your belief about yourself. Here, Shiva is not giving you any rules. He is just taking you step by step to the core of your being and gives you the clarity, you are not what you think. You are not what you are thinking as you. Be very clear, kshana means the gap between one thought and the other thought. It is not second. So, now you need to understand the circle. This is the NS, neutral space. Nityananda Swami. This is the NS, neutral space. This is the incoming breath. This is the outgoing breath. For you to understand, I expressed this as more space and this as less space. But Shiva says this is equivalent to this. Because the gap between one thought and the other thought is chana. Gap between this thought and this thought is what he calls as chana. And he says further, whether you give your attention or not, this space and this space, the ns, the neutral space and the incoming breath, both spaces are equal. But we think this is more because we give too much of attention to it. Even if you give too much of attention to it, this is not more. Let me give you one small example. If you are sitting with somebody with whom you feel completely comfortable, in tune, you are just relaxed, even if 2-3 hours passed, you will not know how time flies. Suddenly you realize, oh God, it is already 8 o'clock, I have to run, I have so much of work. Otherwise, if you are sitting with somebody with whom you don't feel comfortable or with whom you don't feel relaxed, every 5 minutes what you will do? You will see the watch and you will say, what is happening, whether my watch stopped or not? Don't you have any other work? If the number of thoughts are more, it is hell. If number of thoughts are less, you are in heaven. Be very clear. If number of thoughts are more, chronologically same time, but psychologically you feel time is more. Because you give more attention here, you think you have more thoughts here, you think this space is more than neutral space. The breathing space, breathing time is more than the neutral space. Please understand. Because you think you are having more thoughts, because you think you are interested in thinking, because you believe you are interested in thinking, because you give more emphasis on your identity, you may think the incoming breath time and the outgoing breath time is more than the neutral space, but in reality it is not. It is just psychological game. The chana of this and chana of this is one and the same. Chana of this, this time, the way in which your mind moves. Because you are having too many number of thoughts, you think this space is more. But in reality, this space is not more. One more thing, how you miss the depth of this space. Here also you have identity, means incoming breath space. Outgoing breath. Here also you have identity. Here also you have identity. Identity is the space which you know. Here you don't have identity. The big problem is, when there is an identity, you are able to connect and see all the identities. You connect and see. Let me be very clear. Let me give you in this way. This is the incoming breath. This is the outgoing. This is again incoming. This is NS, neutral space. This is neutral space. Because here your identity exists, is again outgoing. It's again outgoing. NS, neutral space, neutral space. Here your identity exists. Here also your identity exists. Your identity exists in this space. Constantly you can connect and see you are connected. But in this gap, because your identity doesn't exist, you don't connect the gaps and see. For example, the thought which came to you 10 minutes ago, the thought which came to you 10 years ago, thought which came to you 20 years ago, they are independent, unclutched, separate thoughts. But thoughts have got identity. Because they have identity, you connect them and see the thought which happened 10 minutes ago is number 1. Thought which happened 1 year ago, number 2. Thought which happened 10 years ago is number 3. You can connect all of them because they have identity. But the gap which happened 10 minutes ago, the gap which happened 1 year ago, the gap which happened 10 years ago, you don't connect them and see that you are constantly experiencing gaps. If I have to put it in a little deeper way, little subtle way, the suffering, the depression which you had 10 years ago, the depression which you suffered 7 years ago, the depression which you suffered 3 years ago, the depression which you had yesterday, all of them are independent, individual, unconnected thoughts. But because they are thoughts, you start connecting all of them and create the shaft of depression. You have an idea that your life is depression. For last 10 years, I am suffering with depression, Swamiji. You create a big shaft. You take all these unconnected, unclutched pieces. Each bit is an unclutched bit. You just take all the unclutched bits. You connect all the shaft and create a shaft. Be very clear. The pain which you had 10 years ago, the pain which you had 9 years ago, the pain which you experienced 7 years ago, the pain which you experienced 3 years ago, the pain which you experienced yesterday, all of them are unconnected, independent, individual thoughts. But you connect all these thoughts and create a shaft, and you start thinking, you start believing life is pain. Or the joy which you experienced 10 years ago, the joy which you experienced 9 years ago, the joy which you experienced 3 years ago, the joy which you experienced 1 year ago, all of them are independent, individual, unconnected thoughts. Now you connect all those thoughts and create a shaft of joy. In life, the only thing which you do is either creating the shaft of pain or creating the shaft of joy. When it comes to the shaft of pain, you try to break it. When it comes to the shaft of joy, you try to extend it. But you don't understand. Neither you can extend a shaft nor you can break the shaft because the shaft doesn't exist. The shaft is not there. The very shaft is your imagination, imaginary connection. let you understand this connection is just imaginary. Whether you want or not, every moment there is an unclutched space. You are unclutched. You are unconnected. You are unclutched shaft. But just because of your imagination or fear of losing identity, you create constant connection to maintain your identity. This identity or this connection is imaginary. For example, if it is a pain shaft, 10 years ago pain experience, 1 year ago the pain experience, 10 minutes ago the pain experience. You connect all of them in your mind through imagination and create a pain shaft. If it is a bliss or joy shaft, the joy happened 10 years ago, the joy happened 1 year ago, the joy happened 10 minutes ago. You connect them through imagination and create joy shaft. If it is a pain shaft, you try to break it. If it is a joy shaft, you try to increase it. You don't understand, you can neither break the shaft nor elongate the shaft because this shaft doesn't exist. Whether you see it or not, it is pure imaginary shaft. It is pure imaginary shaft. One more thing, just sit for 5 minutes and write whatever you are thinking or whatever comes without editing. Be very clear, it is just for you, not to show to anybody else. Don't show to anybody else, they will become mad. Understand? Whether it is a pain shaft or bliss shaft, whether it is pain shaft or joy shaft, you can neither break it nor elongate it because the shaft doesn't exist. Just write 10 minutes, whatever comes in your mind, do not edit, do not touch it, just write whatever comes. Read, you will suddenly realize all your thoughts are unconnected, irresponsible, and completely unclutched, illogical, independent thoughts. Be very clear, your first thought and the second thought is no way connected. There is no logical connection. There is no responsible connection. There is no dependency on the first thought and the second thought. If you just write whatever comes in your mind for 10 minutes and try to read that paper, suddenly you will realize that what is happening with me? Your whole life is nothing but playing with the shaft which doesn't exist. That is what Shankara means when he says life is Maya. Maya means Yama iti Maya. You are fighting with thing which doesn't exist. Yama means which doesn't exist. You are just fighting with imaginary shaft. You are trying to break or elongate the shaft which does not exist. Let me be very clear. Whatever techniques you practice to break this shaft, without understanding that shaft doesn't exist, you will never be successful. With this single understanding, you don't need any technique. This very understanding is a technique. You are liberated. This very understanding, any simple technique can liberate you.
I'll tell you what is the most secured. Anyhow, one day I have to be successful. So let me become successful now. The right attitude for all of you. Listen. Anyhow, one day I have to reach Kailasa and be with Swamiji. Let me do it as early as possible. That's all. Whether you come and be in Kailasa with me now or next Janma, you have to do. That is where your life ends. Your life concludes. Your climax is reaching Kailasa, Salokya Mukti, Samibhya Mukti, Sarubhya Mukti, Sayujya Mukti. Anyhow, one day you have to do. Better do it now. This is what is life. And what she told me is the death means life negative. The logic she gave. Anyhow, one day I'll get hurt and leave. Better to leave now. Get hurt now itself and leave. That is what is absolute suicidal, life negative. No. Anyhow, one day everyone has to come and be in Kailasa. Reach me. Whether you reach me with this body you are carrying and enjoy life around me, or you are going to get new body and come back, all that. But anyhow, one day you have to reach Kailasa, be in Salokya Mukti, Samibhya Mukti, Sarubhya Mukti, Sayujya Mukti. So better to do now. Exactly. Arunagiri Ishwara taught me life. Actually, there was a huge volume book. Vedanta Manana Sindhamani. That book name is still I can remember. Huge, like a pillow, that size of the book. And my grandfather brought that book to me and then said that the class for you is going to start on this subject. On Vedanta Manana means internalizing the powerful cognitions. Seeing that book itself, I got frightened. But I know the technique. If I take it to Arunagiri Ishwara, I will just chew the whole thing and just directly insert it on my system. Very sweetly will insert. You will just chew on bit. Literally you will chew in the mouth and give me the tambulam. I'll just take his hand and take it from his hand. Will not leave even one small bit in his fingers. Literally bite his fingers also and take the tambulam, and the whole knowledge he wants to reveal will be there inside me like experience. So I thought, let me do simple process. Like literally downloading. I took that book and gave it to Arunagiri Ishwara and said, my Tata told me that I have to start reading this book and they are going to start the class. Then the discussion turned. Arunagiri Ishwara started asking me, why are you feeling so tired and bored to read this book? I said, oh God, such big book. Anyhow, I will not be able to complete. Then why to waste time on starting it? He said, fool, that is what is absolute wrong. He told, anyhow, one day you have to finish studying all these scriptures and start teaching to the world. You want to do it when you are 40, 50 or when you want to do it now? Why waste time till 40, 50? I said, that is right. If I have to do any one day, let me do it now. That is what is life. The principle of life. So understand, any one day, anyhow, you have to one day manifest Paramashiva. Better to do it now. If you think, oh, even if I start, one day I am going to drop it, then why to start? That is what is suicidal. I can rest only after I achieve Sayujya Mukti, once for all. Oneness with Paramashiva. Till then I can't rest. I can be moving here, there. Finally I have to come only there. To Paramashivatva. Then why waste time moving here and there? Let me achieve it. That is what is life positive. Listen to this. The moment that clicked with me, with Arunagiri Ishwara, I just took the book and said, Swamiji, you bless me that I'll master this book. just smiled. And this time, usually he'll tell me, hey, go and bring white betel leaf. Vella vettala in Tamil. See, he had his own reasons. For some time he will ask me to get the black betel leaf, karuppu vettala. It will not be like a complete black. It is little blackish on the green leaf. Sometimes he will tell get vella vettala, white betel leaf, and it will not be like a fully white. It will be a little white shade in the green. So this time he neither told me to get the betel leaf, nothing. He just took something from his teeth. I saw it's a sugar candy and put it in my mouth, and I just saw that whole knowledge of that book, Vedanta Manana Chindamani, has just got into my system. Listen carefully. One day you have to achieve enlightenment. When you are sure about it, you yourself will decide, better let me achieve it now. Why waste time? spiritual lullaby for Samadhi. And Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva. For Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahavagya. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om
Nityananda, to all the participants. We would like to complete with you for the interruption during the program. So we'll be now resume back to session. That I request all participants support and understanding, as that was a very beautiful session. Swamiji spoke on Sayuja Samadhi, where Swamiji spoke on deeper truths on what is Sayuja Samadhi, why is it important for us to experience Sayuja Samadhi in life. I guess all participants, as we just now listened from Swamiji, very powerful truths on this beautiful topic of Sayuja Samadhi. I request all participants now to go ahead and post your experience, post your understanding about this truth. Okay. So all participants now to post their understanding. See, understand, Swamiji says very beautifully one thing, but there's very beautiful one powerful cognition Swamiji gave from the session, that anyway, one day I need to start. Why do I need to delay? Let me start now itself. See, very beautifully Swamiji revealed when satsang that postponing is a sin. Never postpone anything in life. But what do? Most of the time, we postpone. Many times, we do not know how to react to it. We do not know how to take major decisions in our life. So we postpone our responsibilities. But Swamiji says very beautifully, postponing is a sin. So all participants understand. Swamiji says very beautifully in Swamiji's own life also Swamiji has given us examples on when his master said that anyway one day you have to become a sannyasi. That is your vision. So do you want to start teaching? See, understand, this is a very intimate conversation between Swamiji and his gurus, where his gurus told Swamiji, you have to learn these truths. It's important as you're going to imbibe these truths. You're going to transfer these truths to the world. The world is going to listen to you. That is why it's important for you to understand it. But Swami said, why don't you study now? I still have a lot of time for it. Why don't you study now? But understand, Swami's Guru said very beautifully that, do you want to start teaching all the people? You want to teach all the public when you are 40, 50 years old? And before they learn, why not anyway you need to do one day? Why not start today itself? Swami said, yes. Why don't you wait when I'm 40 and 50? Let me just start now itself. That is intensity. That's what Swamiji says. Making anything as part of your life. Anyway, one day I need to start. Let me start now. That is making success as a habit. Very beautifully, all of us learn that success is a habit. It is important for all of us to understand this fundamentally, that success is a habit. Only when you make your life, only when you make what you are doing as a part of your life, you'll understand that I need to start now. Why don't you just start later? Let me start now. Anyway, one day I need to start. So let me start now. That is the decision Swamiji took. That is why all of us are experiencing Kailasa. Yes, even the Swamiji is very young. Swamiji is just, let's say, 47, 46 years old. But Swamiji is like, let me start now. Understand the vision of Kailasa started when Swamiji was 21 years old. As soon as Swamiji learned, got the official coronation to become the successor of the kingdoms, and also got all the knowledge transferred to Swamiji. Once everything is done officially, including the Parivrajika, Swamiji started this vision when Swamiji was 21 years old. The Swamiji decided, let me start now. Anyway, to start, that is my vision, that is my goal. Let me start now. Let me start today. All participants understand. So with this, let us now understand what Swamiji is saying. How we can actually implement this in our life. Anyway, we need to start one day. Let us start now. So all participants understand. See, even Swamiji says very beautifully in his own life that when Swamiji was actually sitting in Omkaresha, understands? At Omkaresha is the place where Swamiji was getting realized his avtaric vision. Then Swamiji says very beautifully that at that point of time, when Swamiji was not experiencing enlightenment, Swamiji was like, Swamiji just threw everything out of frustration, saying, I'm not able to manifest anything, I'm not able to experience. And Swamiji is like, oh my God, what is this? I will waste my whole youth on listening to these gurus about the science of enlightenment, and they made me learn because they are saying that I have to experience it, the world is going to learn from me. But I've yet to experience it. But what exactly is? What had happened in Swamiji's failures is just a glimpse. But what is the exact experience Swamiji was internet speaking? And out of the frustration, Swamiji understands Swamiji, it's not frustration, it is question becoming to quest, seeking. It was an emergency situation for the cosmos to give that experience to Swamiji. So even if this Swamiji is like, that's it. I'm not into the spirituality anymore. I'm not getting into it. Enough is enough. Swamiji through his Rudraksha beads, Swamiji, the picture of Ramakrishna, Swamiji worshipped so much. Swamiji just threw and the glass frame broke. And Swamiji is like, I threw everything. And Swamiji directly walked into the Ganga, into the river. Swamiji is like, if cosmos wants me to start, if cosmos is given that enlightenment experience for me, if I have a purpose which I have to fulfill, I will be on the other side. I will be in the other side of the pond. And Swamiji went. Swamiji closed his eyes. Swamiji said, I'm ready to drown. If I have no purpose, I'm ready to drown myself. So Swamiji started walking, and realized Swamiji was on the other side of the bank. Then Swamiji realized that, see, the next moment itself, Swamiji experienced enlightenment itself. From then on, Swamiji started. I have a mission. I have to start now. It is important for me to revive the science back again. So, understand all the participants. Now, whatever decisions, whatever you postpone in your life, decide. Anyway, one day I need to start. Let me start now. Let me start today, as it is important for me to do. So, with that beautiful understanding we get from this session, we will be entering into the power manifestation. All the participants will be now manifesting the power of body sculpting, where you are having the ability to scan your own body. So, because all participants now do take any body which you want to manifest, take any body part which you want to manifest this power. Either, okay, let's take an example of growing your hair. Okay, how many of you want to grow your hair? Right? Because all participants now, or you want to change your haircut, or you want to change your facial features, you want to remove the acne, or you want to change the way face structure itself. What do you want? Because all participants to go ahead and post. We are going to be manifesting the power of body sculpting. So for all the participants in the first round, you're going to be working on increasing the hair health. Okay? So request all participants now to measure a part of your hand. Or if you want to sculpt anything on your face, so request all participants now you're going to be working on your face. So you can take a current picture of your face, how it is looking right now. Decide how you want to sculpt your face. You want to extend the jawline, or you want to make your face a bit bigger. What exactly you want to experience? Because all participants, as you are doing, as you are taking the picture, getting ready for this power, let us now listen to the Shastra Pramana, what Paramashiva says in the Vijnana Bhaiva Tantra, Sutra 54, Dharana 31, where Paramashiva says very beautifully, Swadehe jagato vapi sukshma sukshma tarani cha tattvani yani nilayam dhyatvante vyachate para, where Paramashiva says very beautifully, cognize deeply that from the subtle to the subtlest constitutive principles of your whole body, Swadeha, or of the whole universe, simultaneously consists of the essential reality. They are being absorbed in their source cause, Paramashiva. By the experience of such restful awareness, one becomes complete from all thoughts and the ultimate universal divine power. Paradevi, Adi Shakti, Paramashiva Shakti is revealed and supreme power manifestation happens. So this is the Shastra Pramana where Paramashiva is speaking about the power of body sculpting. Where once you are complete with the whole body, you will see, you'll experience lots of completion. Therefore, you're having the ability to manifest. Therefore, you're having the ability to manifest this power of body sculpting in you. The Apta Pramana. So understand, the Apta Pramana for this power is taken from the very own life of next is the Apta Pramana, where very beautifully the Apta Pramana for this power is taken from the very own life of Mahavatar Babaji. So understand, Mahavatar Babaji is he's a very great yogi who lives in the Himalayas, and Swamiji says that he is also the Parama Guru in our tradition. So it's like how we have Swamiji, this Guru, he also was one of the Guru who gave the name Swamiji, the one who gave the name Nityananda to Swamiji. So this happened in very own life of Mahavatar Babaji, where Mahavatar Babaji was born in the holy city of Chidambaram. Mahavatar Babaji was born in a Brahmin family and he was named Radharajan. Once during a festival, he was kidnapped and taken to Kolkata. There, a wealthy man purchased and left him free. From there, his spiritual journey started and he took sannyas. He then started learning the Hindu scriptures, but even after that, he wanted a guru. But then he went to Sri Lanka and met Bhoganatha and became his disciple. After learning all that he could learn from Bhogat, he went and became disciple of Agastya. Agastya taught him the science of Kriya Yoga and told him to go to Badrinath and do his practice over there. After 18 months of strict tapas, Babaji's body ceased to age. Understand? Mahavatar Babaji is known for his eternal youth. He may be how many years old, but he's eternally young. So after his Guru Agastya said to him to go to Badrinath, actually Badrinath is a place in the Himalayas. So he went there, he did intense tapas for 18 years. Ever since then, his body remained young forever. He never became old. Even though his age might be, I don't know, it's maybe hundreds, but his body remains young. So with that beautiful understanding we get from his life, we are going to be manifesting this power of body sculpting. So in this level, all the participants, you're going to be manifesting removing hair from a particular region of your body. It can be facial hair you want to remove. You can be removing hair from your body. Particularly, you're going to be manifesting where you're going to be removing hair from a particular region of your body. So I request all participants now to take a picture of which body part you're going to be removing hair from. It can be any parts actually. We understand all the participants. This power of body sculpting will actually help all of us to consciously design our body. See, we have been taught that if you want to change your body, if you want to sculpt your body, you need to go for invasive surgery, such as plastic surgeries, for you to manifest the body which you want. But you do not. But Swamiji is giving us a very beautiful science, very beautiful power of body sculpting. But without any invasive surgeries, without any surgery being done to you, you can consciously design the body as you want. To give an example, other participants, Swamiji, like around the year of 2019 to 2021, those 3 years, Swamiji's skin was actually shining golden color. It was not a filter put on Swamiji, no. Swamiji's body was actually shining like gold. How does it happen? How did it happen? It is through conscious designing Swamiji. If you see, even Swamiji's own life, even the Swamiji's age, Swamiji, yes, of course, Swamiji is 47 years old, but Swamiji does not look like this. Swamiji looks like maybe like a 25-year-old or much younger. Why? Because Swamiji consciously designs his whole body. So with that understanding we get as Swamiji's disciples, we are going to be experience the same thing. We are going to be consciously design our body. So request all participants now to take a picture of the area which you like to remove your hair. Like for example, of your hand or from your forehead, anyone. Choose a part where you're going to remove hair from that region and take a picture of that region.
Nityananda Paramashivoham
Hope all participants are done taking the picture. Now the next step is, because all participants now to settle down, close your eyes. Remember Swamiji in your inner space.
Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda
Visualize the intense golden light in the area you want to remove the hand.
Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham
Now, with that beautiful space, request all participants now to start chanting the Mahavakya intense. Intensely start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Intensely chant the Mahavakya. With all your three eyes, look at the region which you are deciding to remove hair. With all your three eyes, look at the region and infuse the energy into that part as you chant the Mahavakya intensely. Just enjoy the beautiful space you're having at Swamiji.
Nityananda Paramashivoham 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 Nityananda Paramashivoham
Intensely chant the Mahavakya. Connect the Swamiji. With all your three eyes, look at the region which you're going to consciously remove hair.
Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda
Nityananda Paramashivoham 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 Nityananda Paramashivoham
Now, all participants to relax, open your eyes. Okay, how if you manifested at least removing some hair from that region? I request all participants now to go ahead and verify whether hair started removing from that region. You understand, this is the power where you can consciously design your body. And so in today's darshan, all the participants, in the presence of Swamiji, you're going to be sculpting your body the way you want. Out of your consciousness, you're going to design your body. For example, take example of clay. You have the right to mold the clay as you want. Same way, your body is made up of consciousness. Through consciousness, you can alter, manifest the body however you want. You can design however your body wants, whether you want to look exactly like Swamiji or particular way you want to look like. You can actually manifest it through your consciousness. Where consciously you design each and every single part in you, you will see it actually start manifesting as a reality. So with that beautiful power manifestation we will now entering into the next session. So in this session, all the participants, all of you are learning about Sayujya Samadhi. In the next session, we are going to be understanding of one of the main important truths of life. The Swamiji speaks about diagnosing your gender. Okay, all of us will be having a question, what does Swamiji mean by this? We need to diagnose our gender. See, even though you may have a male body, you may be having a female body, but you are not 100% male or you're not 100% female. As Hindus in the class, there are 11 genders. And there are 4 levels in which helps us to diagnose our true gender. Let us now listen from Swamiji how to diagnose the real gender which we are carrying.
Today's subject, 11 genders. Some of the most powerful sacred secrets and powerful cognitions you need to know from Paramashiva about the 11 genders. 1. Gender is the totality of your identification with physical body, psychological layer, physiological existence, and your will about you. Listen. Your physical existence, your physiological existence, your psychological existence, and your identification, aham, will. In all four levels, how you feel the totality of all these four put together is your gender. And unfortunately, society does not have this elaborate true understanding because this knowledge was kept with elite. Society has only the very rough middle class mentality, mediocre understanding of two gender. And now they are coming up slowly only to the level of third gender. But actually 11 genders exist. The various permutation combinations of your gender identification in the physical level, physiological level, psychological level and will, aham, the individual conscious level. So understand, when Hinduism, Vedas and Agamas asks you to be a celibate till the age of 21, the purpose is for you to realize in physical level what is the gender with which you feel comfortable. In psychological level, what is the gender with which you are comfortable. In physiological level, what is the gender identity with which you are comfortable. And your conscious, self-conscious level, what is the gender with which you are comfortable. Exploring it, understand, one of the biggest problem is till 21, if you allow somebody to explore you or if you explore somebody, you collapse into the wrong identification due to powerless cognitions and you build a wrong gender identity. Understand? Whether you feel oversexed or undersexed, womanizer or suppressed, any powerlessness or complication in the level of sex and sexual fulfillment or sexual desires, sexual guilt and any problem you go through with the sex fundamentally starts with gender identification. I tell you, when your gender is properly identified, all the sexual problems just melt down. 3,000 problems sexologists have created can just melt down if you just diagnose your gender. That's all, nothing else. Please understand, multiple disorders related to eating can be cured completely. Multiple disorders related to drug addictions can be cured completely just by gender identification. Do not, first thing, just say no to society and society labeling you in any gender. If you are below 21, decide not to allow anybody to physically explore you and never explore another physical body. Wait. Understand, gender identity is like a mercury. It cannot be kept even in golden pot. It can be only kept in stone vessel. Only after 21, your system becomes a stone vessel. If you are below 21, decide no question of exploring another body or letting another body to explore you. And if you are already above 21 and you feel You have allowed people to explore you, or you explored other bodies. Don't fall into guilt, but sit and go through every incident and go for completing it. All the understandings, false identifications, misinterpretations, powerless cognitions got inserted into you. Look at them all with the eyes of conspiracy theory. Understand, first thing, there are 11 genders. Second thing, you just need completion, whatever way you are, below 21. So decide not to allow anybody to explore you, and do not explore other bodies till 21. Even if you have explored earlier, decide to go for intense completions. All the cognitions inspired you to explore other body, or allow others to explore your body. And after exploring physical relationship, the kind of the cognitions, emotions, mood swings you were going through, pen down all of that, effects and side effects and after effects of you exploring another body or another person exploring your body. Go through the whole thing and completely. Go for completion. If you are above 21, or if you have allowed anybody to explore you or you explored others, go for completion. If you are below 21, don't allow from now anybody to explore others and explore yourself. Even if you are below 21 and already you allowed somebody to explore you or you explored some other body, go for completion. I tell you, identifying your gender makes you so perfect, complete. Diagnosis makes you manifest powers. Not only solves all your foot pattern problems, addiction related problems, and sexual orientation complications, sexual identity crisis, gender identity crisis. I tell you, even the middle age mood swing or the dullness you have, everything, if you are bored, tired, every problem, this is the master solution I am telling you. This solution is something too good to be true. I am telling you. You need to cognize your will, the aham, tries to play with your multiple possibility, multiple permutation combination. Sometimes it tries to be physically male and physiologically female and psychologically gay. Sometimes it tries to be psychologically male, physiologically female and physically gay. It just tries multiple permutation combinations, explores itself during those periods. You just need to be with yourself. That is what Paramashiva calls as Krama Brahmacharya. He is not calling that as an Aishtiga Brahmacharya. At that first 21 years, you don't take the vow, I'll be celibate forever. No. The exploration period. Blessed are those knowingly or unknowingly remained celibate in the first 21 years of your life. You have built a best foundation for your existence. First 21 years of your life, if you have not physically explored anybody and allowed physically to explore you, you have built a best foundation for your life. Your gender identification. Your will, when it is trying, doing all the trial and error of the gender identification, it should be given freedom. Freedom to be celibate. Understand? Society is so abusive only if it hooks you into the greed of sexual need. I call it grid of sex. You can continue to be exploited. Diabetes is grid of food. Sexual incompletion is grid of sex. Same way, once you have the wrong identification of the gender and you are hooked into the sexual greed grid, over. Even if you are impotent, you will be yearning and paying them to cure you. If you are a womanizer, you will be yearning and paying them to make you more sexually active. In either way, you will end up being their consumer, customer, and patient for them. The first 21 years till you find your identification and your beautiful alignment of the gender, which is the true integrity with which your physical, physiological, psychological existences feel complete. In these 11 genders, one permutation combination gives you a complete completion. Wow! The heaven experience in your body, your 6 feet body feels heaven. That experience to happen in you, you need to explore what is the gender you are really, without letting other body to explore you, you to explore other body. Just be celibate for little time, especially the 21 days of Paramashivoham. Try to be completely celibate. Because I'll be supporting you very strongly, super consciously, to awaken to your reality and identify the right permutation combination among these 11 genders. Which one you feel, I know me. In which one you feel, I know me. To come to that experience, that is what I call the state of Ardhanarishwara. Paramashiva. The state of Ardhanarishwara. Ardhanarishwara is the ultimate symbol of the completion of the gender identity. Liberation from gender crisis. It's a beautiful form Paramashiva takes to show the completion of the gender identity. Next few days, go on pinning down all your wrong ideas you gathered about the gender identification from the society. Below 21, whether you explode another body or another person explode your body, it's a sexual abuse done to you. It's a sexual abuse done to you by the society. By not having the honesty and integrity and telling you the truth about the life and gender, you have been misled. Just till 21, be celibate. If you missed it, now at least do completion. Complete completion and liberation. When you really identify your gender and manifest your true identity, your physical, psychological, physiological will, the conscious identities align so beautifully with integrity, you simply start manifesting Paramashiva. The state, space, powers and being of Paramashiva. I'll continue to expand on the sacred secrets, powerful cognitions Paramashiva reveals on 11 gender. Listen very intensely. Shrunu Priye, listen, O beloved one. Understand. Sexual act, a man first feels physiologically pressured by the hormones. So physiology sends the signals to body, physical structure. So it starts responding, but psychology is not having enough life positive affirmation to be active. It does not have enough love. It only feels the pressure of physiology and physical components. So, it is waiting to take revenge on the physiology and physical component the moment act is over. The moment act is over, psychology just takes over and pushes you in such life negative mood and feeling. Listen, if the integrity between physical, physiological, psychological components of you is not achieved about your gender identification, whether you are oversexed or undersexed, you will be constantly struggling. If you are undersexed, you will have so much of struggle in your dreams. If you are oversexed, you will have so much of trouble in your psychology space. Understand? Whether you are aggressive or passive, if your psychology is also prepared and integrated to physiology and physical component along with hormonal pressure, you will build tremendous love and responsibility, care for the other person. End of the act will not be falling down, it will be falling into the intimacy. Every level, your gender identification matters. Understand? Whether you are a womanizer or a nymphomaniac, it doesn't matter. Whether you are a sannyasi or sannyasini, it doesn't matter. What matters is, do you feel inside your body, your integrity, your physical, physiological, psychological components, do they feel integrated about your gender identification? Understand? Your physical identification, that needs just a simple medical examination, nothing else. Physical examination, nothing else. But physiological identification, you need to look in. Whenever you feel excited, are you more in kama or moha? Understand, both of them are different. In kama, you just want to manifest the reality of you and the other person or persons involved in your life. In moha, you just want to exploit everyone for your pleasure. There are two different things. In kama,
You are very sure you want the completion for everyone involved. In moha, it is all about you feeling complete. I should not even use the word complete. You feeling relieved. Listen carefully. Whenever your physiology is pressured, if your psychology feels calm, it is integrity. You will be such a beautiful being. Whenever your physiology feels pressured and your psychology feels moha, you will just be exploitative. It will be more or less like a masturbation with another body or a rape. That's it. Understand? The reflection of Paramashiva in you, Pratyagatma Chaitanya, the individual consciousness, as a freedom to align your gender identification in the level of psychology and physiology and physical, all three. I wanted to make a statement. By your willpower, you can change your gender completely, even physically. Ramakrishna demonstrated it. Sri Ramakrishna Paramahamsa demonstrated. There was another one great yogi called Madanagopala Swami. Natananayagi Swamigal, he used to be called. He lived in South India. He was in Mathura Bhava with Sri Krishna. With his power and willpower, he just manifested all the female characters in his system, whole system. Listen, first truth you need to know, there is no such thing as straight. Nobody is straight. You are just a being clothed with a body. Sexual attraction has nothing to do with the gender of the opposite person. It is the grace you feel with the opposite person. Beautifully Upanishad says, you love your husband or wife not because he is male or female, or husband or wife. He is or she is reflection of your integrity with your identity. Understand? Attraction is due to the grace the other body radiates. Grace is always directly the quantity of the integrity that person's physical, physiological, psychological, conscious identity enjoys. Understand? The more their gender identification is integrated, more grace they will manifest. They will radiate. Grace is all about you being completely comfortable with your physical, physiological, psychological, conscious identity called Aham Pratyagatma Chaitanyam, and all attraction is towards the grace, not towards any gender, not towards any person. Please understand. Break from this mediocre idea of gender dowholing. Feel completely relieved if you are confused about your gender identity. Understand, if you are confused about gender identity, feel good about it. You are above the mediocre people. Mediocre people have decided to have false belief due to their fear of society. It is the fear of society. You deny your confusion or the identity crisis and just accept something society says and go on torture yourself for your whole life
to believe what society has labeled it on you. I am so grateful to my gurus. At right age, I received these lessons, these understandings, revelations. When I say first 21 years, be celibate, I am not sadist. I am not sadist, understand? I want you to understand first what real identity you are enjoying. What is your real gender identity? I tell you. If you integrate your gender identity, whether you are a sannyasi or a grihastha or a womanizer, you will be such graceful being. You will be such graceful being. I have seen the most graceful sannyasi and the most graceful womanizers. I have seen both. And sometimes I used to wonder how both of them radiate such grace. I realized it is not about the action, it is about the integrity and identity you feel in physical, physiological, psychological, and conscious level. Grace means ability to generate huge love and respect in the other person the moment he sees you, she sees you. Just by sight, if you are able to instigate, invoke tremendous love and respect, that is called grace. Beautifully, Valmiki describes when Sita entered the court, the whole court stood up, including Janaka. Understand? Janaka is father. He says the grace she was carrying was such, all the rishis, munis, and the people who came for Swayamvaram, who were supposed to get married to her, or who came with a lust to marry her, all of them forgot their identity for a few seconds and just stood up. The grace she was radiating. I tell you. I wanted to get into the details. All the mood swing. Women suffer, feeling exploited. Women feel is just because their three layers are not integrated. Physical, physiological, psychological does not feel the same gender identity. There is a mismatch. There is a confusion. That is why women feel disgraced every time they enter into a sexual act and come out. They feel exploited, tortured, abused. Listen. All you need is aligning. And when I say aligning, I don't want to say in physical, physiological, psychological, you need to feel the same gender identity. No, you just need to identify to feel. That's if you identify or feel you are behaving. Understand. Realizing blind spot is curing blind spot. Nothing else. Realizing why you are behaving the way you are behaving. Why you are doing the way you are doing. Why you are saying what you are saying. Liberates you. I tell you, just if this one understanding and realization is shared, Paramashiva gives at least some 25 methodology to identify your gender in physical, physiological, psychological, conscious levels. Without this gender integrity, every time whether you go through the sexual act or you suppress, you are creating wound in you. Whether you masturbate with another body or masturbate alone, you are creating a wound in you, scar in you. This identification is the primal detoxification you need to go through. It's a fundamental understanding a child should be given by the age of 7. 7, child should start learning about the 11 genders and what gender he feels comfortable in the physical, physiological, psychological, conscious levels. And he should start exploring the multiple permutation combinations and discover in which combination he feels, I know me. Where he manifests his highest possibilities and where he manifests his highest powers. I can see in my Gurukul the kids who manifest powers. They feel so comfortable in their body. Only when they go through this gender identity crisis, they try to explore another body or they allow the another person to explore them, which should not be. At least till 21, do not allow anybody to explore you or don't explore others. You will have multiple realizations, I tell you. Those realizations will solidify you, consolidate you. Gold vessel may be very precious, costly. It will not be useful to keep mercury. To keep mercury, you need only stone bowl. You need to create the body to feel awe. Center your gender identity on consciousness rather than your body or mind, then you will understand the signs of engaging with life and relationships without getting into sexual act. The signs of entering into relationship with the whole universe without engaging physical or sexual act is pure power manifestation. Listen. Listen. I'll repeat. Do not take your consciousness, life for granted. Center your consciousness on Paramashiva. Center even your gender identity. Understand the science I am teaching you now is the most powerful, beautiful
power manifestation science. Center even your gender identity on consciousness instead of your body. Listen, when you look in, even before you remember your gender as a male or female, center your core existence on your consciousness. Remember your consciousness. You are pure consciousness. On that understanding, cognition, you are pure consciousness. If you build your existence, understand, the more and more you remember your consciousness, more and more you engage yourself with the understanding your consciousness, more and more the nectar based chemicals and hormones will happen in your system. Listen, the everyday living process of your body, your inhaling, exhaling, breathing, digestion, all this can be either amritatva, nectaric, or they can be aging, growing old. Listen carefully. You need to understand the functioning of your body is centered on the ideas you cherish about you. The more you cherish you are based on your body, the more you will engage with gender identities, then that leads to more and more of bondages, needs, greeds, fears. More and more you center yourself as consciousness, more and more your taste for life gets mature. Understand, when you start remembering your consciousness more and more, your identity will not be based on gender. Cognizing yourself consciously, from that cognition, your consciousness, when you approach your physiology, it engages itself in the space of Paramashiva, means immortality, nectar, amritatva, all the life processes like a breathing, inhaling, exhaling, eating, digestion, all engagement with life, whatever your body goes through, everything starts happening towards immortality, being filled with amrita, nectar. Understand? When you remember your consciousness, even your gender identity is built such a way you do not seek to engage with a sexual relationship with every being you see or everything you see. Please understand, gender identity built based on consciousness knows how to engage with every person and everything without sexual relationship, sexual activity, but able to engage. That is what I call power manifestation. Listen. If you engage between two bodies, it is sexual act. Even you possessing a gold jewelry, a gold, is sexual act. A matter working with matter always is sexual act. When you establish yourself as consciousness and being conscious, you build your identity and engage with life. Everything becomes power manifestation. I'll tell you, signs of having relationship with the whole universe without engaging into sexual act is power manifestation. Understand? Without consciousness getting matured, you getting aged is the worst curse. Consciousness getting matured more than your age is the greatest blessing.
Nityananda, to all participants. That was a very beautiful session. Swamiji spoke on decoding your gender, diagnosing your gender as it is. See, understand? Because all participants also post their understanding of this great truth that Swamiji revealed on diagnosing your gender. See, Swamiji says very beautifully that you are just a pot. Only after 21, you become a stone pot. You become a stone, you become hard. Before 21, before the age of 21, whatever you do, it's not solid in your system. And that's the building time. That's the point of time where you build. At the age of 21, you actually build your very core. What they understand Swamiji says from the time they are born until 21. This period is the time, the most important time. As this is the what they learn on how to imbibe. From this only they actually mature, put their powerful cognitions. Understand at this point of time only our Hindu tradition says this is the period time for Gurukul, where they learn all these sciences that they can empower themselves and may not need to go through the powerlessness direction. But unfortunately, nowadays, within the age of 16 or 18 itself, kids, teenagers enter into such activities. That's why Swamiji says, before age of 21, do not indulge in any type of relationship other than your guru, other than Swamiji. As it is the point of time where we are molding ourselves, we are actually molding our very inner space. After the age of 21, we become a solid stone structure. We become a stone where what all society has taught us, whatever we have cognized, we have understood, we start implementing in our day-to-day life. We take decision from these cognitions. So it is important for all of us to understand and diagnose our very identity, our gender. As Swamiji says, gender needs to be taught rightly. It is just misunderstood. What society has taught us so far, it is just misunderstood, but it's not the right thing. So all of us need to understand that Hinduism says very beautifully, we have 11 genders. We are not just limited to this few genders which humanity has found. No, you have 11 genders which you need to explore yourself in, where you need to find out which gender you are in. As very beautifully Swamiji says that for you to diagnose your gender, there are 4 things which is required. 1, physical body. Second is your psychological, your mental plane. Third is your physiology. And 4th is your conscious level. Of course, your consciousness beyond gender. Your physiology level only, we need to find out which gender do we belong to. Physically, all of us know that we are male, female, transgender, whatever it is. Mental level also, we need to understand. So understand there are 4 levels which conscious, understand there's 4 levels in with which you need to diagnose which gender, which of the 11 genders do you belong to. As Swamiji says, consciousness is how you are in your belly. In your physiological level, meaning how you are in your intra organs or in your internal organs, such as are you active or are you passive. Understand your consciousness is the 4th layer, which you need to diagnose is your will. The will which you create is for the it is the consciousness. Now, in the physiological level, as Swamiji says, if you are male, you need to be passive. If you are female, you need to be aggressive. So the physiology we need to find out which are we. Is it active or is it passive? Your consciousness, understand the will, is how you will operate in your core. What kind of will you have within yourself? The base from which, the cognition which you cherish, you make decisions for. The core in which where you start cognizing the world around you is your consciousness. This is all participants understanding. So these are the 4 levels which Hinduism says to diagnose your very gender. Once you have diagnosed each of these 4 levels, then you know which gender do you belong to. As Swamiji says, it is important for all of us to diagnose and understand which is our gender, as it has been wrongly taught and misunderstood. So, these four methods, understand, these are the four things that Swamiji says that you can diagnose your very gender itself. So, very beautifully, the session Swamiji said, if you are a male, as natural, physically, you are very aggressive, you are active. Swamiji says, in your physiological level, which is your internal organs and your organs, you need to be passive. Swamiji says, relate in any relationships for all the males. Relate to any relationships you want. Just be passive. As long as you are passive, that is enough. For females, naturally we have that passiveness within ourselves. So understand, when this switch happens, when the female becomes more passive, what she experiences? She becomes powerless. She'll only have fear within herself. If a male is very active in his physiological level, they become more aggressive, more anger, more violent they would become. This is why Swamiji says it needs to be changed. If you're a male, you need to be passive. Go build many as much as relationship as you want, but just avoid the physical relationship. But just be passive. Have romantic relationship you want, just be passive. That's and if you're a female, Swamiji said, in your physiological level, be aggressive. Understand? If your physiological level is aggressive, you will see this kind of stamina you build within yourself. So this is Swamiji says, Dhira, courage to face anything you want. If a female does intense yoga, such as rope yoga or the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama, the Tritiya Vinyasa Kramas, intense meditation practice, samyamas, all these things if they do, if a female does it, it will actually empower them to become strong and active. So all participants understanding. So if you are a male, go towards becoming more passive, as that will align you, as that will experience. As Swamiji said, if a male is very passive in his physiological level, he'll manifest Paramashiva. Swamiji says that you can actually manifest so much powers just through this, just by aligning your physiology. If you are a female, if you align your physiology by becoming active, aggressive, being a workaholic, moving continuously, going on doing work, but see, work, being active meaning moving your body continuously, being active, aggressive, like doing the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama, taking on the challenging asanas. Understand, all female bodies, you do have this energy within yourself. As Swamiji says, if you decide, your body will align to it. So if you decide, okay, let me do the Tritiya Vinyasa Krama, you will see you will have the ability to do it. Your body will listen to you. Or if you want to go on the Malakamba, go on the Shavasana, or go on the Kundalini Rajya, the rope yoga, and do all the asanas, that will actually help you to align your physiology. All the various different samyamas which Swamiji has given, which Swamiji has revealed for all of us to do, that will also actually align. A female body once aligns her physiology by being so very aggressive, active, that will actually help her to manifest powers. That will actually help her to manifest any reality she wants in her life. So, as all participants understanding, I request all the participants to post whether you have any questions and doubts you have. Do feel free to post in the chat section. As Swamiji said, gender needs to be understood from the right person, from the one who has experienced from very depth level itself. Only from them you can learn gender. As what modern day society is teaching us is just a corrupted way, just a misunderstanding. But we need to understand and realign our cognition to the right definitions of gender. So all participants understanding this. And because all participants, I encourage all participants also to post your understandings, any powerful cognitions which you have gotten from the session also. Do feel free to post in the chat section. It'd be nice to hear from all the participants too. So for all participants, so now to identify, to diagnose which gender you belong to, Swami has very elaborately given a beautiful process, beautiful exercise for us to cognize and see which of the genders, which of the 11 genders do we belong to. As Swamiji says, ultimately, gender is for us to realize our ultimate reality, ultimate possibility, our ultimate higher identity, which is Paramashivoham. So Swamiji says very beautifully, real freedom is knowing your gender. You can change your gender just by your will. Do not brand your body as male or female and constantly program it. We all of us need to understand fundamentally that we have been constantly labeling ourselves, saying, oh, we are male born, we are female born. But understand, Swamiji says you do have the freedom to build the body as you want. So for all the participants, I request you, the first step Swamiji is giving for all of us is go on penning down all the ideas, all the wrong ideas you gathered about the gender, about gender identification from the society. For example, you were told to choose from a very young age. We have been taught that if you are a male born, if you are a male, you have to earn a lot. You have to work. All professions are for you. As a female, you should only do your homely or sexual performance. So for all the participants understanding, so request all of you now to pen down all the ideas, all the wrong cognitions which you have gathered about gender, about sexuality, gender identification from the society. Hope all the participants have done writing. First step. If you have any questions, doubts you have, do feel free to post in the chat section. So the first step, all of us wrote down the cognitions, the ideologies which have been gotten from society on our gender identification, about our gender, which we have put into our life. So let us now look into this next step which Swamiji is giving. So understand Swamiji says that you have the ability to consciously design your life, consciously build your gender. Out of your conscious will, you can manifest. But we have been wrongly associating yourself with the ideologies which society has been put into us. So the next step Swamiji is giving for all the participants is, all the cognitions inspire you to explore your body or others' body, to explore your body, and others experiencing physical relationship. The kind of cognitions, conditions, mood swings you are going through, depend on all the effects, all and the side effects, and after effects of you experiencing the another body or another person experiencing in your life. So all participants understand. If you have allowed someone to experience or explore it, just complete with it and rebuild yourselves. That's the exact cognitive, that's the process which all of us are doing right now. All now, I request all participants now, think on what all the feelings you felt, all the after effects, side effects, the effect which took on your very being after you doing that, all the cognitions, emotions, mood swings you went through, you are going through, depend on all the detail. Like for example, it was school, everyone in college was going with someone else. So due to this reason, but you went. But after you entered into relationship, after you explored another person's body, you felt a lot of powerlessness within yourself. What are the emotions you felt through? Pen them down detailing. Because all participants detail pen down as this is the process given directly by Swamiji to heal our gender problems. Swamiji is literally healing every one of us in the very gender level itself, in the very core level itself. Swamiji is healing us. So, paying on all the cognitions which inspired you to explore the other person's body, or allow others to explore your body, and after exploring the physical relationship, the kind of cognitions, emotions, mood swings you are going through, paying on all the side effects, after effects you are exploring, after exploring the other person's body, or other person exploring your body, pen that down detailedly. Request all participants to write this exercise very detailed, as is a very powerful exercise Swamiji has given, where just by doing this simple exercise, understand, this is a very simple yet powerful exercise Swamiji has revealed, which then directly work into multiple layers of powerlessness which we are carrying within ourselves. So request all participants to openly write in detail what all you felt, what and all you went through. Write it down detail, as this powerful exercise will help all of us to come out from multiple layers of powerlessness which have been cherishing, which we have acquired in our life. I request all participants to detailedly write down each of the incidents you went through, each of the cognitions you cherished, all the mood swings which you went through, everything, the emotions, the cognitions you carry about you after the effort, every single thing, whatever you felt within you, how you saw the world around you, how you perceive the world, how you perceive about life, every single thing, pen it down detailedly. all participants now to relax yourself. You understand? All the cognitions which you carry about gender needs to be redefined. As Swamiji says, real freedom is what? You're having the ability to change your very gender itself. Yes, you do have the ability to change the gender. To give an example, like Ramakrishna Paramahamsa. Understand? Ramakrishna was a very known saint for his devotion to Mother Kali. Once, as he was practicing a specific samyama, so he was actually dressing up how to become a female boy. Basically, he was dressing up as a female. Literally, after 6 months, he became a female. Understand? Ramakrishna Paramahamsa is a male. But he had lots of completion within himself, where he had the ability to change very physical body itself, to change the very gender itself. That much amount of completion freedom he had within himself. So Ramakrishna was doing that. As once he started dressing up as female, he actually became a female. For 6 months, he became a female. As soon as he decided he wants to become a female, he became a female. Like how a female would be the menstruation, the experience, the growing of the body. All these things actually Ramakrishna Paramahamsa had. He went through it for 6 months. And it took 6 months again back for him to come back to his original state of being a male body. See, why I'm sharing this for all participants to understand that your body is a mechanism which listens to you. You have the freedom to change the very gender itself. But first, we need to complete all the incompletion side effects which we have went through in our life, which society has made us to went through. Understand? Society is, yes, it is there to support us, but it's not correct. What society teaches is according to what Swamiji calls societal conditioning, which is not right. Which, by going through it, by listening to what society says, and at the end of the day, we are putting ourselves in powerlessness. Understand, all the participants, the process which all of us did right now is a very powerful process where in today's darshan, Swamiji is going to be healing every single thing. Swamiji is going to come, heal physically, the very core in you, or all you went through in your life, in the field of relationship, in the body level, everything which you experience, Swamiji is going to heal you completely and reboot your whole system. So, with that beautiful understanding we get from this session, let us now enter into power manifestation. For all the participants, as Swamiji says, real freedom is what? Having the ability to sculpt the body as you want. So we are going to be manifesting the power of body sculpting. As in the previous session, all of us were safely removing the hair from our body. In this session, all the participants, you are going to be changing your facial features. Like for example, you want to, let's say you want to widen your smile, especially because all parties you'll be working on your lip. So for example, you have a big lip, so you want to make it shorter, or you want to make your lip wider, you want to enhance the color of the lips, or you want to enhance the smile on you. Whatever you want to design, because all participants now to take a picture of how your lips are currently. Or you can also decide that I want to have lips like Swamiji. I want to have a smile like Swamiji, so I'm going to manifest that. Of course, Swamiji's smile is the ultimate smile one can ever get in one's life. So because all participants now to take a picture of currently how your face is looking. Make sure you are calm, complete. Now, once you've taken the picture of yours, so because all participants now to take a post in the chat, what is it you want to manifest in this round. Like you want to widen your smile, you want to work on your smile, you want to have smile like Swamiji, or you want to have lip shape like Swamiji, or want to have lip color like Swamiji. Whatever is it you want, I request all participants to go ahead and post. Now, I request all participants now to close your eyes. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The form of Swamiji, which you connect most. Visualize him in your inner space. Intensely. Start chanting the Mahavakya.
Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham
With that beautiful space of oneness with Swamiji. Because all participants now to command, alter how you want to manifest the lips you want. You want to make it bigger, or you want to make it shorter, or you want to enhance your lip color, or you want to enhance the smile, or you want to just want to have Swamiji's facial feature, anything you want. And because all participants now to start manifesting the power. Just intensely enjoy the beautiful space with Swamiji. Because all participants, you can also have conversation with Swamiji. The more you will talk to Swamiji, you'll see Swamiji will actually respond. Swamiji will actually manifest your reality. Because all participants, go ahead, chant the Mahavakya intensely. Let your whole being vibrate with the frequency of the Mahavakya.
Om Nityananda Paramashivoham 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 Om Nityananda
Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
Yes.
Om
Chant Maha as you are manifesting this power.
Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham. Mahavagya, spiritual lullaby for samadhi.
Gently chant the Mahavakya, all the
And
participants.
Suprabhatam, wake up
Just
call, wake up song.
remind yourself of the powerful
for
cognition which you got from
Paramashiva.
this session, where Swamiji says,
This
real
Mahavagya
freedom is what? Having the ability
is
to
spiritual
change your very
lullaby
gender
for you to
itself.
fall into samadhi.
Having the ability to change the very
Suprabhatam,
body
wake up
itself.
song
That
for
is real freedom.
Paramashiva to wake up in
Just
you.
remind yourself of the powerful cognition
Remember
Swamiji's given
this one
as
powerful
you
cognition.
manifest this power.
This Mahavagya puts me in samadhi. This is spiritual lullaby for samadhi. And Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva in me. For Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahavagya. Mahavagya, spiritual lullaby for samadhi. And Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva. For Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahavagya. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
I request all participants now to slowly relax yourself. Because all participants now to relax, open your eyes, and now start verifying. Because all participants now to first take a photograph of right now how you're looking. Definitely some manifestation will happen. Understand? Swamiji says that I always manifest. It's just that our human eyes does not have the ability to perceive the manifestation. Because all participants now, as just right now, take a picture how you're looking right now and compare both the photographs. Is there any change in the lip? Or did the manifestation happen for all of you? Because all participants to go ahead and start verifying now. How did Swamiji manifest for you? Definitely something with a Swamiji would have manifested.
Nityananda Paramashivoham 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 Nityananda Paramashivoham
It's all participants to go ahead and post how did Swamiji manifest for all of you. Definitely something with a Swamiji would have manifested for all of you. Either, who knows, you may have a exact lip shape, like a lip line like Swamiji, or you have your smile enhanced like Swamiji. Something would have manifested because all participants to go ahead and post, or who knows, you may even manifested changing your lip color also. Something Swamiji would have manifested because all participants to go ahead and see how did Swamiji manifest for you. See, after that beautiful, powerful process with Swamiji is given, understand, this is a very powerful exercise which all of us did, but directly Swamiji is working a very core itself. Swamiji is literally working a very identity, the very conditioning which have been, the very conditioning, the ideologies which we have put our whole life into, and restart infusing with new powerful cognitions that help you to manifest life. See, Swamiji says in this beautiful satsang, okay, if you have went through, if you have done the physical relationship before the age of 21, it's okay. Complete. Realign your whole physiology. That's it.
Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham
All participants now, you post it. See, understand, this process which all of us just did right now, very beautifully understand this process was actually directly given by Swamiji, where Swamiji says very beautifully that you have the freedom to change the way you are living. Swamiji says you are your own creator. You can manifest what do you want in your life. This is out of your conscious intention, your conscious manifestation, which is possible for all of us. As Swamiji says, There's 4 things which helps us to identify which gender do we belong to. First is the physical body which we carry. Second is the psychological body, how we are psychologically, our mental state. Third is the physiology, the internal organs, the intra organs. All these things, how do they function? Are they active or are they passive? Last is the consciousness, which is your very core. All these 4 defines which gender you are. All these 4 defines gender. But what society teaches is only limited to physical body. As long as you look like a female, you are a female body. As long as you look like a male body, you are a male body. But understand, you may be a female or you may be a male, but psychologically you may be female or psychologically you may be a male. It can be anything. So that's why Swamiji says gender is a concept which is being misunderstood, which needs to be re-understood. But according to what Hinduism says, according to what Paramashiva says in the Tantric scriptures. Because all participants now to post your experience on this beautiful session we had. I understand this was a very powerful session which all of us went through. See, many powerful conclusions which were gotten from the satsang. It is for all of us to work on our very gender itself. See, some of the participants are attending the program. You may be having a question. I do not have such problem like this. I never went through such thing like this in my life. But why do I need to sit and do all this? Understand, all the participants. Your very core needs to be reintroduced. Your very core needs to be rebuilt. As so much of powerlessness is being fed into our system, is being fed to our inner space on this very topic of gender. Not just females alone, but even males also. We go through lots of powerlessness, lots of things, emotions we go through in our life. For example, if a mother is not there, then we feel I do not know how to relate to a female. If a father is not there for some of us, we feel we do not know how to relate to a male because the insecurity is there within ourselves. So we need to be reintroduced on gender. As gender is not just what the LGBTQ community speaks, no. Gender according to what Paramashiva has given, the science of 11 genders. So this process all of us just did right now will actually help us to go more deeper on the further sessions that Swamiji is going to be revealing on the 11 genders, on how to manifest life as you want, completing with all the powerlessness which you had on gender, on the physical body. Because all participants now to post your experience on the beautiful session all of us just had. And if you have any questions or doubts also, do feel free to post in the chat section, as we are now going to be entering into a very powerful and intense session. So all of us are preparing for that. See, understand Swamiji says, we need to be rethought on What is our true gender? Only when we diagnose which gender do we belong to, we'll experience intense completion within ourselves. See, some of the participants you may be wondering that, okay, I do not have any problem like this. I was such an obedient kid and I grew up like that. But I never went through such thing like this in my life. But why is it important for all of us to understand this very topic of gender? See, many times we have been misunderstood what community, what society has spoken about gender. And by believing those cognitions, by believing those ideas, ideologies, you actually create a lot of powerlessness within yourself, a lot of uncomfortability within yourself, where you actually create lots of self-hatred, guilt within yourself. So, by doing this completion on your very gender, it actually introduces you to who you are. It will actually introduce you to who you are and builds you and gives you the stamina, the stability to empower yourself on which gender you belong. So, all the participants, the next session is actually a very special session. The Swamiji will be speaking on genders. It's a very exclusive session, so let's listen to it right now.
Now, what I am going to talk, you need to listen with a lot of intensity. I'm going to share some of the most subtle principles. I'm not going to tell you what should be done, should not be done, right, wrong, and all. I'm going to share some of the subtle principles. Then I'll help you to discover your gender. First thing, understand, Paramashiva is very clear. There is no such thing as a straight male or straight female. Slaves, Shudras, Chandalas, the lower middle class people who do not involve themselves with the life, only they started identifying themselves with a one straight gender. Please understand. Listen carefully. I am repeating. People who don't get involved with a life, they identify themselves as straight male or straight female because you don't need to do much work on you. See, you always wanted to assume the idea about you which does not demand awareness response. Listen carefully. See, you have 4 layers. Physical body, then physiological system, then your psychological layer, then your being, individual consciousness. Understand, one is male, another one is female, another one is male, another one is female. Means that if it is combination, you will have a balanced life. But if it is overloaded, physical, physiological, both are male. Physical, physiological, both are female means you are stuck. You will constantly have that same sexual habit and practice, but same, you will collapse.
Because fundamentally the problem is not external action, internal concept. Listen. I'm getting into the details. So I will repeat 2-3 times. Because, see, one of the biggest problem is this subject of sex. Because you are trained and the whole pattern of you is not to discuss about this subject or not even to show you have a knowledge about this subject. You always keep these words, ideas aside. Now, I am not teaching you about your so-called sexual act. I am teaching you about your sexual identity. Listen carefully. If your body is male body and your physiology is passive and your psychology is again masculine, consciousness is passive, you will have a completion and fulfillment. Let me explain what I mean by that word. Body, a masculine body, aggressive body is actually good, healthy. It will be very energetic, active. But aggressive physiology is bad. Aggressive physiology means physiology which is always pushing itself to the extreme. Means highest border blood pressure, it will go on. Only when it reaches, it cannot handle anymore, it will stop. Highest creatinine level in your urine. Highest level of sugar. Means the physiology, your intra-organs and internal organs should not be aggressive, pushing itself to the extreme. Please listen carefully. The Hindu jewelry, like this nose piercing, ears piercing, Rudraksha in the armpit, all these are actually, traditionally they wear Rudraksha in the armpit. They pierce the armpit and wear Rudraksha. All these are actually to make your physiology passive. All this makes your physiology passive in multiple ways. Now understand one thing. If your body is male, your physiology should be passive. If your body is female, your physiology should be very active. Active physiology will burn the fat in the female body. Active physiology will increase the high blood pressure and diabetes in the male body. I'll repeat, listen. The truths I am sharing now with you cuts across the field of sex, physical, physiology, internal organs, intra-organs, and the science of medicine. Please understand every statement I am making to you. I have validated even with modern science. So you don't have to worry. I am not talking just from Vedas and Upanishads and Agamas. I am not putting you in any risk. I have thoroughly vetted all these statements with the modern day researches and findings. So whatever I am talking, you can very comfortably practice. First listen and imbibe, that's enough. Then I'll make sure how you will practice. Listen carefully. If you are male body and your physiology always gets restless, agitated with no problem situation, when there is no problem externally, If you feel restless inside, you will create problem. Not only that, you will identify your masculinity with the problem management. The aggression is identified falsely as your valor. Stupidity. Romance is the highest valor, I tell you. Highest valor of a man is romance, not sex. Highest valor of the man is romance, not sex. The physiology is being passive is the most graceful, powerful way a man can exist. Physiology being powerful, aggressive is the best way a woman can exist. Listen, I will repeat. You have 4 layers. Physical body, the body which you are having. Your physiology, when I say your physiology, I mean 2 components. One, your internal organs, an intra-organ which controls your internal organs. For example, in your throat, the thyroid is internal organ. The Vishuddhi chakra is intra-organ. Pituitary is internal organ. Third eye is the intra-organ. Anagat hearts, your heart and lungs is internal organ. Anagata chakra is intra-organ. Your intra-organs control your internal organs. Please listen. See, please understand, every word I am uttering is like a formula. If it goes and settles in you, it will create 1,000, at least 1,000 powerful cognition. Those powerful cognitions releases knowledge. From that knowledge arises your actions. Listen carefully. What I am sharing with you is formulas. From that formulas arises thousands of powerful cognitions. From that cognitions, powerful cognitions arises knowledge. From that knowledge, right actions arises. So when I am giving you formula, don't miss. Listen. Your physical body, your physiological system, your psychological system, and your being, consciousness. If your physical body is male, ideally your physiological system should be female. Means your internal organs should be more passive, not pushing you to the extreme. Your psychology should be very alive, aggressive, and your consciousness should be very cool and compassionate. One of the worst thing I found in the modern day boys, psychologically, listen carefully. Psychologically, absolutely impotent. So much of mood swing. Listen carefully. Psychologically, so much of mood swing. that directly affects the body, so much impotency, but physiologically very active, means so much of fantasy and desire about sex, but physically impotent, because psychologically impotent. Understand this layer. Your spouse can understand what I am saying more than you. If you are sitting here with your spouse, she will tell you what I am teaching is how much true. Listen. This is, now I am talking about men, then I will move to the women next. Listen carefully. Any psychology with full of mood swing will produce body impotent, but the physiology will be very aggressive. Listen, this is the biggest problem modern day youth is suffering. You may be thinking modern day youth is very lusty. No, impotent fellows. Listen carefully. Toxins are responsible. Any mood swing affecting the body, you should not work on mind, you should work on detoxification, body. If your mood swing affects your physiology, you need medicine. If your mood swing affects your body, you just need detoxification. In the modern human being, the whole problem I found, their mood swings affect body, not physiology. Listen, I have seen in my village, the elders, when the wife dies, their mind goes through so much, their body stops functioning. Listen carefully. Not that body is diseased, their physiology stops functioning. Listen, I'll repeat now. Understand these layers. Body, physiology, psychology. I call psychology only as a mind. Your psychological layer, mind. Then your being, individual consciousness. When your mind is affected by something, if your body is affected, you need detoxification. Not any medical attention. If your mind affects your psychology, your physiology, then you need medicine. For example, you have a depression, your body suffers that mood swing. Then you need detoxification. No medicine will work. How much ever you give depression medication, nothing will work. If your psychology problems affect your physiology, intra-organs and internal organs, only then the medicines will help. There is two different things. I think you need to listen very subtle, careful, because what I am talking, is one of the most subtlest principles of the identity game you play. I know I need to insert this very step by step, this whole knowledge into you. That is why I was first helping you to intra-analyze and then take you to the next level. But if you understand this, it can liberate you from many of your useless pride you carry. If you can, you see, you always think, if you can throw tantrum by shouting, you established your masculine powerfulness. For women, if you cry and collapse and blackmail everyone and get what you wanted, you feel successful. You are not understanding both these patterns are absolutely destructive. They are not definition of your identity. They are identity crisis actually. Listen carefully. How many of you are understanding these 2 points? Aggression more than needed to get what you want, and blackmailing and collapsing more than needed to throw tantrum and get what you want. Both. Listen carefully. If you do overacting, knowing you are overacting, you are intelligent. But after some time, even if you forget you are overacting and start believing that is the truth, you are a fool. A person who knows he is overacting and be intelligent to keep the distance between his overacting and his own cognitions is an enlightened being. That is what is the gap, the unclutched gap which Krishna lives in. What I call the state of Paramashiva. Understand, I am throwing multiple ideas towards you. Even if you catch 2, 3, that's enough. I am not expecting that you will catch everything I am saying. Even if you catch 2, see, if I am throwing 100 and you catch 2 or 3, that's more than enough. I am okay with it. But I expect and request you to try to grasp as much as possible. I'll repeat now. It's very subtle principles. Straight, simple technique I can give. If you are a male in a male body, entertain more and more and more of non-sexual romance. Build lots of romantic relationships and never get into sexual relationship. This will completely raise you to the highest Tantra. If you are in the female body, be aggressive warrior. Learn things like a karate, physically breaking. Please understand, now what I am saying will align your whole physiology, and this whole alignment of physical, physiology, psychology and consciousness. Physical diseases, understand? Fundamental physical diseases, and it will make you manifest powers. A romantic man and aggressive woman can manifest multiple powers just like that. A physically aggressive female body, physiologically soft, intense, romantic male body will manifest huge powers. I am giving you a straight essence. I'll give you the science also. I'll teach you the science so you can identify your gender and see the misshape. Why you create so much mess around you. See, many times, just because you want to take revenge on your dad, you go and destroy your body, your mind, your life. Just you want to throw tantrum. You just want to prove your dad that you are not going to listen to him anymore. I've seen. That is the way most of you start drinking and smoking, just to say no to dad. Just to say no to him, do something. Understand, that is the way you start feeling, defining your box of the identity. Now, it will not collapse by any practice. Intense romance based, but not physical touch. Multiple relationships. Very loving, very caring. That is why in Hindu tradition, other than your wife, everyone is Didi. In Hindu tradition, that is the way. Other than your wife, everyone is either mother or daughter. I tell you. Mother, daughter, sister relationship, where a sweet friendliness and romance is shared, but no sexual relationship. One of the biggest problem in the modern day, we forgot romance can exist without sexual relationship. Love, care can exist without sexual relationship. That's one of the biggest toxification happened to men. Understand? The biggest toxification happened to men is not pornography. The biggest toxification happened to men is men are made to believe that without sex romance cannot exist. No. I tell you, there are multiple ways to relate other than the sexual relationship. Any person who develops that ability starts manifesting power in male body. It's actually a power manifestation technique. Aggressive women, warrior women are always the witches. If don't give the wrong meaning to the word witches, W-I-T-H-C-H. They are the most powerful Rudraganyas. Rudraganyas of the West are only abused as witches and killed and burnt and destroyed. They were very powerful sacred women. All the Hindu goddesses, if you see, always they are described as a warriors. Show me a single Hindu goddess who is not a warrior. All Hindu goddesses are described only as a warrior, born for war. They are branding itself as warriors, but it is not for all the male gods. It's not for all the male gods. But any female god, the description, born for warrior, waging war. Understand? The Shiva Shakti, yin yang, the internal completion of physical, physiology, psychology and being. It always need to be other qualities. The layers, listen carefully. When you bring a non-sexual, highly romantic physiology into male body, you and others mistake you are a gay. I don't know how many of you are able to catch what I am saying. Even you mistake, because West teaches you only if all your relationships are sexual act based, you are a male straight. If your relationships are more romance, love based, even you start doubting, am I gay? Understand? How many of you are able to understand what I am saying? First of all, gay is not wrong. Second, even if you identify yourself as a gay, it may be off understanding. If you go to the third layer, psychology, and perceive aggression there, then you are not gay, you are complete. Understand, I am not promoting being straight or being gay or being transgender or being bisexual and all that. I am only helping you to identify what category you belong to. So you get comfortable with the category you belong to. The moment you get comfortable, you are liberated. Because any stress within your gender identity is identity crisis. If there is no stress with your gender identities, you become transcendental gender. You become liberated being. After that, your actions no more bind you. And everyone who comes around you feels such grace. They feel showered, fulfilled, complete. I wanted this session to be watched 2-3 more times, because many things which I said, you need to hear again and again and allow it to sink in you. If your body is male, bring more romance in your physiology. If your body is female, bring more aggression in your physiology. If you alter the physiology, psychology and being aligns by itself, because that too zone you cannot do anything, only I can do. That listens only to initiation. Only to the level of physiology your will persistence works. More than the physiology, your will persistence does not work. Your psychology and conscious being level, only I will have to work. Initiation works. Awakened Kundalini works. these various permutation combinations in the physical level, aggressive, physiological aggressive, psychological passive, consciously dull. This becomes one kind of a gender. Most of the modern day men are like this only. Absolutely important. Don't feel disrespected. I'm revealing the truth to you. Listen carefully. As long as you believe by overpowering you can define your identity. If you are in the male body and believe in overpowering defines your identity, you are a fool, impotent. If you are in female body and throwing tantrum and collapsing victim mood makes you successful and gets you what you want, you are Mudevi, inauspiciousness. Nobody should live with you. Listen. Now I'm describing all the negative aspects first. So you understand and it really hits you. Whenever I utter these words, if it hits you and hurts you, don't worry. Once for all, that patterns will leave you. Because your inner space, deep down, is already in love with me. That is why you are sitting. That is why so much of power manifestation. Understand? All power manifestation is sexual energy aligned. That's all. The sexual wounds in you, when they are healed, you manifest powers. Every power you manifest, I have healed 10 sexual wounds in you. That's all. Aggression gets into the field where you have to be passive, and passiveness gets into the field where you have to be passionate. This whole mess, I heal. That's all. Every power manifestation is nothing but sexual wounds getting healed. The gender identity related wounds getting healed is what is power manifestation. When I pour Kundalini in you, the gender identity related pains disappear. The pains you carry because of rejection and aggression, feeling exploited or feeling used, or feeling you used others, all this just gets melted down. And fundamentally, love in its pure form do not cause any of this pattern. Feeling exploited or exploiting, pain or rejection, all these are misplaced gender identities, not actual reality. Please understand. Now I want to tell you one thing. Really, whenever you feel rejected by somebody, that person suffers. You rejected that person. Later on, if you have open heart-to-heart conversation, both of you will realize both of you suffered feeling rejected. It is not one. I don't know how many of you are able to understand what I am saying. How many of you experienced this? No, I'm telling you the truth. I'm telling you the truth. In reality, the pure love never causes pain. All pain is from delusion, misplaced gender identity. See, if your society teaches you, if this are qualities are there, only then your love should be recognized by you, that is where the problem starts. Anything which does not cause pain, enjoy. Anything which causes pain, keep yourself away from it. That's all. Just avoid violence. There is no other law in life. I am interested only in healing you and making you manifest powers. Listen. Listen carefully. How many of you are able to understand this misplaced ideas of identity, gender, created too much mess in you and your actions and reactions? Raise your hand. That's enough. Now listen. One of the most healing thing is knowing that others also have same problem as you. That heals you a lot. That gives you a lot of comfort. Understand, because I have to infuse Kundalini into the deepest corners of your identity. The male, female, right, wrong, aggression, good, bad, everything. That is why your core being feels very intimate with me. And that core being just knows, I know everything, and you don't need to worry about hiding or explaining, or you just need to be, you can be as you are. That core confidence is what I call integrity to Guru. Integrity with Guru. Understand? Integrity with me does not mean you need to tell your whole life to me. I don't want to listen to all that blue film stories. No. Who wants to listen? You should know, I know everything and you don't need to tell me. That is what is integrity. Understand? You feeling, I know everything and you neither need to tell me nor you need to hide from me. See, understand? Even if you think you need to tell me everything, it is not integrity. Then you think, I don't know. You should know very clearly, I neither need to hide from him, nor need to tell him. Explain to him. He knows. I cannot hide because he knows. I don't need to tell because he knows. That is what is integrity. Understand? Either you try to hide or you try to tell, both are not integrity. How many of you are understanding this? Trying to tell, trying to hide, both are non-integrity. Knowing clearly, I neither need to tell nor need to hide, he knows. That is integrity. Understand? Whoever in the corners deep down has that click with me, you will continuously manifest powers, because that is what is the umbilical cord connection between you and me. Not telling everything about your life, nor hiding, knowing he knows, neither I need to tell nor I need to hide. Actually, I know whatever is in you, but I don't know. My unknown knows all your known and unknown. My avyakta knows all your avyakta anvyakta. Because my avyakta unmanifest knows your manifest and unmanifest, I know your unmanifest and manifest. Because I know my unmanifest. Listen. Listen. In you, your manifest does not know your unmanifest. In me, my manifest knows my unmanifest. My unmanifest knows your manifest and unmanifest both. Because my unmanifest knows your manifest and unmanifest, and I know my unmanifest, I know your manifest and unmanifest. Now, I'm not playing with words. I'm making you understand. This will solve a lot of your problems and make you catch the integrity. Because my unmanifest knows your manifest and unmanifest, and I know my unmanifest, I know your manifest and unmanifest. How many of you are understanding this statement? Yes. And my manifest unnecessarily never tries to know your unmanifest and manifest. My manifest learns from my unmanifest about your unmanifest only to guide you and help you whenever required, wherever required. So, you can be rest assured, I know everything and I will not know everything. So, you neither need to be feeling, you need to hide from me, nor need to be feeling, you need to tell me everything. Neither transparency nor hiding is required. Just the trust. Swamiji knows. So neither I need to hide, nor I need to tell. He just knows. That is what is integrity. How many of you are catching what I am saying? Understand? If we spend few more minutes and watch this whole thing, what I said is like a zigzag puzzle. I made statement about aggression, I made statement about women, I made statement about so many things. You need to watch this at least once or twice for the whole zigzag puzzle to fall in place. How many of you are understanding what I am saying? Then, I want to answer your questions precisely. Only that way I can take you to the deeper level understanding about gender identification. I have to smash thousands of incompletions you carry about this gender identification. Biggest violence done to human beings is ignorance about the gender, wrong ideas about the gender being injected on people. I want you to spend few minutes in watching this whole session once more. Then I wanted to answer your questions and take you to the precise depth process. And I want to tell you guys, first time I have ever started opening up, speaking in detail. Because I am free. And I tell you guys, hey, all of you, directly or indirectly, have taken the responsibility for me to have my own nation. So I commit with you, I will give you the ultimate freedom. Because I wanted this freedom to give you enlightenment. I have nothing to achieve. I have nothing to gain. With all this freedom, I ask the people who are living around me, I don't even come down from the room other than the class. I don't even go out for a walk. I just sit in my bed whole day. Whenever I have class, I come and sit here and do the class. Just go and sit there. That's all. So my freedom is only to give enlightenment to all of you. I have nothing else to do. And you guys have supported me directly, indirectly, multiple ways. By giving your time, treasure, talent, so many ways. And I commit with you guys, I will give you absolute enlightenment, uncompromising.
powerful revelation that Swamiji has given to us about what is gender. What is gender identity? How do we exist in these four levels? Physical, physiological, psychological, and conscious. In four levels, how do we exist? What Swamiji revealed just now, what all of us listened to, it's something too powerful, way too powerful. And just understanding this opens up in multiple levels our possibilities, the powerful cognitions that we all carry inside of us to cognize, to understand, and to be able to relate with ourselves in a much, much powerful way. So first, I request all the participants to post here, what did you understand from this session? Can I request all of you to share all your understandings, whatever you understood so far? Please take a few minutes and post your understanding. What did you understand as these four levels? How do we exist in physical, physiological, and psychological levels? What did you understand by that? See, one very important thing is first to even understand what are these four levels. Usually we think, okay, physical, I understand my physical body. But what are the other three levels? What about conscious? What about physiology? What about each of these levels? What do they even mean? Right? Listen to this very carefully. Physical level. Your body, the body that you carry constitutes this physical level. Physiological means the internal organs, your heart, your liver, your kidney, your lungs, all these are internal organs. And then your intra organs, your chakras, the 7 chakras that you carry. All that comes as a part of your intra organ and the hormones that are there. Each of these together make your physiology. Are you understanding? Now, how well active or passive you are in these four levels. Psychology means your mental patterns, the thought currents, the cognitions you carry, the mood swings that you go through, the emotions that you carry. All that comes in your mental layer, the psychological layer. Conscious layer is where your intention, your will, what you want to be, how you exist, the decision making in your core, that first person that you feel about you, how you cognize about you, that first person in you is this layer of your will, your conscious layer. If you all are understanding this much, I request you all to post here in the chat saying your understanding. How many of you are understanding this much? So now, let us all enter into the session. Listen to this very carefully. You're going to be sitting down and identifying what is your existence in these four ways: physical, physiological, psychological, and conscious ways. So please sit now and sit with yourself, look in, and you're going to answer these questions for your own self. I request all of you to do this. Do not get distracted or don't waste your time in anything else. Do not get distracted at all throughout this exercise. This is very important how you are doing this exercise, because with this exercise only you are going to be empowering yourself in the most powerful way. Tremendous healing will start happening. Let us start now. First, sit and identify your gender. What does this mean? Sit and look in all these four levels: physical, physiological, psychological, and neurological, and conscious level. Physical means your physical body. Physiological means your hormones, your how your internal organs, intra organs, how they are functioning. All these things come under the physiological layer. Psychological layer means all the mental patterns, the emotional thought currents, all of these comes under the psychological layer. How many of you are understanding this? All the YouTube participants who are sitting with us on YouTube, are all of you understanding this? Nityananda, Eva Anderson, someone named BookTube, Subi Ramlal, and Healing Masters. I see many of you watching us right now on the YouTube. Nityananda, to each and every one of you, how many of you are understanding this? This is a very profound session, and just by cognizing this and understanding, it will help you in multiple levels to be able to feel and firstly identify your true gender. Let us now get started. Ma Fatima, Malita, Ma Tanja Devarni, Ma Basi Navaldas, are you all understanding this? So let us start the exercise. Can I request all the participants to please come on camera? Yes, Ma Fatima Dehestani. That is true. Just the last line that you're saying, men should have multiple relationships. Okay, multiple relationships, very sweet and loving, but not with the with any kind of a sexual relationship. So that is what will bring that passivity in their physiology and stability in their psychology. That's what Swamiji so beautifully explained. So just wanted to add that, because the second part is the most important part, because that is what is going to empower a male physiology. For women, women are supposed to be very aggressive in their physiology, becoming warrior. Understanding? So now all the participants that are here sitting with us, I request all of you to sit down and write this exercise. You're going to do a very quick exercise right now, here, where you're going to be sitting and internalizing, identifying in each layer, physical, physiological, psychological, and conscious layers. What are you? How are you expressing yourself? Very powerful. So please sit and let us work on this now. You're going to be sitting and identifying in each layer how you exist. Identify, first sit and diagnose your gender. Look in. What is the exact identification that you are having? The physiology, which is passive, should be for men. The psychology, which is passive, should be for women. So let us sit down and identify and diagnose. First, you're going to do it for yourself. Sit and start penning this down. Sit and start writing this down and identifying in each layer, each level, how are you existing? This will give you a lot of insight. Firstly, let us start the session now.
I request all participants to post whether in contemplating on this truth. I request all participants to pen down all your understandings which you got from this beautiful session that Swamiji just conducted. About your physical, physiological, psychological, conscious need. Are you physiological, aggressive, or passive? Spend few moments on the beautiful truths Swamiji revealed on diagnosing your gender. Nityananda, to all participants. That was a very beautiful session all of us just now had on how we wrote. Swamiji very beautifully spoke about the physiology being active and passive. As Swamiji says, if you're a male's valor is being romantic. Swamiji says by a male being passive in his physiology, that will actually help him to manifest powers. And if a female who is very aggressive, understand all the female goddesses such as Durga, Kali, all of them are shown as a warrior, aggressive in their very being level itself. That will actually make them to manifest powers in their life. So right now, all the participants, all of you wrote on your understand whether are you active in your physiology level or in your psychological level. That's very beautifully Swamiji has also given us different activities in different truths, different ways, methodologies in which you can make your being passive or active. For female bodies, all of us need to make our physiology being aggressive, active. For that, you need to do the Nityananda yoga. By doing the Nityananda yoga, Shavasana yoga, physical activity that will actually help you to make your physiology aggressive. For a male person, for a male, you can indulge in any number of relationships you want, but do not enter into physical relationships. You can have any number of relations, just be romantic. Make your physiology passive. That will actually help you to manifest anything you want in your life. So, with that beautiful understanding we get from Swamiji's session, let us now enter into the palm manifestation. So now all the participants, you'll be now changing the facial features of your very face. So because all participants now to take a picture, current picture of your face. And you're going to be scanned. You're going to be altering your face shape. Maybe you want to have you want to draw your jawline, or you want to extend your chin, whatever facial features you want to have, or you want to even have like Swamiji's jawline or Swamiji's face structure. You can also manifest this. Because all participants now go ahead, take a picture of your face right now. Currently, how is it? Take a picture. Now, all the participants, once you're taking a picture of it, because all participants now to close your eyes, visualize Swamiji in your image. Remind yourself of the powerful cognition which Swamiji has very beautifully has given in this session.
Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda
Start chanting the Mahavakya.
Paramashivoham
Om Nityananda
Nityananda
Paramashivoham.
Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham
Chanting the Mahavakya. Just enjoy the beautiful space we're having with as you are commanding all the participants as you are in the beautiful space with Swamiji. Just command. This is how you want to have your facial emotion. This is what you're going to manifest through your face.
Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham
Join the beautiful space of Swamiji as you are commanding to alter your very facial features.
Nityananda Paramashivoham 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 Nityananda Paramashivoham
As enjoying this beautiful one of space with Swamiji.
Nityananda Paramashivoham 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 Nityananda
Just enjoy that beautiful oneness space you're having with Swamiji.
Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham
Very slowly. Please put your hands. So all participants now to start verifying how that Swamiji manifests for all of you. Whether the Swamiji, whether it's actually any features, faces got changed in your face, because all participants now immediately take a selfie, take a photo of your current face right now and start comparing whether any changes has happened in the facial features, because all participants now go ahead and start verifying the manifestation.
Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham
Participants now go ahead, start verifying how the Swamiji manifests for all of you. See, understand, definitely Swamiji would have manifested for all of you. Swamiji says very beautifully, my blessings are always there. My presence is always there. But it is just that our eyes does not have the ability to perceive all the manifestations Swamiji is doing through all of us. So you need to understand that something or other Swamiji is actually manifesting. Swamiji is actually manifesting for all of us. It's just that we're not able to see it in our two physical eyes. So because all participants now, you can also post your experience, how this session was for all of you. See, very beautifully Swamiji shared that your Guru, Swamiji. Understand, Swamiji said very beautifully, Swamiji made a statement that you need not to hide anything from Swamiji as he knows already. And there's the necessity for you to tell him as he knows everything. And Swamiji also told the reason why Swamiji said this, because the unmanifest of Swamiji knows the manifest and the unmanifest aspect of you. And Swamiji knows this unmanifest. We do not know what unmanifest. We only know what is manifest and not completely. And this is why Swamiji knows your manifest and unmanifest. So there's nothing need to be hidden from Swamiji as he knows already. And there's the necessity for you to tell him as he already knows. You understand, all participants? This is how Swamiji is with all of us. Swamiji knows every single thing. Your past, present and your future. Everything Swamiji knows. You just need to enjoy that beautiful relationship with Swamiji. As Swamiji says very beautifully, Paramashiva says very beautifully how you should treat your body. And Swamiji very beautifully made a statement that all the power manifestors, the people who have manifested the cause, nothing but all the energies or their core levels are aligned. And if somewhere here there's an imbalance is occurring, you immediately experience powerlessness in this region. For example, for females, whenever our physiology is passive, we actually experience, and this is another parallel, we actually experience lots of powerlessness within themselves where we actually start seeing the female dominant part in the work we are doing. Like all the powerlessness. Like for example, anybody judges you, immediately you feel powerless because you do not have the strength, you do not have the ability to handle it. Same way for male, if the physiology is not passive, if it is aggressive, they'll see their main dominant. Their main dominant aggressiveness is being shown in the work. How they become so aggressive, violent. This is Swamiji says, for the balances need to happen, male has to experience. A male has to keep passive in his physiological level, and a female has to be active in her physiological level. As Swamiji said, the core levels which helps us to diagnose which gender we are. First, Swamiji said is the physical body. The physical body which we carry, male, female. Second is the psychology, mental level. In a psychological level, what do you think about yourself? Third is the physiological level. Understand, Swami very beautifully says the physiological level is what? All the intra-organs, the internal organs which is there in your body. For example, your heart is responsible by Anahata chakra, which is an intra-organ. Your pineal gland, the pituitary gland, is actually responsible by the third eye, which is an intra-organ. Your thyroid gland is responsible by the Vishuddhi chakra, which is an intra-organ. So like this, we have 7 major energy centers within our body, which infuses energy, which is responsible a certain internal organ in all of us. Swamiji also said the lungs, the heart, the whole chest region is responsible by the anahata. The stomach, understand all the stomach related issues, all these things is related to your Manipurika chakra. Because all participants understanding on physiological level, you need to be active. If you are a female, you need to be active, aggressive. That is why we have female ferocious goddesses who are represented as warriors. For example, take some Durga. She has been represented with 10 hands, ferocious when sitting on a lion. That shows that she has conquered, she has balanced all her levels, all her energies. Whereas, if you see all the participants, female goddesses always portrayed in a ferocious, in a warrior way. Same way, even male. All the male goddesses, if you see, like Parandama, Brahma, Parandama Mahavishnu, Brahma, Paramashiva also. You will see they are represented as a calm, passive thing. To give an example, Parandama is being represented of him lying down on the Adisesha. Paramashiva is also represented by him sitting in Kailash, in Padmasana and sitting and meditating. Same with Lord Brahma also, sitting on the lotus and chanting the Vedas and enjoying the space with Paramashiva. So this is how they being represented. Understand, Hinduism has a very unique culture. has answers to every single thing and knows where you need to align what for you to experience the ultimate. So that is why all the participants, if you see a male figure, if you're a male, you need to be passive in your physiology. You can go ahead, be loving, be romantic, have any number of relationship, but just be romantic. That will actually bring completion, a lot of healing within your system. If you're a female, be aggressive, active. Be active and aggressive so that you'll experience lots of healing and completion within yourself.
The word Tantra simply means technique, methodology. In Sanatana Hindu Dharma, all methodology for manifesting the state, space, powers, and being of Paramashiva is called Tantra. That's it. Please understand. State, space, powers, and being of Paramashiva, manifesting that is called Tantra. Any methodology adopted for that purpose is called Tantra. In course of time, it got associated with multiple traditions like Shakta, Bauddha, Samana. In multiple sampradayas, orders, traditions of Hinduism, it got identified, associated, started having different connotations, and then comes the anti-Hindu narratives, anti-Hindu forces, Hindu-phobic forces contains this word and boxes it inside the gory sexual activities and orgies. Without any understandings and reality, I tell you, Tantra is the most anti-sex practice. In real tantric practice, whether you do it with your own being or you do it with some beings outside, it just liberates you from everything felt as a need or urge. Understand? Food is not wrong, but urge pushing you to eat is wrong. Sex is not wrong, but the urge making you lose your balance and your integrity and pushing you to do the act is wrong. Understand? Anything which breaks your integrity is wrong, not the act. Eating is not wrong, but the urge pushing you to eat is wrong. And sex is not wrong. The urge which makes you lose your integrity for sex is wrong. Tantra works on completion, making you manifest the state, space, powers, and being of Paramashiva. Listen carefully. Multiple, various techniques to experience the state of Paramashiva, like unclutching, completion, to experience the space of Paramashiva,
like integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, to experience the powers of Paramashiva, oneness, initiation, aushada, money, mantra, aushada, to manifest the being of Paramashiva, diksha, ultimate initiation, communion, oneness with Guru, who is embodiment of Paramashiva, makes you manifest the being of Paramashiva. All these various levels, multiple techniques are adopted, methodologies are adopted. All of them are basically called as Tantra. Understand, Tantra is the most anti-sex tradition. If you believe, if you are told Tantra is the sexual tradition, you are cheated. Be very clear, you are cheated. If you think Tantra is sexual activity, you are thoroughly going to be cheated. Understand, it is most anti-sexual activity. It's highest anti-sex. Don't be cheated by the wrong introductions of the Tantra. It is all about working on the urge, not on the action. The whole focus is on the urge, not on the action. The greatest Tantric masters, Paramashiva and Parashakti, reveal the science of achieving the ultimate state, space, powers and being of Paramashiva as Tantra. Very few are related to action. Most of them are related to urge. It is all about handling your being and making you manifest Paramashiva. I don't want to say Tantra is sannyas tradition, but I want to say Tantra is the way for ultimate sannyas, the Purna sannyas. It removes all the pain, anger, guilt, shame, everything associated to your body and makes you grounded. I tell you, it settles you with you first. First, you will have ultimate relationship with yourself. The kind of the feeling grounded you need to have. Never to have tears in your eyes can happen only by Tantra. When you are grounded, complete with all the emotions of body shaming, good, bad, right, wrong, everything need to be cleansed. All the toxic ideas inserted into your system, shame, guilt, about your body and how you look and how you feel and the ideas of sex, gender, everything, all the faltu ideas society has inserted into you need to be removed. You need to be detoxified from all that stupid ideas. That's the only way. That's the only way you will get grounded and become a real Rudraganya. Every man should become a Rudra and every woman should become Rudraganya. That is Tantra. Every man should become Paramashiva, every woman should become Parashakti. That is Tantra. Paramashivoham will give you precise understandings about Tantra.
deep understandings about Tantra constantly. You demanding yourself and behaving even with yourself as Paramashiva and manifesting the qualities and states, space, powers and being of Paramashiva continuously in your actions, in your life, in your thinking, in your emotions, everything. That is Tantra. That's all is Tantra. Understand? Life in all its possibility manifest is Tantra. The Paramashiva in you and Parashakti in you becoming one, the communion and experiencing oneness is Tantra. The missing link between the Shastra and Stotra is connected just by this Tantra. In Tantra, only one question, how to, that's all. Never why. Never why. It is always how. Throughout the Gita, if you see, Arjuna is putting so many questions. That itself shows he is not interested in the answer. When you put too many questions, be very clear, you are not interested in the answers. So many questions Arjuna is asking. And Krishna is replying. That is why Gita is a philosophy. Shastra. Gitasu Upanishatsu Sarva Vidyaya Yoga Sastre. Shastra. Somebody asked me, Swamiji, why Gita has become so popular? Why not Vijnana Tantra? He said, no, this is only for intelligent people. Naturally, intelligent people are very few. This is not for mass. This is not for intellectuals. This is for intelligence. People who are working in the field of intelligence. People who are intelligent. Only for them, this Tantra. Throughout this Tantra, only once Devi asks only one question, that's all. Devi puts only one question. That is not even a question. Just she awakens Shiva to deliver this, that's all. It's not even a question. Just she gives chance for Shiva to express himself over. But throughout Gita you can see so many questions again and again and again. If you ask why, you'll become a philosopher. If you ask how, you'll become a scientist. Tantra answers only the how, never the why. Tantra answers how. It gives you the technique straight away. Tantra is not at all concerned about the truth. Please be very clear. It is not at all concerned about the truth. It is concerned about your experience of truth. It doesn't want to sell words. It doesn't want to sell empty words. Tantra is not a bookshop. It is not even a library. It is just laboratory. Shastras are libraries. Tantra is a laboratory. It is concerned only about the alchemy process. It wants you to reach it over. It never bothers about what is truth. It bothers how you can reach, how you can achieve. Tantra is too great truth. It is too much on a common mass, on a common man. Normal man cannot digest or tolerate Tantra. Kailasa is the ecosystem I am manifesting, where
in this ecosystem, people will flower to their highest possibility. When people are feeling bored, couples are feeling bored, tired, that middle age boredom and tiredness hits them, they should be given the signs of Tantra. They should try to find oneness, not just body alone, through the mind, the common goals, common emotions, commonly what they enjoy, art, science, different fields. And conscious spiritual powers, experience, enlightenment. If you find something which makes you experience oneness, you will never think of divorce. You know how to go to the depths of each one's consciousness and manifest oneness. You will not feel tired or bored with the other person. You know there's so much to explore. So much of possibility is there. This is the science of Tantra. This is the foundation of Tantra.
Shiva is embodiment of love. This very story, he gets married after the Manmata was burned, shows the marriage was pure love. It was pure love, the pure bhakti, the pure anahata chakra is embodiment of anahata chakra. Understand? There's a beautiful description of Shiva and Parvati's relationship in Tantra. The description says the Shiva had the motherly attitude towards Devi. The relationship was described. I was surprised when I read those descriptions. It says Shiva felt Devi is his own mother. A strong motherly connection means what? The pure anahata. The pure anahata energy. When the pure anahata energy is experienced, you feel with the whole world. Either you feel that you are the mother of the whole world, or you feel the whole world is your mother. The description says, Shiva felt Devi is his own mother, and she felt the whole world is her child. If you are in the female body, the female psychology, when anahata opens, you will feel everybody is your child. When you are in the male body, when you are living with male psychology, if the anahata opens, you will feel everybody is your mother. That pure feeling connection. When the inner awakening happens in your anahata, if you are in the male body, you will feel the whole world is your mother. The whole world is mothering you, protecting you, carrying you. The existence loves you. Existence is fulfilling itself through you. Please understand, you are the expression of existence, strong, pure will. You are not an accident. You are conscious miracle of existence.
When your anahata opens, I tell you, even this one example, you can understand. If you fall in love with somebody, suddenly, even if you fall in love with one person, suddenly you will see so much of fulfillment. And you will feel everything is so rosy, flowery, green. It's because of anahata. Love has the quality to give you the feeling that whole world cares for you. Whole world mothers you. Shiva's anahata is awakened anahata. That is why even with Parvati, with Uma, he has such a deep feeling of motherly love. What Ramakrishna and Sharada Devi exhibited, that strong feeling of motherly love, means awakened anahata. Tantra is consciousness centered tradition. It is not body centered, mind centered, emotion centered. It is consciousness centered tradition. Please listen intensely. The Mooladhara Chakra, symbolic conscious representation of the sex energy, is described with 4 petals, lotus. 4-petal lotus. The one petal represents autosex, means enjoying your own body. Like even eating tasty food comes under autosex. Eating tasty food up to masturbation, whole thing falls under autosex. Enjoying your own body. The second is enjoying your own gender, same sex. Third lotus petal is enjoying the opposite gender. The fourth lotus petal is enjoying the whole cosmos, whole universe, having union with this whole universe. That's the fourth petal. Listen. Ardhanarishwara is the manifestation, represents all the 4 completion, fulfillment, the all 4 dimensions in you. When it manifests into the complete completion, you become Ardhanarishwara. Ardhanarishwara manifests in your body. I tell you. Most powerful sexual energy is radiated by the kids who are taught from young age to connect with Krishna or Muruga. Understand? In Hindu tradition, if you are born from Vaishnavite family, in the young age itself, you will automatically pick up Krishna as your beloved if you are in the female body, if you are in the male body as a friend.
Whether you are a male or female, you will develop some kind of an attachment, feeling connection with Krishna from the young age. Same way, if you are from Shaivite family, you will develop the connection with Muruga, Subramanya. The kids, male or female, who develop this kind of a fantasy centric, I'm using the word fantasy centric, which is very low and in a way even not completely expressing what I want to express, but the English has only the fantasy word. I can say that visually having union with Krishna or Muruga, even intimate friendship, I have seen the kids growing up in a very traditional background, how they automatically assume, if you are from Vaishnavite family, automatically the kids assume that Krishna is your beloved or your friend. If you are from Shaivite family, Muruga is your beloved or friend. That is the way flowering of the first dimension of the auto sex happens. Understand? People many times ask this question: is masturbation right? Paramashiva answers this question in Tantra. In masturbation, you don't accumulate new muscle memory, but you accumulate biomemory. So, who you remember, with whom you connect, fantasize, imagine, visualize, and have enter into the masturbation act, you receive that person's biomemory. Listen carefully. The act masturbation itself is not looked from the prism of right or wrong in Tantra. It is looked at profit loss. If you connect with the higher conscious beings, even masturbation, you receive their biomemory. See, when you enter into a physical sexual act, you receive muscle memory, bioenergy, all the three from the other person. You should know even male receive from female and female also receives from male. It is give and take. That is why if you have multiple partners, especially who are lower than your consciousness, you may have pleasure but not peace. You may have pleasure but not peace, because the exchange of muscle memory, bioenergy complicates and makes the inner space mess. In masturbation act, you don't receive muscle memory, but you receive biomemory. So with whom you visualize matters. That decides whether your consciousness is going to raise to the cosmic union or the consciousness is going to go down to a more lower existence, lower level existence. See, life is all about profit loss calculation, not right wrong
limitations. Listen. Tantra does not look at life as vidhi nisheda. It looks at life as profit and loss. It just tells you what can profit you and what can bring loss, and leaves the decision to you.
Nityananda, to all the participants once again. That was a very beautiful session. Swamiji spoke on Tantra. All of us need to understand one thing. Tantra is the most conscious-based tradition revealed by Paramashiva. As Swamiji says very beautifully, Tantra is consciousness-centric sampradaya. And Swamiji says very beautifully how each of the sexual activity, each of the body related activities you do matters a lot. Whether it is done out of the space of completion, whether at the amount of time you are doing from the space, from the powerful oneness, that matters a lot. So all participants understanding. I request all of you to also post your understanding, all the participants. All participants. Related activity needs to be done from the space of completion, not out of the space of pleasures or in a space you want tension, you want to satisfy yourself. No, but in a space of pure completion. As very beautifully Swamiji says that the Mooladhara chakra, which represents the conscious sexual energy, which is there in all of us. Understand, Mooladhara chakra is the root chakra. That Swamiji says that chakra is blocked by lust. But is the center of the conscious sexual energy which is there. So because and very beautifully Swamiji said, this energy, the sexual energy is represented by 4 petals of the Mooladhara Chakra. Understand? The Mooladhara Chakra is represented by 4 petals, diagrammatically also. Where Swamiji says very beautifully, the first petal represents the auto sex with yourself. All the bodily related orientation, all the bodily related activities which you do for yours. For example, you enjoying the tastiest food up to masturbation. That is auto sex. And Swamiji says also said, you enjoying something is also comes under auto sex. Anything which you enjoy by yourself, it is auto sex. Second is the experiencing pleasure with the same gender. Experiencing that same pleasure with the same gender. Third, Swamiji revealed about experiencing pleasure with the opposite gender. What modern day is teaching us right now. Experiencing pleasure with the other gender. Fourth, experiencing communion with the whole universe. That is Tantra. All this word put together is Tantra. As Swamiji says, Tantra is not just it's not just a sampradaya for to relate with your body, but consciousness relating with the body is Tantra. So all participants understand, because all of you to post your understandings also. Do feel free to post any questions and doubts you have. Feel free to post in the chat section. So all participants to go ahead and post your understanding. So with that, let us now understand what Swamiji is saying. So Swamiji says that now the participants, because all of you now to understand that Swamiji is saying information you receive through your senses from the outer world and the action you do, both of these travels into internal organs, and from there it goes to intra organs, and from there impacts the consciousness which is operating this system. Now, because all participants also understand this, same way, Any conscious decision you take, will persistence you take, it travels from your consciousness to your intra-organs, from your intra-organs to your internal organs, from your internal organs to your body itself. So this is how the connection, the circuit is being made. So understand, anything which you enter to this body, it goes from the body to the internal organs, to the intra-organs, and all the way to consciousness. Same it happens when you're doing conscious will manifestation. Any conscious decisions you take, it goes from consciousness through intra-organs to the internal organs, all the way to the physical body. So all participants understanding this? So let us understand Swamiji saying that all diseases travels from body to consciousness, and all cures travels, all the bad things travels from body to your consciousness. All the good things which you're experiencing come from your consciousness to your body. For example, Swamiji is saying, when you feel uneasy near your temples, immediately you classify it as a headache, and you take a painkiller. Instead, if you feel uneasy, remember you are consciousness and scan you with the third eye. Immediately, you can diagnose that you are wash your eyes and drink more water. So understand Swamiji saying all cures travels from consciousness and all diseases travels from the body. Do the same in 5 more aspects of your life. Because all participants to internalize and understand this. All the good things come from your consciousness to the body, and all the bad things in your life are coming from your body to your consciousness. As all solutions comes from your consciousness, and all problems are coming from your body. And because all participants know, with this understanding, look in and see 5 more aspects of your life, how this has been happening. to all participants now to detail it right now. As all of us understood that anything which your body enjoys is only a problem. It's only a powerlessness. Understanding any powerlessness which you're accumulating is from your problem, is from your body. And any powerful cognitions you're getting, any solutions which you're getting, it is from your very consciousness. Depend on are these 5 areas, 5 aspects in your life which you're able to see, yes, I'm manifesting powerlessness, yes, which is coming from my body. And now I'm experiencing getting solutions, which is from my consciousness. Understand, Swamiji says, all good things, all the best things comes from your consciousness. All the bad things, all the problems which you're experiencing in your life comes from your very body itself. All the participants. very beautifully all of us understood that all the problems which are experiencing in our life is from body related. From as Swamiji, this is how the cycle goes. From body, it goes to internal organs. From your internal organs, it goes to your intra organs. From your intra organs goes to your consciousness. Now, any conscious manifestation, a conscious decision, or a conscious will, it comes from your consciousness through your intra organs, from your intra organs to your internal organs, from your internal organs all the way to your body. So understand all the participants. Now, whenever anything happening in our life, decide, let me see from the angle of consciousness. As Swamiji says, any activity you do matters whether you do it from a space of consciousness or are you in consciousness or not? Whether in the space of powerfulness or not. All this matters. Swamiji says, even sexual act, even if it's done from consciousness, it is Tantra. But same thing, without consciousness, it's just bodily pressures and then you lead up to powerlessness. So understand all the participants. The essence Swamiji is saying that any activity you do, whether you're experiencing simple pain in your temples or achieving something big in your life, anything, do it from your very consciousness. As when you do it from your consciousness, you'll always manifest. It becomes a solution in your life. So with that beautiful understanding, we're now moving ahead to the power manifestation. So request all participants now to take a picture of your current space. And in this round, all the participants, you're going to be working on your eyes. Well, some of us, we want to make our eyes bigger, or we want to change the shape of our eyes, or we want to change the eye color of the eyes. There's so many different things, features which we like to change within our eyes. So Sarika's all participants now, or you want to curl your eyelashes, or you want to make your eyes more bigger. Whatever realities you want, Erika's all participants now to take a picture of yourself. Once you're done taking a picture, because all participants now, choose a command. You can also post a command in the chat section. What is it you're going to manifest with your eyes? What is it you're going to sculpt with your eyes now?
Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
Now all the participants, I request you now to close your eyes. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Remind yourself of the beautiful, powerful cognitions which you just received from today's session. Where Swamiji says, anything you want, do from space of consciousness as it becomes a power. Any activity that is done out of consciousness becomes a power. Remind yourself of the beautiful, powerful cognition which you got from this session. And intensely start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham
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 Nityananda
Om
Paramashivoham
Nityananda Paramashivoham
Nityananda Paramashivoham
Intensely
Om
chant Mahabhakti.
Nityananda Paramashivoham
Let your whole body
Nityananda
reverberate with the
Paramashivoham
Mahabhakti.
Om Nityananda Paramashivoham 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 Mahamahavagya, spiritual lullaby for samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva. This Mahamahavagya
You're enjoying
is spiritual
the beautiful
lullaby
oneness
for
space
you to
with
fall
Swami.
into samadhi.
Ask Swamiji to
Suprabhatam, wake up song
self
for
the way you
Paramashiva
want to manifest your
to wake up
goals.
in you. Just remember this one powerful cognition. This Mahamahavagya puts me in samadhi. This is spiritual lullaby for samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva in me. For Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahamahavagya. Mahamahavagya, spiritual lullaby for samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva. For Paramashiva to manifest.
Just
With this
understand
one
all the
spiritual
particles. You are
powerful
having a
cognition,
communion with yourself now.
chant this
As
Mahamahavagya.
Swamiji says, any activity with yourself, if you're remembering, but if you're the particular visualization matters a lot, as it directly enters your very bio memory itself. So at this moment of time, because all particles, just enjoy Swamiji, visualize Swamiji as you are manifesting this power on you. Enjoy Swamiji's presence. Visualize Swamiji. Talk to Swamiji. The more and more you relate with Swamiji, you will see your whole being, whole muscle memory, bio memory will radiate Swamiji.
Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
All participants now to slowly open your eyes and start seeing how did Swamiji manifest for all of you in this now. As we will entering into our next one more beautiful session where Swamiji will be speaking more on Tantra. As Swamiji says, Tantra is a consciousness-centric based sampradaya where you're experiencing communion with the divine. The ultimate communion with the divine is Tantra. Let us now listen from Swamiji. Tantra. Demystifying Tantra by Swamiji as we enter and listen to more and more deeper truths and understand deeper secrets revealed by Swamiji on this topic of Tantra.
any action, whether breathing, thinking, eating, any action is expression of Shakti. Paramashiva Shakti. Listen. Shakti. Embodiment of love. Shakti is embodiment of love. Realizing the love manifestation of your consciousness and entering into any action becomes manifestation of you, not manipulation of life. Listen, I will repeat. If you enter into the act of eating, knowing that it is because of your tremendous love manifestation, you are eating to strengthen your body, to celebrate life more and more. You will never manipulate food for taste. You will make sure food is always strengthening you. You will like, you will enjoy, you will be addicted only to healthy food. Same principle, apply it to music, to visions, visuals, to smell, to touch, and to sex. The same principle. Be very clear. World is created to empower you, to make you manifest the ultimate, not for you to manipulate. Listen. World is created for you to manifest Paramashiva, not to manipulate the world. In every level, celebrating the core love is Tantra. Sex does not originate from the physical world or action. It originates from conscious world, being. I tell you, yesterday itself I was telling, even an ordinary act like a smelling or eating starts manifesting from the foundation called love for the existence. I tell you, people who carry love in their consciousness will never become obese. Don't try to come and tell me, oh, I have seen many obese people who are very loving. Maybe their behavior, external behavior may be very loving or matching with people who do acts out of love. The inner space in consciousness, what I call as love, is a overflowing quality towards everything. It's like a, see, if you are alive, you will think, you will breathe, you will smell, you will digest, your blood will be circulating, everything will be happening. Same way, if you are loving, it will be towards everything. It is the quality of consciousness, not the quality of the external habit or attitude or actions. Listen, love is not defined by your external actions. Love is defined by the very existence or the quality of your consciousness. Even if Paramashiva does samhara, means destruction of this universe, I will not call he is angry or he is violent or he is bad. He does even samhara out of his love. I tell you, consciousness expanding itself to celebrate its oneness is love. See, consciousness goes towards the food to make the food as part of itself or for it to become the part of the food. Consciousness goes towards anything only to make oneness happen. I tell you, nothing is inauspicious if you understand love. Everything is inauspicious if you don't understand love. Sex is the amazing expression of that love to make another one body into oneness with you and you with that body. Listen. When your consciousness moves towards food out of love, it wants to make that food as part of itself, means oneness. Give the oneness experience to that food. If the same consciousness without love moves towards the food, it wants to grab that food and destroy it and manipulate it and exploit it. Food lovers never become obese or diseased or ill. Food manipulators become ill, diseased. How many of you understand what I am talking? Food lovers never become obese. Food lovers never get disease. Food lovers never get any illness related to food patterns, food habits, and food eating style. It is food manipulators. People who rape food, understand this word. People who rape food due to food pornography. I coin a new word, pornography. What is food pornography? Too much of advertisement about the food using colors and arrangements. People who are triggered by the food pornography and rape food get diseases related to eating patterns and food. All of you, again and again listen to this powerful cognition and carry in you, listen. Once you align your food pattern, your sex pattern will be easily aligned and your life will be just celebration. Your life will be just celebration. So listen carefully, listen intensely, digest this truth. You loving food is not wrong. You manipulating food and raping the food is wrong. Understand? If you love food, you know how much of food can become one with you, your digestion ability. What kind of food can become one with you? What kind of food will empower you and get empowered by you? Listen. Whenever you digest a food and that becomes energy in you, not only you are empowered by that food, you are also empowering that food because that becomes energy. Whenever there is a problem due to food inside you, not only you are manipulating the food and raping the food also gets incomplete with you because it has not fulfilled the purpose for which it happened. Right eating with the right consciousness fulfills you and the food. Now, whatever I am talking about food, use the same principle and map it to music, vision, visuals, all the five senses, including sex. You will see very clearly. Are you eating or raping the food? Are you loving and having sex, or are you raping the other person? Are you masturbating out of the high romance? Are you masturbating out of the violence, raping attitude? Look at the whole thing. You need to look into, are you eating food out of love, or are you manipulating food? Or are you raping the food? Same thing. Are you having sex out of overflowing romance, love, oneness? Or are you just raping the other person out of anger and violence or some other reason? Yesterday I was explaining one more principle. There may be various reasons you have why you want sexual activity. Sometimes bodily compulsion, sometimes sudden hormonal surge, sometimes the kind of the warmth it gives, sometimes to confirm the relationship is still alive, sometimes even it's like a power. You declare power over someone. It can be various reasons. Many traditions guide you, teach you, ask you to do something and not to do something. But Tantra is a unique tradition. It changes only your conscious perception. The way you hold you and the way you hold the other person involved with you in the sexual act
and the way you understand the sexual act. Only these conscious perceptions are changed immediately. The action becomes yoga, path for you to have union with Paramashiva, cosmos. Listen. Precise truth. Precisely, I am describing the ultimate truth. With anything you have yoga, union, that becomes part of you. Whether the food you eat, or the music you listen, visuals you see, or the smell you smell, or the touch you enjoy. Listen carefully. Here I want to tell you one great truth I learned from Arunagiri Yogeshwara. அஞ்சோடு நீ எது பண்ணாலும் ஆறாவதாய் நீ ஆவாயப்பா. Once he told me, 5 பேர் படிப்பாளிங்க கூட நீ இருந்தினா 6வது படிப்பாளி ஆயிடுவ. 5 பேர் யோகம் பண்றவங்க கூட நீ இருந்தினா 6வது யோகியா நீ ஆயிடுவ. 5 பேர் தப்பு பண்றவங்களோட நீ வாழ்ந்தினா 6வது தப்பு பண்றவனா மாறிடுவ. 5 பேர் ஞானிகளோட நீ வாழ்ந்தினா 6வது ஞானியா மாறிடுவ. 5 பணக்காரங்களோட வாழ்ந்தினா 6வது பணக்காரனா மாறிடுவ. வெளியிலையும் உள்ளையும் ரெண்டுலையும் இதுதான் உண்மை. I'll translate. Listen. If you live with 5 rich people, associate yourself with 5 rich people, you will become a 6th rich person. If you associate yourself with 5 enlightened beings, you will become the 6th enlightened being. If you associate yourself with 5 people who are building body, doing yoga, gym, you will become the 6th person who builds body and doing yoga, gym. If you associate yourself with the 5 fools, you will become the 6th fool. If you associate yourself with the 5 negative people, you will become the 6th negative person. If you associate yourself with the 5 seekers, you will become 6th seeker. Arunagiri Yogeshwara told, this is what is the truth for inside and outside. These 5 senses, what they do and you associate yourself with them, you become the 6th of that. Whether outside 5 people or inside 5 senses. If your 5 senses are all the time seeking Paramashiva and you associate with those 5 senses, you will become Paramashiva. If your 5 senses are always seeking pleasure and you associate yourself with that 5 senses, you will always be the pleasure seeker. If your 5 senses are living Paramashiva and you associate yourself with that 5 senses, you will become Paramashiva. Listen. Tantra is all about making your 5 senses manifest Paramashiva. So by associating with your 5 senses continuously, you will become Paramashiva. If you associate with yourself with 5 yogis, you will become the 6th yogi. If you associate yourself with the 5 workaholic people, you will become a 6th workaholic person. If you associate yourself with the 5 lazy people, you will become the 6th lazy person. If you associate yourself with 5 retired people, you will become the 6th retired person. If you associate yourself with 5 conscious senses which is manifesting Paramashiva, you will become the 6th person manifesting Paramashiva. This is the foundation of Tantra. This is the foundation of Tantra. Listen. Constantly let your 5 senses manifest Paramashiva. Constantly let your 5 senses manifest Paramashiva. With anything you associate, you become that. The food which is higher conscious means cooked by higher conscious person, offered to Paramashiva by the higher conscious person and eaten makes your taste sense higher conscious person. With each sense, the physical touch or the intimacy or relationship with the higher conscious person makes you higher conscious. This applies to all 5 senses. Now listen. The music, poetry created by higher conscious being, when you consume that, you reach the same higher consciousness. With this understanding, look at the whole life. Many times, naturally, you will not get a higher conscious person to touch or the experience the nearness. For that, Paramashiva gives the solution. For the time being, you and your partner can raise yourself to higher consciousness through the powerful cognitions about yourself and about the other person, about the sexual act. Then enter into the act. That is what is called Tantric sex, Tantric relationship. Elaborately, Paramashiva explains multiple Tantric rituals to manifest various powers. Various powers, third eye power, so many other powers. Usually, I can say I'm trying to generalize and give you the basic understanding. Usually, in Tantric rituals, all the 5 senses are involved. And it is not like a wild as it is projected to you by the modern day racist narrators, the racist people who narrate Hinduism have abused Agora and Tantra Sampradayas. They have beaten it and killed it.
And unfortunately, Hindus themselves fell for this divide and rule policy. The next principle I wanted to explain. Tantra is an intense tapas-centric tradition. For example, let me first describe the word tapas. Tapas means burning away all the obstructions to manifest Paramashiva. Tapas means in Sanskrit burning away. Burning away all the obstructions you have to manifest Paramashiva is tapas. For some people, their attachment to the taste will be stopping them, making them addicted to certain food, destroying the quality of their attention, memory, quality of consciousness, the quality of the mind, the mental health, physical health. Here, tapas means making that person taste, enjoy everything as he wants in a controlled condition so that the patterns of the addiction, food addiction, taste addiction, greed for the taste gets burnt away. That controlled condition is what is the Guru's presence. Guru knows where he is stuck. He will be allowed to enjoy it, enjoy that addiction where he is stuck to the extreme till that patterns are burnt once and for all and he is free from that conditionings, from that patterns, from that karma, from that curse, from that suffering, pain. Whether you are addicted to certain taste, food, you are addicted to certain kind of the music, sound, you are addicted to certain kind of a visuals, like a porn addiction. Whether you are addicted to certain kind of a touch, not just sexual activity, even the other than sexual activity, the addiction to the touch, anything, of course, including sexual activity, for anything you are addicted and not letting your Paramashiva manifest in you. Not letting the unclutching intensely seep through your being. Then in controlled condition, that means under the presence and guidance of the Guru, you are made to go through certain actions which liberates you once and for all. That is what is exactly by the word tapas in Tantra. Swamiji's loss of bodily fluids, a loss to the body. I heard it. It takes a lot of energy to make one drop of sexual fluid. Is it true? Anup, listen. Again here, the whole calculation is profit loss. With whom you are sharing. The person with whom you are sharing, if that person carries higher powerful cognition about life, about themselves, about you, about sexual act, if the person is consciously higher, then you don't lose anything. If the person is consciously lower, then you lose everything. Whether it is a masturbation act or sexual act, all 4 levels of act. See, as I said, the Tantra describes elaborately these 4. Masturbation, art, that masturbation falls under auto sex. From food, seeing pornography, everything where the other person is not physically involved falls under masturbation, auto sex. All that falls as auto sex. The second is enjoying the same sex body. Third is sharing yourself with the other gender, opposite gender. Fourth is union with the whole cosmos. Listen. Let me talk what is legally right, politically right, socially right. I'm not promoting you should do Tantra in your place. All I am trying to tell you is you should obey your country's law, your society's law, how they put. If you are, your country, your society, your community does not agree, acknowledge, you watching this video, do not watch. So let me put the disclaimer. Listen. With the disclaimer, let me reveal the great truths from Paramashiva, from Kailasa, directly from Paramashiva about Tantra. These are the truths directly from Paramashiva. He reveals in Agama and Tantric scriptures. Listen. Even in masturbation, the loss of fluid will not make you powerless if it is with a higher conscious being, person. Does that mean it is okay to connect to deities while auto-sexing? Listen. You can connect to the deities who have declared that they are available. Surely Krishna has declared himself. He said very clearly, anyone who connects with me through Mathurabhava also, I am available. Those deities, those gods who have declared that they are available for you to connect through the Tantric union, you can connect with them. Surely you cannot connect with Ayyappa. Ayyappa is very clearly is declaring, I don't even want to see women. I am in yoga samadhi. The kind of a samadhi he is in, he does not want to even see women who are menstruating. So surely you can't use Ayyappa. You can connect with Krishna. So you can't connect with the God or a deity who declared that he is going to be celibate. So use that clarity and decide with which God you can connect, you can choose, you can relate,
It is all about with whom you connect. Whether it is a visual relationship, conscious soulmate relationship, where the other person's body is not involved. You don't see that person. You don't physically anywhere near that person. Even in masturbation, if you are connecting with somebody who is depressed and low energy, it will terribly affect your biomemory. Understand? Understand that. Be warned about it. Masturbation act itself is not wrong, but with whom you connect, that decides whether it is going to raise you consciously or make you go down consciously. let me introduce the science, this process, now which we are going to do. The exact 16 sounds which awakens these same lines into your brain, in your cognition, which makes that 42 powers awakened. I am going to use those 16 sounds and literally program your biomemory and muscle memory with those 16 sounds. See, all this, the traditional dress, ashram dress, it is all directly helping you to support the process. So, the weight of the clothes should sit only on the left shoulder. It should not sit on the right shoulder. If it sits on the right shoulder, body heat will increase tremendously. Your lungs will feel suffocated. If it sits on the left shoulder, only then lungs won't feel suffocated. It will constantly keep itself cool. And especially that Vaishnavite structure of worshipping and all that is completely, see, Vishnu, because he is in the Milky Ocean and everything related to Vishnu will be cool. So that's why Tulasi, not to catch cold. Shiva, the whole thing is cool, that the Kailasa, everything. But he himself is a very high active heat. That's why Baal to cool it. Baal will cool. The whole thing is related to this. I am going to give you the 54 Matrukakshara initiation, bringing the Paramashiva's DNA through the planets and 54 sounds. Actually 56. 54 is known to human beings. Only for Devatas, the other two is known. So 56 sounds. We call it Matruka, Akshara Matruka. Going to use the 54 sound energy. I can say that 56, 2, which is known to Devatas, also is going to be used. 56 sound energy and auspiciousness, life positivity. You will all feel intensely, romantically and sexually active and alive now, because all auspiciousness, body experiences as romance and intense sexual energy. The whole body will feel that intense auspiciousness with this initiation. Whole life will feel very romantic and pleasant, and that bliss body, your bliss body will start manifesting. Many of you, when you are about to get the result of your hard work, you just break the whole thing. You know that 99% of the work is done. Within next 2 days or 3 days, the 100% is going to be done. It's like you are going to sign the deal. It may be buying a house, or marriage, or some relationship, or some business success, or some relationship with your team, or even things related to your family or team or teamily, sometimes even your relationship with me,
You know you are in the last leg and you purposely break it. In Tamil we have a proverb. வெண்ண திரண்டு வரும்போது தாழியை உடைக்கிறது. Means you churn the butter. You know the butter has come before you collect that butter. You break the pot. You knowingly do it. Many times you know. It is about to happen, but you break. How many of you understand you have that pattern? It's like a compulsive behavior. How many of you understand? Yes, you do this many times knowingly. Raise your hand. Let me see. You know that you are on the last leg and you break. And you feel compelled to do it. Listen, that pattern and nervous breakdown and this deep sex-centered anger. Only I am undersexed, everyone is oversexed. All these three are very closely related.